Hello. Eel guitar. So true. So true, Lich. I'm just gonna do a little bit of this. A little bit of thank you, dude. I was just about to type in a single letter in my chat to see if it worked or not. Botrix? Ever Vigilant, thank you for joining the channel. I love when the bot works. That's not the letter I was gonna type. Dudes, huge GROB news. The GROB motherload has just dropped. I feel like at this point the gold backstory has been told like a trillion times, but there are, for a fact, more people who have who are watching now who weren't here like dear God, 2 years ago or so, even longer. But if you're like a real OG, you remember there being two beasts. Because GROB was not brought into this world alone. He did not just come into existence as a single entity. There were, in fact, 4 animals. And it's a bit of an adventure. I agree. Because before getting GROB, we spent, like, me and my family spent like 4. I was born with 2 cats. Basically, my parents just dropped me on the living room rug in front of the 2 beasts, and they were like, basically, if the cats don't accept them, we're just gonna throw it out the window. The cat sniffed me, ended up going fine, and I just grew up with these 2 beasts. They're 2 Persian cats. They're very nice. Feeling like Rick May. I'm sorry about your internet, dude. I've had some problems myself. They died when I was fairly young. I don't exactly remember how young I was. Something like between 8 and 10. My relationship to like time and years and dates is all extremely blurry. Everything like the last, especially like what I don't know, 15 years is just kind of blended together. But basically we spent eons without beasts, and then something happened about in 2012 where, of all people, my mom's optician, who is a very cool dude who, I'm not gonna dox him, but if you live in Geneva and you're looking for a cool optician, I hope he's not retired, I can recommend you to him. Just a cool dude, kind of existing out of time, who had like a very, very wavy, mid-long hair. He kind of looked like Howard Stern, actually, with shorter hair. Big into like cool music, like some dude who's like fucking 3 times my age. You can talk to about fucking psychobilly and shit like that. And he is a connoisseur of beasts, or especially Norwegian forest cats. And he had this animal right here, who has the very original name of Koshka. And Koshka is a cool cat. This beast fell from the 5th floor, like 5 stories, and crashed down into the earth. And he did that when he was like between like 3 and 5 years old, so very young. He was completely fucked. His liver and yeah, mostly his liver, but there was another organ was kind of crushed to paste, and he had a missing articulation in one of his hind legs, which was kind of like baffling vets because he would walk normally. You would never tell that he had this problem when you saw him like walk about. Sort of maybe when he got up from a lying down position. And this dude and his cats are kind of sick because he would walk them everywhere. He would just take them on his shoulder and just like take them to the park and shit. After that incident, this cat became diabetic because of, you know, like his there was another, I forgot what other organ was fucked, but his liver was gone, and he needed like daily shots of insulin, and he could only eat a very specific diet of like turkey meat, and he became very floppy. He had this gallbladder property of being very floppy and just lying down in places. There he is, looking handsome, and we were tasked to keep this cat for him for like a year because he was going abroad. And unfortunately, it was under our watch that his health started declining like very rapidly, and he started, you know, getting like a lot of uncontrollable like diarrhea, like losing a lot of energy, even more than usual. He was a really cool cat. I have one of the best memories I have of this fucking thing is it was 4 a.m, and I'm like, how old was I? I was like 15, between 15 and 16, and he came to me, and he bit my fucking finger. He woke me up. He just bit into my hand really hard, and I think, oh, okay, he's got to be hungry, right? And he takes me to his little food plate that is full of turkey meat. He stares directly up at me, and he starts eating in front of me. And I don't know, just a cool cat. And basically, when he died, which is very sad, we only knew him for a year, but he was a great beast, great animal. That optician dude was looking into getting new kittens, and he's the one who sent us the breeders who made Golb and his brother. And actually, Golb wasn't even the cat we wanted originally. It was Golb's brother, Yumi, which is pictured here. This is him, and he's very important. And he ended up not going through that. He ended up not getting this kitten, but we were interested. We hadn't had cats in ages prior to like that little beast, and not spelled like that, not the same, no relation. Also, hello, Agathar. And we thought, hey, you know, that kitten's available. I told my mom, like, my mom and I, complicated relationship, but I was like, look, you like cat, I like cat. We haven't had cat in a while. You know, let's get this beast. And Golb ended up being the last of the 4 cats who didn't find a home. You know, which is kind of weird because these kittens, they go pretty quick. You usually need to kind of pre-order them or know they're coming out. It's kind of like an RTX 5090. They fly off the shelves. And, you know, I didn't want to push it. I really didn't want to push it. And I thought, hey, you know, we got 1 cat. It's fine. You know, I'm very happy. And my mom decided all on her own to be like, you know what? Fuck it. We got 1 beast. Let's get the other one. And we ended up adopting both, which is very important because GROB, pictured as a baby here, with his evil twin. There he is. This little wormling here, little animal creature, was very unfriendly when he was a baby. That's a good one. He was really, really, really skittish when we adopted the pair. You could not approach GROB unless he was kind of sleepy. He would always basically they didn't have an easy ride home. They were very spooked. They kept meowing for like the 2 hours it took to bring them home. First thing they did going home was hide, and Golb would do this thing where he would have panic attacks, which I didn't even know cats could get, but he would go hide under the couch, and which they were so small he could stand like on his four legs, like under the couch, and he would start shaking, and he would meow. He would do little kitten bellows, and his brother, his big brother right here, would come running in. Also, peep the Lehman Russ here. I think I still have that. Peep the battle damage I've done, like the molten metal. I was kind of an artist, and this beast right here would come and run and boop Golb with his face, and everything was fine. Golb was no longer scared. And so Yumi was extremely important in, like, I think Golb ending up like in a good place and becoming like a nice cat. I don't know how he would have fared without his anchor of a brother, and they were super attached to each other. They were inseparable. They were always grobulating into one another. Like, these pictures are dog shit. It's fucking 12-year-old pigs taken from God knows what phone. They were always piling up. They were always together. And one of my biggest fears, genuinely one of my greatest anxieties in life, and I thought about it like constantly, was I really hope Yumi doesn't die first, because I was picturing like them being like well into their old age, and Golb was just so dependent on his brother. He was like so attached to him. To give you an idea, Golb once twisted his little toe bean, and it was a Sunday, and I like called my mom, and I was like, dude, Golb, he didn't even show any pain at all. He like I was like playing with Yumi, and I think I needed to like I wanted to give him like a little treat, and he came in sort of waddling in, like not even showing that he was hurt, and one of his toe beans on the back foot was twisted. And the problem with cat's twisted toe beans is that you can't really untwist it yourself because you don't know which way it's twisted from. So we had to go and take this cat to the emergency vet on a Sunday, and had to get him scanned. And you'd think, of course, you have two cats, only one of them is hurt. What do? You take the cat that's hurt, you put him in the cat box, you put him in the car, and you leave. We put Golb in the cat box alone, and we opened the door. We passed the threshold. We placed the cat box on, and I get this feeling in my stomach like something's wrong. And the moment we closed the door, Golb howled the worst sound I have ever heard an animal make. Just beyond ethereal screech, like like early Bortsum Varg Vikernes fucking unnatural screech at max volume, like a deafening roar. And so we opened the door. His brother was standing right there. We pick up the brother, put him down with Golb, and he shuts up. And so that's how dependent Golb was on his brother. And unfortunately, Golb's brother died very prematurely. He was 9 years old, and it was I remember it. It was like the worst sort of circumstance. I'm gonna have to talk about the Forbidden Game for a bit, but it was when like a fairly big YouTuber, Indie Pride, who's like shouted me out in the past on like a Ripper video like ages ago. Like, this is pre-patch 13 stuff. This is before, just before the patch that added like the new, like the Atlas and Gorgonum stubber and like the Deimos and whatever four swords. And Grimalact was like, hey man, would you like to just like come and talk with us two for like this video that Indie Pride is doing? And I thought, hell yeah, like this is a huge opportunity. This is great. And on the day of where I'm supposed to do this thing at like, I don't know, like midnight my time or so, unfortunately that's the day Yumi dies. And he died in... It was very sudden. I saw him down the hallway and I felt something was wrong without... Sometimes you just get that instinct, like something bad's about to happen. And he's walking towards me. The last thing he did is walk towards me, and he just dropped to his side, and that was it. He was dead. He just he just went away like instantly. And I tried giving him CPR, calling an emergency vet, and desperately trying to not fucking explode right then and there on the man who told us that there was probably nothing to be done. And we don't know exactly what it was. We suspect it's either like straight up like a heart failure, like the heart just gave out, or a stroke as a result maybe of heart problems. Because heart issues can cause or facilitate strokes. Like, for instance, there's a malformation you can get that's usually spotted now very early, which is that the passage between your... basically like another version of heart murmur. I don't know the English name. Bear with me. Give me 2 seconds. I can look this up. It's like a relatively common thing that now you can... you usually get this fixed very early when you're young. We call it FOP, which is foramen ovale perméable. Yeah, it's when you have 2 seconds. How do you say this in English? In English, there you go. Patent foramen ovale. Okay, apparently these are the same words. It's just it's a hole between the two parts of your heart at the top. I have a good picture here. It's this. Sorry for the flashbang. Basically, this is supposed to be like closed off, but you can occasionally get like a little bit of seepage between the two sides, which on its own isn't a huge problem. The issue is if you have a clot that forms, like in your veins. Normally, the clot would basically get to travel all around your body before coming back to the before getting to the lungs and shit.
Transplant.
Thank you, Bartik. They have performed surgery on a grape. I believe a hog heart transplant is not out of the question. But what can happen is you get a stroke, you get a clot, and usually the clot has enough time to travel in the body to dissipate or be reduced in size or whatever. But if you have this issue, when the clot comes in, instead of going, like, staying in, like, the veins, it goes into the arteries and immediately gets shot to an organ. And that can be through your lungs, which can cause, like, an embolism, or into the brain, which causes a stroke, which, not good. So we don't know exactly what happened, but things happened, and he dies very suddenly. And I thought, it's over. GROB is going to just be devastated, and it's basically my worst fear manifested in the worst way possible. Like, easily, like 8 years before I thought I'd have to worry about that. And GROB ended up kind of okay. He came and sniffed his brother and went and hid under a bed. He didn't even say anything. He had all his hairs on his back were raised. And then for like a few weeks, maybe like a couple months, whenever I opened the door, GROB would rush down the stairs. I live in a big apartment building, and so there's like, this big staircase that goes down the floors. And sometimes the cats, when you open the door, they wouldn't never go very far. They'd go like one story down to explore. Except for GROB wouldn't really do that. He'd follow his brother when he would do it, but he would never go down his own. He would go down there and he would meow. And I don't think if he quite understood that his brother was gone and not coming back at first, and maybe he was calling out to him or whatever. But he ended up being like a tough little dude, and that's basically when we got the Groblets, Carl and Cazador, because I thought this beast here, he can't be alone. He's too social, he's too dependent on contact with another cat. And it ended up being, like a great decision. I was very afraid. The period of time between when we got the Groblets to when they arrived home was immensely stressful, because I thought, what if it doesn't go well? What if they don't get along? And I was just like picturing like the worst case scenario imaginable. Also, yeah, that's why I took a pair of kittens, so that eventually it's unfortunate, but GROB is not eternal. At least not in his physical form. And I didn't want the new GROB partner to be left alone when Gob would go. That's also like just in general having 2 cats. Yeah, that's cool because they were always together. They were always playing, and yeah, I really don't think a lone cat is just happy on his own. But yeah. So we got the groblets. They the breeders told us during the ride home they didn't squeak, not a single noise. They arrived at the apartment, and the first thing they did is rush down this creature. They rushed down Golb, who was hiding under my bed, and Golb was kind of playing, like pretending to be very territorial. This cat has never hissed in his life before. And he had growled once when they were really tiny, and his brother went and ate in the same food plate, and he fucking growled at him when they were like 2 months old. Well, actually, more like a year, 2 months old. You can't get you can't get a cat when they're too young. They make you wait a bit. And he growled at them, and Calito lied down in front of him to show I'm not a threat, which is very smart. Cal is a very smart cat. And then I spent the next, like, I don't know, week or so. Grobule was hiding in, like, this, I can probably find you, like, a good example. Cat tower, 3 stories. Mine was rectangular. I gotta find a... Yeah, there you go. That's pretty much exactly it, but with 1 less story. I love how they photoshopped the cats in. What the fuck, dude? No, that's not it at all. What the fuck? That's like a transport thing. What? I need to find the thing. Whatever. It's basically this. Basically this. And Grob would go hiding in like the middle hole, and I would come up. I would pick up a kitten, I would bring the kitten up to Gulb, he would hiss at the kitten, I would put the kitten down, I would grab another kitten, I would put the second kitten up, he would growl and hiss at the second kitten, and that lasted about 2 days until the little creatures realized there's a hole at the bottom, we can just go visit our big friend. And at that point, he couldn't run away anymore, and he just stopped, like, you know, being defensive and whatever, and after about a week, they were best friends forever, just constantly jumping on him, you know, licking him, headbutting him. And yeah, so why am I bringing all this up? It's because the Golb news is that I thought nearly all my pictures of Golb and his brother when they were younger were lost. Because I had them all on this really old shitty fucking Samsung S7 that was dying, and I transferred everything to my big huge hard drive from years ago. And for once, my computer problems were actual user error. I fucking dropped it. It fell from not very high. It fell from the like the thing under my TV, I think, and it like physically broke, and I took it to the repair shop, and there's nothing they could do, and I thought, holy fuck, it's lost. There's been a couple archaeological finds. I found a really old iPad my mom had that had a bunch of little pictures of Golb and his bro, but not a lot. And today, fucking someone posted this. Someone said they found my ult. Fucking speakeasy. They found your ult with like a swastika sword, and I thought, don't make me post my heirloom. I've shown it before, but I have this weird, like... Hold on. Can I find it? What if I control F? Circumcision. How do you spell that knife? I have, like, a really weird... I don't know what it is. I have this thing. I don't know where it came from. I don't know who gave it to my parents. But it's, like, a really rare... Haikuri. Like, Neil found it, I think, by doing some insane Google foo. It's my traditional circumcision knife. This is what I use to scare off the Goyim when they're coming for my gold. And I was gonna post it, like make like a funny joke, like I would hold it, but I can't find it. It disappears every time. And I open a bunch of drawers, and I found like a really old hard drive that had... Well, it's not... The hard drive itself is like probably, I don't know, like 5 years old. And it had an insane archive of hundreds of pictures of beasts, among other things. Dated. There's like 10 folders. It's by year. So there's new. These kitten pics right here, like when they're larval like that, like little baby globule. Look at this. No, not a single thought is being processed in that brain. Those are previously unseen, dude. I don't even think I remember these pics. And they're actually from our visit to the breeder. No, this is before the visit. This is during the visit. This is my hand. I'm currently petting the GROB brother, and you may notice that GROB has a twin. Look at his evil twin to the left. I forgot that this cat looked so much like GROB. So all these pictures that I thought were lost are actually here, which is like, it sounds like weird old like fucking insane cat lady stuff, but I don't know. I was tremendously attached to this cat, just like I am to GROB. And I was actually very sad to have lost these pictures, because this beast means a tremendous amount to me. And if you like GROB at all, you can thank him for making GROB the excellent beast that he is today. Because I really don't think he would be so like nice and approachable and friendly and cool if it wasn't for his brother. So yeah, it's actually good news. I was almost moved to tears when I found it, because I thought, I had no expectations. Genuinely, I thought it's in some fucking desk. Like who has, what would my family have hard drives? And then like I plug it in and it makes sense. It's my fucking mom's like ex-boyfriend, who is, I'm not gonna get into details, but it's not someone I like for a variety of reasons. If there's one thing he did right, is archive everything and make triplicates. So yeah, Giga. Insane GROB lore expansion. I already backed up the pictures once. I'm gonna do like multiple backups, so they're never gone. And it actually is. There's a lot of overlap. A lot of the pictures I lost are on that drive, but there's also like new ones I don't remember. Like look at this shit. Look at these beasts. They're so cool. He's so small, man. Now like a single one of them is overflowing from this little this little thingy. That's their, he's baby here. He's, just a few months old. They were born on 9/11, and this is Christmas. So they're super baby. Yeah. It's, today's a good day, man. Today's a great day, actually. Yeah. Look at these beasts. Look at that. So, yeah. That's GROB's mom, by the way, who I'm sure she's a nice cat, but when we visited, she was unapproachable. She was so fucking tired, dude. Having these 4 little worms always on her, suckling the milk. And this is the GROB father, who looks a lot like GROB. He's not much bigger. He just has they just kept him outside for a bunch of reasons. They had this huge enclosure for him. Because he wasn't neutered, so he would risk like fucking with the other cats. So he's got the winter coat on. There's a lot of pictures of him where he looks, you know, magnificent. What a beautiful beast. And he was very nice. This cat right here is very nice. No fear of strangers. He was just super friendly. Anyway, this is great. This is great stuff. That's GROB's uncle, who's pretty cool. This guy made me think that there might be some kind of genetic memory thing going on with cats, because GROB does this weird thing where he grabs with his hands. You've all seen him do like the little Kanye West salutes. And I think he gets it from this guy, because this guy was a completely silent cat. No meows, no chirps, no nothing. But he would come to me, he would grab my arm with both hands and start licking. Like the same spot that GROB always licks, and start purring and show a lot of love and affection and excitement. And when I would try to pull the arm away, he would like dig his nails a little bit until I gave him my arm back. Like I had to give in, and he just kept on licking. And he decided when we're done. I maybe have pictures of GROB's grandma, who is she was awesome because she was fat, because she would eat the kitten food. So she was just like this big fat ginger cat, And I remember there was a table with food on it, and she just stared up at me. And I grabbed her and I plopped her on the table, and she headbutted me for like 5 minutes. She was awesome. So yeah, great stuff, dude. Great stuff. I have more coming. There's a lot here, and this might sound stupid, but I don't know, dude. This cat was like my best friend. So it's cool that I have all this shit. Okay, here's my bus schedule from when I was in high school, dude. Like genuinely, I got these cats at 16. My life was hell. It was actually fucking hellish, man. I did not have an easy time through middle and high school. I'm not gonna go on an insane 2-hour rant like last time about this shit, but I was like profoundly suicidal, and these two creatures are kind of like the one thing that really kept me going, dude. Repost them often. You're not the only one. There must be like a network of secondary GROB enjoyers, because I know I've been told by other people too that they share the GROB pics, and sometimes they send me the reactions of people. But yeah, it's this is cool, dude. And he's like so important to like the lore of my stream and the overall aesthetics of everything, you know. Besides the get real stuff, there's actually, oh my god, I think it's unfortunately not on any drive I have connected right now. But yeah. Do you know the little stupid like pictures of Darktide characters, but it's GROB's face? Here's the actual super secret. Like, you are 0.1% of the 1% for knowing this secret. But like the little runt psyker and the little runt, like the runt zealot holding the thunderhammer, the hand that's holding the thunderhammer is not GROB's hand. It's actually his brother's hand, because he was in the right position at the time for the angle I was looking for. So now you know, dude. Now you're in the know. So yeah, dudes. Now you know. You're privileged. Also, I just realized, but the I was thinking about this because I keep seeing the Oblivion remaster everywhere, and it's bothering me so much because I see people say, "Wow, dude, it looks so good," and the only thing I can think of when I see Oblivion, like the new one, is this. This is just what they did, but also now it's like brown with more fog too. You can add 2 more years to that. I guess the frame rate went down even harder. Didn't think get this emotional about GROB. I do, man. There's one with brown filter. Oh yeah, it's probably been updated. Yeah, so huge day for GROB and Grobenkind today. It was very, it hit me like a fucking hammer, man, because I really didn't know. I didn't think for 1 second that this could be what was in this drive. I was just thinking, what the fuck is that doing here? Because I expected it to be stuff like documents, you know, like like, I don't know, old pass. I did find some old passwords, which would have been handy fucking like 3 years ago when I needed to do stuff with my ISP, and they're like, oh, sorry, we can't help you because you're not the account holder. Because there was a bunch of issues, but basically all the stuff that my mom handled or had her name into, I had to be in charge of, and administratively, it is a fucking nightmare, dude. It's horrible, dude. They have like their procedures for like passing the thing through is so ridiculous. So yeah. Oh. That's awesome. That's awesome, Leech. I'm happy for you, dude. You gotta cherish stuff, because I used to be kind of weird like that, where I didn't really like being in pictures at all when I was a kid, but that's because of like weird self-image problems. Um and I when I was very young, I thought, like, what's this obsession like boomers have with like recording everything and taking photos of everything? I thought, just live in the moment, right? And just focus on having a good experience, and you'll remember it. But having these things you can hold on to, it's important. And I'm happy I have these. And yeah, turns out I didn't lose as much as I thought I did. So that's cool, dude. 900 gigabytes homework folder on a long forgotten HDD. No, dude, my boomers wouldn't know how to download porn. I think that's like out of their reach. Maybe go on like the shittiest porn website somehow, and like the only porn website with a virus. Because you know, you always heard like when you were younger, oh dude, if you watch out, you're gonna go on the internet, you're gonna catch a virus. Porn websites have all the incentive in the world to be as safe as humanly possible and to have the best security possible. Because if there was a fucking virus coming from them, it would infect so many fucking people and it would tank them overnight, and no one would fucking go and visit it. It isn't out of their reach, dude. Your dad is tech savvy then, because my fucking dad is he could not download pornography. Even if he could find porn on the internet, which he can, that's probably doable. Saving it? No way. No fucking way. Yeah, that's weird, Leach. Why were we like this? Live in the moment, recording everything, or I'll forget. It's not that I'm afraid of forgetting, you know, because I remember, like, even something silly, like, I gotta stop the grobule talk, but, like, I remember, I remember these first, like, few weeks and months, like, very, very vividly, because I was trying to tame GROB, and the only time you could approach him was kind of when he was like this. When he looked a little yippee like that, you could give him a really nice little pet, and then he would wake up and he would leave. And I have this one memory in particular where he was on my bed, on his back, like super scrunched up, half asleep, like a little. He looked like a mouse on his back, except with giant ears. And I started very gently petting him, and he was purring a bit. And that was kind of the moment when I realized, I think this is in the bag. I think he's cool now. His brother was like super friendly minute one. He's normal. GROB was weird. GROB has always been like a little bit strange and off in how he does everything. I remember when I probably have some pics of like them playing. There's a fourth cat too. I have some pictures. Where's the council? There's the council. There's like another kitten somewhere. Oh, there he is. There he is. This is him. Okay, so hold on. Which one is GROB? It's actually really hard to tell. Oh yeah, no, this is GROB. This is GROB. The white stripe here. That's GROB. He still has this. Okay, that's GROB. This is his sister. That's his sister. That's Isha Yafa. And this is Yumai. That's their other brother. And I don't know where she is. She went to the like the neighbor of the breeder. And that's GROB. And Galbus would he wouldn't really play like the sister and Yumi were playing together a lot, like chasing each other up and down the stairs. And Galb would do this thing where he would get on his hind legs and raise his arms and just like slowly do weird things with them, like proto prayer motions. I think he was trying to speak to them, but his language went unappreciated until we got him. You know what? Actually, hold on. You want to see some like real crazy cat lady shit? I can I'm gonna try not to dox the fucking place where we got him, because people on the internet are weird, but I'm not gonna show like the boomer website too much. But there exists a website with creature pictures. Haha. Look at that, dude. Look at that. That is the earliest available picture of GROB and the beasts. And I couldn't tell you which one he is. I think that's Yumi, that's his brother right here. That's Yumai, that's the black and white one, and GROB is one of these two little beastlings here. Yep, that's her. She looks a lot like GROB. That's Galbus, bellowing, being baby. That's the little brother, and that's my boy, that's my man. That's my little worm. Dude, they have like their fucking names of the cats. That's so sick. There you go, dude. I wonder if you can like I actually found the breeder of Gob's dad, and I need to shoot her an email, but I don't know how weird that would be. Like, do you have pictures of this cat that you had 10 years ago? Well, actually more than that, like probably fucking 13. No, wait, 15 years ago. Because what they do with breeders is that sometimes they will lend a cat. So my cat, fucking Golb, actually has like a weird pedigree, which is kind of strange to think about. Because like I don't care. I would have gotten like the rattiest looking rescue cat, but my mom actually, we both thought like I've never had kittens, and she thought it would be kind of cool to have a kitten again, and also the circumstances just made it that we had these two cats available right now, and we were pointed towards them, so we got them. I think now if I were to like get another cat, I wouldn't go like to like a breeder if I get a new one. I think rescuing cats is really really important. And the reason Kyle and Cazador are kittens is because I thought if you want to introduce them to a cat you already have, it's better if they're baby. Now that I've seen how Carl and Cazador and Golb actually now react to new animals, because I had this friend once, I remember because it interrupted my stream. This guy was kind of cool. Long family story, but this dude, he texted me once. It's like, hey man, someday I should come and like bring my cat to your place, and we can like see how they interact and shit. And then one day midstream, he just rings my doorbell and he's like, look, dude, I brought my cat. And he just takes it in. And I got to see how Golb and Carl and Cazador kind of interacted. And yeah, Carl and Cazador are super chill. Carl did his patented lying down in front of the new animal to show that he's not a threat. Golb was kind of peeking from around the corner. Being you know, a bit, you know, skittish. But not too afraid, not too scared of things. And now I know that like you can kind of bring whatever and they'll be fine. They're just super cool, honestly. Okay. So sometimes take care of our current dogs. That's kind of cool. We live super far away though, so. Also, it's weird because the breeder we got a Golb and his brother at, she I think that there was some probably some family problems because she stopped breeding cats. Like that was their last batch in a long time because they completely stopped doing anything, and then 6 years later I think they took it up again. So something bad must have happened. I didn't really ask. I did send her an email with like pictures of Carl and Cazador, and I explained what happened to Yumi and shit, and she was a bit sympathetic because I considered getting kittens from the same place, but since you know Yumi died of presumably heart problems. Golb has heart problems, nothing serious, but you know it gets checked every year. He has slight heart murmurs, which is the thing I was describing where the blood can go from like one side of the heart to the other. It's it's nothing too bad. But I would avoid actually getting. I thought about it and then I thought I don't want another problem. I'm getting another breeder. And yeah, apparently, cat people are so like autistic about knowing other breeders and what the cat breeds are supposed to look like that when I showed the new breeders, the people who created Carl and Cazador, I showed them pictures of Golb and I explained the story, which I think is how I got the cats, because these cats go quickly. And we probably weren't the first to contact them, but I shot them like a huge email explaining the situation, and I think we were the first to visit, and they, we got him, a beetle to Carl. I think he'd be fine, dude. They're not. I've noticed that crawling insects they don't really care about. Like, I remember Golb and his brother would just kind of stare at beetles actually crossing the floor. They just look at them. But anything that flies, it drives them crazy. They're terrible hunters, but they try, man. I think in, dear God, like fucking 12 years combined, they must have caught like one insect. I remember once Yumi was hunting this fly, and it was on the wall, not moving, and he was just staring at the wall, and I picked him up, and he he was like primed like in a documentary, except I was holding his fat ass in my hands, but his entire upper body was like a jaguar waiting to pounce. And I put like his face to the fucking fly, and I just realized he couldn't see it. And that's when I learned, because I looked it up, that cats have horrible vision, actually. So yeah, he didn't catch the fly. Also, I need to apologize to visceradev, because I completely forgot. But the game had to be kind of pushed out the door of early access a little bit before everything was ready. And if you remember when we left off at the 3rd chapter, I was complaining fairly loudly about the lack of music. And because the music in the game is fantastic, and I thought, what a weird decision it is for everything to be so quiet. I even compared it to Gungrave Overdose. And there's actually he did mention something about this before, and I gotta apologize because I forgot, but the composer had some problems before release, and he's like not available, but apparently the tracks for levels 1 through 5 are done. They're not completely finished, but they didn't have time to implement the music in the game, and now there's some music, so it's not all of it, which is my bad. Oh shit, there's some balance changes. Huh. Is the Warhound like the big triple thing? I don't like the big grenade launcher. Reduce all specific player damage radius. Is this necessary? I don't recall barrels being oppressive. I didn't save. I really hate this save. I honestly wish they give you an update, like an option to not have the save beacons. Several cell ammo pickups. Huh. That really tells me that the dev is looking very closely at the ammo balance, because that's such a core part of Viscerafest's combat and why it works is sort of the limited resources. Kind of weird that you remove like cells for like just your pistol, I guess. Nerf to the health pool. Oh, if you beat the game of which what's the chapter 2 boss? Ethereal Egress. I don't remember. Was that the floating head? Yeah, I like the floating head. You didn't beat the game. Sorry. I beat the game. You didn't. Locked doors until the green key is obtained. Oh, I think I remember this actually. Like finding unlocked doors and then being like, where the fuck do I go now? Rebalance to combat thingy on useless difficulties. Respawning ammo pickups to C3L6 final fight. Oh, I didn't play this. Shit. I didn't beat the game. It's over. SOS Assassins of Avoiders cannot be stunned out of an attack by any weapon. What is this? Huh, what enemy is that? Whoop. Oh my god. Is there a Viscerafest wiki? No. I don't know what these enemies are. I don't know their names. What's a void drifter? You guys know? Is the dev here? Can you ping him? What's an SOS assassin? Watcher's attack radius? I don't know, because this could be very good or not great. I like that there was I was actually thinking on my way from getting groceries, because I like this game so much. I'm thinking about it all the time. You know the big robots that you can shoot with your pistol to stun? I was actually wondering, sneaky guy and spooky guy. Yeah, thanks. Which one's the spooky guy? I assume sneaky is like the invisible bitch who goes, over here, think fast. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm feeling pretty chipper today, actually. I had a very positive day yesterday as well. And I was thinking about the robots and like the stuns and how that works. And specifically, like, do they react to any instance of damage? Like, if they take a single tick of something, does it count as like a stun, like that prevents them from shooting their huge fuck off hit scan attack? And if so, does that mean that you can strategize around them by like using the acid gun to sort of passively take them out of the fight, and then path around to drag other enemies into it, or just getting a lot of like acid gun value on them, at least for defensive purposes, because they're not going to take damage because it activates the shield, which could potentially fuck you over if you want to actually kill them quickly, because the optimal thing is still 3 shots in melee if you want to be efficient with your ammo anyway. I guess if there's a bunch of dudes backed up, bunched up, you fucking murder them. Oh yeah, anyway, if this is the warhorse, if the warhorse is the thing I'm thinking about, I really don't like this gun. Like the big thing that shoots like giga cans in an AoE. I don't like it because it's a huge nuke that uses the ammo of another normal weapon, and it happens to be my favorite weapon in the game, which is the pun cannon. And I noticed that when I had the Warhound in my inventory, there's a lot of situations where instead of like carefully placing pun canister shots to be as efficient as possible and making the enemies maneuver around them, all the combat encounters are just like, oh, there's a big target, I'm gonna shoot the canister at it to fucking kill it instantly. And it sort of took the place of the pun canister, and I don't like that at all. If you're gonna put like a BFG, it's not a BFG. That's not fair. That's not a fair thing to say to the gun. But it's a huge fuck off nuke. I think it works the best when it's like in a boss arena. Like when I fought Felonious Bolus and I escaped with 4 HP. Great boss fight, by the way. Sorry, I don't remember the normal name. The big ball. That was a really sick fight. There, I think the huge fuck off cannon makes sense, but in general, if you're gonna make like a super powerful weapon, I like when it has its own ammo and it's its own resource and doesn't eat into another weapon, because the equation is never as interesting as you could think it is. Like, oh, I need to like be careful because there's a cost to missing with the super expensive shot. Whereas if I just use the other gun, I'd deal less total damage, but it'd be more consistent. You never really think that way. It's always like, oh, baby target, small gun. Oh, huge target, huge gun. That's it. No, I'm not interested at all. I really don't like 4 dudes in a row. I don't like turn-based games at all. And everything I've seen of Expedition 33 is like, the QTE dodging and parrying stuff just seems like so stupid to me. Like, what's the point? You're just taking away from the turn-based gameplay. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't play these fucking games, but trying to project myself into the head of someone who likes these games. Reduce the intensity of the boss damage flash. Interdimensional Shambler LOS damage across all difficulties? Was it that bad? Did it need nerfing? You guys remember the big Shambler that had this pillar that would go up and down in the center of the arena, looking like the Quake one? Shambler, I think it was called Shambler 2 in Quake 1, the big fuzzy thing, the big white thing. He had the Archvile attack where he would like cast and you would take damage, because you can just dodge it. Actually, what? That's weird that he calls it the LOS thing, because it's not like you take damage the moment he finishes the thing. You can actually iframe it, and I think when it went fast enough, I dodged it, right? I don't remember. Actually, hold on. I think I said something wrong. The green key here, I don't remember this. I misread. I didn't see it was C3. So I'm talking out of my ass completely. Submenu to the death in most tutorials. Ah, that's neat. Localized weapon tutorials, the help menu. That's good. Assist tabs in the game settings have been color-coded to blue to reflect the similar coloring used for narcolepsy mode. Added cooldown to the final boss's melee attack to prevent cheesing. Huh? Like the boss cheeses you? It's interesting. Do you have a special melee weapon during the boss? That's weirdly phrased. Respawn timer from 20 seconds to 12 seconds for the stun barrels using C2, L7, Arch Ascension's boss fight. Oh, that's the really good boss fight. That's Felonious Bolus. Oh, if you beat him now, you didn't beat him. I beat him with a 20-second timer. I'm better than you. I'm a bit of a gamer. I don't know what this means. Like, how bad the boss flashes when you shoot him. Nomad Bride's difficulty scaling to make her easier to deal with on lower difficulties. That's fine. Nav mesh stuff. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. Fixed crushers not crushing the player. What? I dodged them thinking they were gonna crush me, I think. Rayman secret. Oh shit, gotta look out for that. I've never played Rayman. I was never like a platformer player. Incredibly... I hope I didn't miss out on my Chivo. Okay, anyway. So, I'm sorry for complaining about not having the soundtrack, because it turns out it's out of their hand. I actually wonder what happened, because it's always weird when you have these indie games that look like they were made by a couple of people, but they have a publisher. And I hope the relationship isn't strained, and I hope visceradev continues doing cool games. And I actually kind of like Fulcrum Publishing. Mario and Luigi Bowser brother Bulbus 2 made a keynote. That's a weird name for a Nintendo game. Alright. An hour of talking about cats and shit, and now it's just air time. Hey, hold on, I just thought about something. What's going on here? Hold up, where's my mouse cursor? Oh, there it is. I think I recognize... Okay, you see this guy? Or this guy? That's the, Wait, he's blue? I think this is the dude that shoots out the green projectiles. He has 2 attacks. He has, like, the wave, the arrow-shaped wave of bullets, and the tracking projectile. Which one is he? Have we seen, I don't think I've seen both versions. Or we're gonna see like a Mr. Robot version of it. All games will cost... Oh yeah, I guess seen the Xbox price increases? No, it's the tariffs! Yeah, are you gonna explain that for digital goods, huh? Some of the sprites are different compared to EA? Really? Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you are... Oh no! That's bad. Does it still work? Oh, Kino. Okay, I broke my AC remote once, and thankfully I had another one lying around, or I would have been fucked. Okay. Yeah, imagine you're losing the console war, like, 10 years straight, and you think, oh yeah, let's hike up the price, dude. I think that's why people weren't buying Xbox as a brand. It just wasn't exclusive enough. Oh, dude, everything's falling apart physically. Like, my headphones are... My unkillable headphones I mentioned, they're actually starting to physically fall apart. Rockstar hasn't been a good game since RDR1. I wouldn't even go that far. I don't think RDR1 is that good of a game. But it's... it has soul. And it had good writing. And that's sort of the one thing you used to be able to count on with Rockstar is good writing. But then they made RDR... they made Red too.
Alright. I'm here.
Ah, music! Okay. Ah. Well, unironically, hiking the price is,
What am I gonna do now?
that's just the tariffs, man. Like, for 10 years now, I've been hearing Orange Man bad. And I think for the first time, yeah, maybe Orange Man not too good. Maybe destroying your economy as a joke isn't very funny, dude. I noticed also, it didn't keep my save, but I guess it's fine. Maybe the music patch made it like that. I don't know, whatever. I don't care. I think it's cooler if we get to experience it with the intended musical experience. Tear your nuts off. You called me ugly once more. My disgusting wife, Pepper Noel, is not threatening my balls. This really doesn't feel like a secret. Hello. Pangapandi. Are you all stacked up? I missed. Blammo. Ow. That's a lot of bros. Oh, that's no bullet. I don't know why there's this one soundbite from Shadow Warrior that's stuck in my head forever. Like when you find the anime chick taking charge and it goes la 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 la. You wanna watch Wang? You wanna watch Wang? Or you wanna watch Wang? Watch Wang. Whoa! Eat the shit, you pencil dick! Yeah, I don't know. There's Gamers Nexus had a really good sort of documentary on the tariff situation and how it's affecting you know, actual manufacturers and people who do shipping. And yeah, like the whole thing is like shockingly retarded. I genuinely don't know what the plan is, because the lie that you're hearing that's being repeated by, you know, ideologues, you know, just magapedes who follow Orange Man because he's Orange Man and not because he's doing good things. And the big lie is that, okay, we're gonna put tariffs on foreign goods so that manufacturing in the US can happen again. And it's like, okay, well, it is true that if you tariff something made abroad that needs to come through to you, there's an incentive to instead buy locally if, like, in terms of pricing that matches up. But it's only a very small, tiny baby piece of the puzzle. And the reality is, if you just tariff foreign goods and you think, oh, now people will buy American, it's like, okay, well, what kind of fucking microprocessors are being fucking made in America, bro? Like, all that shit's from Taiwan. Like, you can't just put tariffs in place. You need to have the infrastructure ready. You need to be willing to have something like federal grants to help start manufacturing in the US and be like, okay, if you want to make a factory in America, we will help you. We will give you money. We will give you tax rebates. We're gonna do all that. And you need an actual plan of action, because what ends up happening is you just place these insane tariffs in place, and now you just can't buy shit. And there is no equivalent being made in the US, so you're just like, okay, what now? He killed the CHIPS Act? Oh my god, that's hilarious, dude. Yeah, the insider trading, that's also crazy. Like the fucking buy the dip shit, like crashing the stock market and then pumping it back to life. Being successfully responsible for like the biggest Dow Jones drop in the history and then the biggest fucking gain in a single day. That's crazy, dude. Come on, buddy. I want to like Orange Man, but that's just terrible, man. Like, I actually said it's not. Ah! What the fuck? They infected me. I do not envy gamers in America right now. I actually feel pretty good about living in Switzerland, dude. Ah! Stop blurring my vision. They didn't do that before. Or did they just miss me? I don't know. I mean, of course, it's still less expensive. The problem now is that often, like, the people who are selling you shit are now either doing it at a fucking loss or they stop doing it. Like, in the Gamers Nexus documentary, like, one of the people they interviewed was like, oh yeah, we stopped shipping to the US, and they're a US company. I don't remember who it was. I remember in the video. I didn't watch the whole thing. Actually, it's like 2 hours long. It's extremely well done. Thank you, Steve. Actually, like he visits iBuyPower and CyberPower PC, who which is kind of funny because they're competitors, but they're both like on camera, kind of explaining the situation. And yeah, the thing is called the death of affordable computing. And yeah, if you live in the US, you're raped. You're fucked. Proud to be French adjacent? A little bit. A tiny bit. Small amount. Micro. Proud. Yeah. Yeah, actually. I can say it. You can't. It's good being I mean, okay, there's a huge problem in sort of the post-truth world and how that sort of came about and manifested. I used to think years ago that when AI started happening and like before it was used generatively, when stuff like Google was training their detection AI through does anyone remember the scam of what was it called? Candid. You had a bunch of like YouTubers of a family of people who call themselves skeptics, which is like if the one word you use to describe yourself is that you're skeptic, you know, that seems like a weird thing. It's like, okay, cool, but yeah, what else do you do? What do you stand for? It's like, oh, I don't know, I'm just a skeptic. I just question things. That's pretty much it. So you come to any conclusions? Nah, I'm a skeptic. I'm a bit of a skeptical Scully. I actually struggled to find a name that would do a nice alliteration. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, and I used to think we're gonna live in a post-truth era because truth is going to be impossible to attain. Like if you look for things, everything is going to be obfuscated through 15,000 layers of fact-checking. Stuff is going to be fabricated outright, and there is going to be such mass suppression of independent reporting and shit like that that's going to be automated that it would counteract the advantage of having the internet, which is that now I don't need to wait for CNN to report on something because some guy with a fucking phone recorded what was happening, and I get to have that direct source, unfiltered. But actually, what is the strongest thing for the post-truth era is that people don't care. No one cares. There is so much completely ideologically based, like, not reasoning is not even the right word because there is no reasoning. But oh, can I make my child survive again? I remember I was shocked that he did it, but he did it. Come here, bud. Oh, ah! Do it. No, my child! What have you done to him? Everyone is so motivated by like purely ideology and like being on the correct side that they don't really look at the reality of stuff that's happening and then come to a conclusion. They reach the conclusion beforehand. And it creates this thing where you see people parrot shit that's fake. And then they learn that it's fake, and oh my god, my child exploded. And they're like, I don't care. I don't care. I've actually seen people who do that. Like, they post something that's completely fabricated. Like, there was this one screenshot that showed all the IP, like the number of posts by IP address on like 4chan's like poll board. Poll, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce words. It's complicated. I'm French. And it was like at the top was like Israel, and it's like obviously it's like a funny joke. Like if you're kind of in those spheres, like sort of like the internet right or whatever, you don't like Israel. Israel's like the big bad boogeyman. Well, actually, if you're on the far left too, but for different reasons. And you think, oh, look at all these posts, and people just have been reposting that like ever since the image was made. Like I think fucking almost 10 years ago, and it's just like complete fabrication. And people post it still. And you tell them, like, I don't care, it's funny. And that's sort of the cope. Because it doesn't matter to them. And you see that all the fucking time where no one really gives a shit anymore. It's like, oh, okay. I guess we're just going to accept that we're going to live in an era of distorted non-truths and fucking skibbity toilet AI-generated slop on TikTok. And that's just our life now. Context is obliterated. I'm not gonna put on any clothes, dude. Sorry. The music is... This is so much better. Great tracks. Great tracks. I forgot the name of the composer, but I love you, dude. I hope whatever problems you're going through right now, I hope things resolve, and I hope you gain recognition thanks to content creators like me playing visceradev for audiences numbering in the millions, because you've done some fantastic work. And it complements the game tremendously. Visceradev would not be nearly as fun without the insane soundtrack. Good music is good. Anyway. The whole... The insane problem with people sort of not thinking but coming to political sides because of the best word that I've ever found to describe it is aesthetics. You ascribe to a side and then you go tooth and nail into that. Not even because of like what the side stands for or actual values, but because of what it projects. So you see this weird shit where, you know, like people are pro freedom of speech until, you know, there's an opportunity to fuck over someone they don't like, and then, you know, you change that because the rest of the party says so. And that kind of stuff just drives me fucking crazy, man. Someone exploded. I got a kill confirm indicator from that. I love the music. Anyway, dude. It's rape. Yeah, it's fashion, exactly. It's You like the pretty flag, and you like the role playing, and you see this a lot, and that really irks me. You see this a lot with fucking like the Christian stuff, and it's just like the cool modern trad thing to do, this like return to Christianity, and it's all just grifters on the internet who are wearing a religion like a fucking mask. And I'm not a religious person. I was not raised that way, and I've always wondered, like, hey, you know, especially when I was younger, and we all go through like well, maybe I'm the only one, but I've seen it happen a lot where you go through a period where you're very young, you're very not quite mature, and it's a red pill Tourette's thing, and you know. Like, there's this thing of how you just sort of become easily radicalized when you're younger, or not like necessarily in a serious way, like, you know, you're not gonna go around and fucking shoot people or whatever, but you sort of have these hard-set beliefs and all that, and, you know, going through that, I was questioning myself a lot, and I thought, you know, maybe this, like, lack of religion shit is a bit degenerate and whatever, and maybe it would be good, just, like, on a personal level to have, you know, like sort of this community or whatever. And the problem is, I've always thought and I've always felt like if you're not raised religiously and you don't have this sort of notion of faith like implanted in you, that sounds like an ovipositor thing. It would feel like wearing a mask. Like I could not like buy a cross pendant and wear it around my neck and go around saying Christ is king, because it's just it's not what I am, it's not who I am, and it's not even a matter of like, it doesn't even matter that it's like morally or culturally correct. It's just dishonest because it's not me. And I just see people who wear that fucking mask, no problem, dude. When it comes to extracting resources from others, it's a hell yeah, dude. Christ is king. I don't know. I just find that for something that's supposed to be sacred in the most literal way, like to treat it with such disrespect is, I don't know. Maybe I'm like gay for thinking that, but I think it's fucking lame as hell, dude. And you see like the worst, like the most degenerate, just like fucking horribly disgusting, immoral, and I'm no paragon of virtue, but I'm also very honest. You see people like fucking Ethan Roth, just like obese alcoholic who abandons the children he has with 18-year-old fucking borderline crack baby retards, and I think he bred a literal pedophile Pensu Party who was the girlfriend of a dude called Digibro who did anime reviews, who said he really liked the idea of little girls getting fucked. His words, not mine. And you have someone like that who's just like, crash this gang! Crash this gang! It's like, alright, dude. Okay, buddy. Alright. Go to church. Read the book. The gun hog will prevail! I'm glad there's some people who know what I'm talking about. Televangelism such is something new. Yeah, it's wearing a new skin now. And it's almost more insidious because I don't know, maybe not. Because it has this at least with the televangelists, it's sort of like, you know, it's not just the televangelist. I was thinking about that the other day, but I forgot the name. There is a specific thing in like American sort of hustle Christian thing. Like there's a whole like subgroup that has a name. It's the gospel of something or something like that. I forgot the fucking name. But they're basically based around I'm so not eloquent. For holy shit, thank you for everyone who's been watching me for like a long time. I don't know how you fucking bear with that. How you can stand that. It sounds so dumb. But the shtick was the more money you give, the holier you are. Which I guess has kind of always been a thing in Catholicism. Like they had I don't know the English word for it, but the thing where you pay to go to heaven. It's yeah, that shit's always been around. But within the modern age, it's like there's the whole like internet parasocial relationship thing going on where instead of you're not giving to like a church, you're giving to a guy. And that to me is almost worse. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think there's something so wrong in like trying to exploit the parasocial shit like that, you know. Which is ironic coming from a streamer, but I'm not. I try not to be that fucking level of garbo person. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Nasheed Onai. You have Nasheed in your name. That's If you wanna go, if you wanna be pedophile, go to Islam. Okay, you can say whatever you want about Islam and worshiping a pedophile and being, you know, generally what they are, but they make some Kino music, man. I don't know, dude. Those ISIS guys, they got some banger tunes. I noticed. I can thank boomers for that. I think it's just profoundly human. You know, maybe every generation has their grift, but I really don't like the way things are headed when it comes to that. I still don't like this level. Like, I'm a bit distracted because I'm fucking talking about 3 different things, but maybe I should press all the buttons at once to fight everybody. What is this? Oh, I forgot to have the tentacle gun. Am I gonna get murdered? Ah! Yes, I got murdered. Like, I keep just being an idiot. Best Nasheed compilation. Dude, honestly, I've never found one that... He exploded. I like the, I don't know if I can even say. Can you get like in trouble for saying the name of the Nasheed? Because it's turbo banned. Like, you can still find you know, like old World War II, like, you know, Nazi songs, but the Nasheeds get scrubbed from everywhere. Like, I had to go to the Internet Archive to find one. And honestly, I think the Clashing Swords one, Silly Lots of Warham, that was I don't know if it actually ever was, but the one that gets usually referred to as the anthem of the Islamic State. That's a great song, dude. So much for the tolerant left. Me when I just want to wear the skulls of my enemies on a belt, dude. What, libtard? Triggered much? What the fuck, dude? Judeo-Christian? Dude, there is no Christianity without Judaism. Like, the best thing you could do to Judaism is be Christian. Like, you're literally worshipping, you know, a Jew who looks like me. What do you think of that? There is one thing though that's kind of crazy. Like, I'm kind of retarded. I've never been super interested in the biblical stuff, but doesn't the Bible specifically state, because you always hear, you know, the chosen people and shit like that. Doesn't the Bible specifically say that the Jews basically lost favor with God because they kept disobeying him, like, all the time? Like, he said, you shall not worship idols, and they kept worshiping idols, and they kept, you know, doing shit like that. I don't know. I'm so confused about these guys. Are you gonna respawn? Do I need to explode you? Because I feel like there's always like one of these goobers behind me. Oh yeah! Can I explode? No? Can you not get rid of them? Die! There you go. Holy shit. Oh! That took me a while to notice. Okay, I have to go explode the one in the back because it bothers me now. Monka TOS. It's the Bible, dude. I didn't invent it. Amen. I don't know why this is making me... Well, I know why. it's making me think about that, like a fairly good memory I have of I don't ever really participate in like normal sort. By the way, is the game too loud? Is the music too loud? It's blaring in my ears, but I kind of like it. It's a very good track, so I'm happy we get to listen to it, because last time it was such a big point of complaint for me when it came to this level. Yeah, every stuff like Halloween, I never do anything for Halloween. There's no Halloween parties, stuff like that, you know. It's not a big thing anywhere where I live compared to in America. Like, you know, you'll have some kids dress up, and some people put some decorations around, you know, their windows, and all the stores are dressed up nicely, and you know, but it's not massive. Like, you don't have entire neighborhoods who go trick-or-treating. But tricking God, I need to talk about that, because that's my favorite aspect of Judaism. And we have one thing in the canton where I live in Switzerland that is actually pretty neat, which is called the escalade, or I guess in English it would be the scaling, like the act of climbing up, because Geneva was it used to be the Duchy of Geneva before we joined Switzerland. And in 1602, the Duchy of Savoy, or our neighbors, tried to conquer us. And so they scaled the walls at night, and they got their asses handed to them by Genevians who didn't even get to put on pants. And so the people who fought are referred to as the sans-culottes, which means literally the pantsless. We kicked these people's asses in our jammies. And it's actually a pretty badass tradition. I think I've talked about it before, but basically, a lot of really cool shit happened during the fight. Like, I think one guy sacrificed his life by collapsing, what are these giant metal grates that are effectively used as big fucking doors for, you know, closing off a passage, and it just falls from above. And he got crushed under that to stop the enemy advance. There is one lady who was called the Mother Courage, which is literally the French word for you know, bravery, or, well, courage, literally. I don't translate that. You people are smart. And what she did is she dunked a giant pot of oil, because she was cooking, into onto some Savoy soldiers below. And so they beat a hasty retreat. And they're, I forgot if it was the Duke himself or someone else, but someone high up in Savoy told them it was a cacade, which is literally, you know, like such shittery, like they fucked up so bad. And so we celebrated. And the way we celebrated is by, you know, singing songs. Like, there is some old French songs that I never learned the whole shtick, but that are pretty badass. About the Lord of Battles, the Master of Battles, and how he protected us. Can I play this? Did people record this? I need to find that. The door was not wooden, and it wasn't exactly a door. It's like I don't know that. I don't even know the French word for that. I actually forgot. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, wrong thing. C'est que le no. That's it. 4 years ago. Is this it? Hymne officiel de la République du Canton de Genève. Frédéric Billart! Is there like a group singing it? Oh yeah. I need to find the lyrics. Hold on. I am filled with such patriotic fervor. Never mind, there's a woman in armor. It's ruined, it's raped. Oh, it showed something nice. Oh, whatever. We have a mural, a mosaic mural of when Julius Caesar came through here. Okay, basically the lyrics are like the one above the Lord of Battles, who who how do you translate that? Dude, French is complicated. Who laughs off the, what is canaille? I want to say like dickheads or like rascals. Yeah, rascal, imp, scallywag, scamps. Who you know, whatever, he dabs on scamps. Has definitely shown one Saturday evening that he was the patron of the Genevians. They came the 12th of December on an inky black night in the year 1602. Oh yeah, it was in the year 1602 that they saw they came a little too early. Like it wasn't their time yet. Small ones and big ones, keep in remembrance that a beautiful Sunday morning, that yeah, how do you translate that? Dude, it's complicated. Hold on. Yeah, on a beautiful Sunday morning, on a day where it was real cold, that very literal, that wasn't as colorful as the other things. Without the Lord, God, without God, we would have been captured. In his hand, he holds victory, and only in his name remains glory. May his holy name forever be blessed. Amen, amen. So be it. There you go. And basically we celebrate the holiday. I'm glad I got to show that. It's bringing memories of people desperately trying to make us learn this stupid song in elementary school. I actually don't think it's stupid. I think having little regional things like that is great and beautiful. And I think it's cool that there are people perpetuating it, like people who actually dress up. And one of the ways we celebrate it is we have the cortège, which is, I don't know how you say that word, dude. It's like a marching, not band, but a group of people who march down the streets of the old town, dressed like soldiers, you know, like 17th century soldiers with their nice helmets and their beautiful, you know, puffy outfits. We actually have a very nice museum in Geneva. If you ever come to Geneva for some fucking reason, which I don't think you should, it's not a very nice place to visit. It's like, if you're gonna go anywhere in Switzerland, don't come here. Or Lausanne. Lausanne's an even worse shithole, actually. Go to Freiburg, actually, and then keep going east. Go towards, like, the mountains and shit. We have, like, a really cool museum. The Museum of Art and History. And they have a collection of weapons from different ages, including, I think they have like the entire arsenal that Geneva had around that time. I think it's from a little later. So there's like a bunch of old pistols. There's actually a pistol axe. Like, you know those really thick things that you only normally see in like drawings and shit? We have one of those. And it's great. I love going there. It's been a while. I need to go back there. And it's awesome. Yeah, just be sure to check it out. There's a bunch of cool shit. There's some mummies. Sometimes there's some nice expos. When I went there as a kid once, I wanted to see the mummy, and it was off display. And one like guard, I guess yeah, they're museum guards. He heard my plea. He heard me talk about the mummies and shit, and he was like, you know what, just for you. And he like opened like a little door to a storage area that was right next to the thing, and I got to see some stuff that wasn't publicly exposed. Me and my mom. So that was really nice. What was I saying about Geneva? Oh yeah. So anyway, the way we celebrate it, it's like people marching down the street. There's a marathon that's being run, and most importantly, you dress up. And and there's also another tradition on top of dressing up, and more. But basically, all of this to say that way more people, like, this is a bigger thing to us than Halloween. It's kind of, you know, it's our local thing. And the last way we celebrate that's kind of cool is in whichever setting you are, like whichever group you're with, you break a pot that's made out of chocolate with little marzipan veggies in it. to celebrate, you know, no, it's Mother. It's not Le Mother Courage. It's Le Mère Royaume. It's Mother Kingdom. Sorry, my bad. I'm fucking senile. Mère Royaume. And you basically the oldest and the youngest in the room lock hands. And before smashing the pot of chocolate open, they recite, "And thus perished the enemies of the Republic," which is sick. I love it. Anyway. All of this to say that to go back to the whole Christian thing, one of the only times in my life I have ever participated to something like that was in high school, and when I was at my weird private school where they were very weird and like the people in charge of the school itself were kind of like strange and autistic, and we're pretty sure they were gypsies. Or like former gypsies because of the way some of the people dressed. It was like a family-run private school. It was like generally 4 or 5 members of like the same family, like a brother, sister, their mom, and like the grandma running it. And they were so autistic about like the way you had to like present yourself and you know whatever that that's a secret, huh? I couldn't go to school with my hair untied, which is really weird. Like they were one step away from requiring uniforms, but I don't even know if that's like allowed. Like if you can just do that. But yeah, if they could, I think they would have done it. And you know, and despite this environment, I thought, you know, surely looking the way I do, wouldn't it be funny if I showed up on the 12th of fucking December? It's like 5 degrees outside. If I showed up in a toga, dressed like Jesus Christ, carrying a Bible. And I did. And it was pretty funny. I think I mentioned earlier, but there was this Tumblrina chick who was like weirdly into me. Who was like a weird feminist. I opened the Bible and like the page that says, you know, women need to be quiet in public, and I told her it says here you have to shut the fuck up. How are these secrets, bro? And anyway, much merriment was had, a lot of very funny things happened, but then I was told, like through teachers, that the you know, the administration, like the family in charge, was like genuinely upset and scared that it would cause like a scandal. And it's like, holy shit, I didn't dress like the Prophet Muhammad. Like, come on. Such weird, joyless people. Anyway, the only time in my life I participated, I nearly caused a religious incident. It was pretty epic. I was a very convincing Jesus. It was pretty epic. I don't know, it was funny. It was a good time. I have never participated since. It has been like 10 years. We should do a nativity scene. And I remember like the weird fucking gypsy family people like giving me the stink eye as I was doing the most harmless fucking cosplay imaginable. It was so weird, dude. I don't know, they had to stick up their ass about everything. I don't like tying my hair. Fuck you, retards. Yeah, I'm a bit of a renegade. World War VIII, are we that far yet, dude? Ah! Oh, I think I framed that. Oh. Is there a way to get your health centered? Ah! No. Actually, not a fan of these old school HUDs. Is there no center? Retro? Oh, if I could get... I would like retro without the bar. Actually, how big is that? Oh yeah, that's too big. I wish you could do retro, but you could scale it down. I don't know. I like having things in the center. Outsource World War III to India. Yeah, things are heating up in Pakistan. Oh, watch out. Didn't India like fucking flood part of Pakistan as a prank? Someone clipped me. Oh no, what happened? 3 hours doing a fucking Air Gene Destiny 2 to be teased the new expansion. And for someone who hates Destiny, you sure played a lot. Scary mad. I mean, it's kind of like, I know India's like 10 times the size, but when you tell me India and Pakistan are fighting, it's just like, there's just two rats at the bottom of a dumpster fighting for like a rotten piece of hamburger. It's like, I can't, like, who cares, dude? Call me when some real warfare is going on. I want China to get involved somewhere. China's too smart to start an armed conflict, but I just want to see what they can do, you know? Because they've sort of been dormant as a military force for a long time. And, you know, you always hear the stereotype of, like, oh, you know, Chinese shit is, like, cheap knockoffs of everybody else's. But I don't know, man. Maybe they're rocking some cool hardware. Maybe they're actually, you know, putting in the time to get a solid military. I don't know. I'd like to see what they can do. I'm kind of running out of cell bullet. Should use the bunker blaster more. Ugh. I kind of like these guys who come back to life, and you gotta crush them. How do you get up there? I don't know. I'm stupid and dumb. Also, oh, like this? Did I miss? I'm not the best at Viscerafest. Die. You should get Rafa to play this. Hope Rafa's doing okay. Wonder if he's moved on to other things, actually. I don't keep up at all with, like, that scene, but rough time for Quake players, man. Not that, you know, they were much too happy about Quake Champions being what it is, but, you know, it's gotta suck. Dude, you know what one, like, multi-hour long puzzle I did for a video game once? In Battlefield 1, there was an insane fucking Easter egg you could do that would generally take hours as well, where you had to find, like, you had to load on an empty map, find certain, like, radios that would play Morse code, and you couldn't just look up the answer because the codes were, I don't remember how it worked, it was like dynamically generated, and you needed to translate the code, which would tell you where to go next, and then you would do this like 3 or 4 times, and finally it would tell you a code to like open a secret door behind a wall on a map, and you would unlock the Peacekeeper, which was statistically identical to the Gasser revolver, I think, but it was a really cool black 6-shooter that had a bunch of like wacky gunslinger animations where you just spin the gun around all the time, and yeah, dude, it was awesome. I like dragged a friend through it because I think it needed to be 2 people to do it. It was great. It was great. Peacekeeper was overpowered. Wasn't it exactly the same as the Gasser? Do I remember wrong? I loved it. I love that fucking thing, dude. The only gun banned in BF1 comp. I never want to see the words BF and comp in the same sentence. I remember, there was one guy I watched called Marble Duck, great, fantastic YouTuber, by the way. I don't think he's active much anymore. Who would talk about Battlefield comp, and it used to make me smile. It's like, okay, dude. You could not have picked like a more like casual dick around game to sweat on. It's like, all right. Anyway, I don't know. I guess the moral of the story is that dressing up as Jesus is kind of fun, and grifters suck. Yeah, I've been thinking like a fair bit about Quake recently. You know, more so than usual, because if you're like boomer brain like me, you're sort of always thinking about these games, and there's a very interesting parallel between RTS games and arena shooters, and I mean like real arena shooters, not Viscerafest calls itself that, but I think it's a little bit misleading, even though it does have very good arena combat. Are there bad men in here? Are you bad men? Oh shit! Whoa! That's a lot of men. This gun doesn't work like I remember it working. Isn't it supposed to extract health? Oh shit, I thought that was my thing coming back to heal me. Die 69 times on a single save slot. That's embarrassing. SMG08 and Peacekeeper together. I didn't partake too much in that. I liked... wait, the 08? Really? Which one was that? I'm gonna look that up. I don't remember this gun. I vaguely... Was it... It was like really weird looking, right? Like a bit square. BF1, SMG08. 0818. Oh yeah, it's the Reese Krungly one. Ah, it's this thing. I love the look, but I never played much with it. I need to play more TCs, dude. I've been thinking about Pirate Doom and Ashes and stuff like that. I liked my favorite guns. Dude, actually, hold on. I can probably see BF1 stats. I'm not gonna use my broken brain to tell you things the way I remember them. I'm gonna actually show the real thing. Let me read my Discord a bit. Without seeming like a chronic fortuner, but this video goes more in depth without the Bible mentions about Israel, I remember. Don't worry about passing for a chronic fortuner, dude. When the site was down, I kept launching my phone app for it and like refreshing and being like, oh wait, enter origin ID. I don't remember. I'm either telepots or urine daddy. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I was actually pretty close. That's exactly how I remember it. Look at this, dude. Here's my stats. Can I zoom in? Yay! I'm rank 99. I'm almost rank 100, dude. I should play that game again sometimes. Got some pretty beefy stats. I'm a bit of a god. Didn't play much with vehicles. A little bit in the light tank, but it gets bored. I get bored. Wow, recon's not even showing up. Yeah, I'm a bit of an assault pig. Assault and medic. I liked medic guns a lot. I like the auto loading. Okay, yeah. Let's see all weapons. Yeah. So support weapons were pretty sick. Okay, so Much Fighter. Yeah, it's the original pick as opposed to like a redrawn version. Yeah, I loved the Parabellum. I don't know why I just fell in love with it. Like having the big round canister, and you would need to like roll it, you know, like roll the little lever around, like twist, like you had to crank it to reload it, and I like that. Model 1900, incredibly satisfying fucking gun, just like blasting people with that. Bit of a 50% accuracy, kind of a god. The Shuriken was great. I assume this is weird pellet shit because I somehow doubt I had hit more than every single shot. The Fedorov, I don't remember playing that much Fedorov, but it was fun. Yeah, this is kind of when they gave up on their SLR idea, where medic would be this sort of mid-ranged focused class with like single fire weapons. You're like, let's give him an AK. The Madsen was fun. Oh, I like the Automatico. The Automatico was the one everyone said was overpowered, but actually wasn't really overpowered. Oh, the Annihilator! Yeah, that's the Thompson with like a 20-round mag. Oh, that was fun. Oh, this game was sick, dude. And then there, yeah, Extended. That's weird. I didn't play that much Extended. Where's the... Yeah, there's the Factory. I played that a bunch. Yeah, the auto-loading, normal auto-loading, the .35, that was that game's, like, crazy skill cannon. Mutilated and one grenade with a 20-round detach mag. And we don't have that in BF1, actually. That one where you drop stripper clips. That's one of the LMGs. Yes. It's I had a skin for it where it looked all golden and shit. I know the one. I remember that. It had insane reload animations. Oh, fuck. It has to be here. LMGs. Oh, dude, the Bene Merci also looked really cool. The Bene Merci has like this insane look to it, where you just put a stripper. I need to show this weapon because it looked so cool. BF1. I don't want gameplay. Animation. There you go. Fin.mov. I love the way this gun looks. With the clip, like, going through the gun like that. Such a cool thing visually. We need more games with, like, wacky stuff like that. You actually can't see it in third person, huh? That's surprising. You know, it's kind of surprising that the third person animations aren't more detailed, considering the insane amount of detail they put into this game. I still remember when you shot a round, the shell casing would make a different sound depending on the surface it fell on. So you could hear it like fall into like a puddle of water. Was it this one? I think that's the one. The 0818. Top 10 coolest reload animations. It better be in there. All revolvers. No, that's not the one. Perino! That's it!
Again, we have another LMG. This
Silence. Yeah. I had like an insanely ornate skin for this one. This is the one. Yeah, look at that! It has a box with like stripper clips in it, and the clip at the bottom gets fed into the gun. And you can see the box emptying, and it has like a bunch of different reloads. You have one reload where you just put more clips in, and then there you can reload another time where he like rips out the current clip and just drops another one on top. It's so good. I love this fucking gun. Ah. That stops you losing the... Oh yeah, that's the one where he ejects it and grabs it. Yeah. Like when you have a round in the chamber, you know, reload like a lever action, and it shoots out the bullet in the chamber, and your character grabs it. The finals has that with a model. Actually, is a. I think the model. I'd like for them to remove that or like speed it up, because it's like a kind of poopy way to nerf the model. Model got buffed. You don't want it to be too oppressive because it is kind of. You know, low. I don't know. It's I'd rather they nerf the dominant guns than buff everything. We need some stuff needs some toning down. It is kind of more effort than a fucking AK, I guess. Because I remember when everyone was running model and having like a triple M stack fucking blast you with all their models at once. Yikes. I actually feel bad for players who played through this level without the music, like I did for a bit. Because holy shit, is this better. Okay, hold on. Where are the weapon tutorials? Carcosa's Wrath. A ricocheting projectile that rends flesh from foes that Caroline can eat. Oh yeah, it spawns little hearts. I remember healing you, but I didn't remember how I did it. Okay. I'm gonna get you. I can't aim at all. I always get very anxious in 2.5T games like that when I need to aim at an enemy that's either above or below me. Because of the way like it messes with sprites, and I don't really know what the actual like hitbox of the thing is. Oh wow. Ooh. Glue person, your eyes are made for. Hunt is brain rot. I don't know. I like. I want to play more Hunt, but it's like I don't have time to play 1,000 games, dude. And Hunt is very time consuming. Very grindy, very long games. I don't know, dude. Maybe I can just appreciate it from a distance. I've already made Healy by it. Maybe that's what we needed. Pepper, actually. I'll ping Healy and I'll be like, hey, you want to play some Hunt with this new kitten I got? Oh my god. I can't aim. Oh. The finals with Vass. I already played the finals with Vass. Don't even need to wait for season 7. You're gonna kill Healy? I'm telling him, dude. He's not gonna be happy about this information. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this this level so far. This environment's very uninteresting. Like in terms of arena design, it's just a lot of you know, hiding behind one of the thousands of columns. The compositions aren't super cool. I guess the guy who respawns is kind of a neat mechanic, like forcing you to like actually commit more to put them down, because if you just like punch them once, they're not really dead, so you need to like change your movements and like watch for actual enemy attacks on like your second pass, or I guess you could just shoot them with a pong blaster and I guess that explodes them. But otherwise it's just a bit, I don't know. I really don't like the cultists, the Unibis guy with the shotgun, they're not great. Gaily. Being nuked from the server by Ely. I mean, I think our standards are pretty low, to be honest. To get nuked from Kinby, you'd have to be like an actual dangerous retard or a pedophile. Genuinely, dude, don't worry. You're, There's a nice French... I just realized the pews are just a triangle. That doesn't seem very comfortable. Can you trimp off of it? No. You just go through. We, oh, man. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Yeah, there's a French expression that I kind of like, to express... How do I put this? Like, okay, let's say you're worried about being too... Let's say you're worried about being too bad at a video game to play with friends, but you're actually pretty good. Like, you're nowhere near bad enough. We tell people, you've still got some margin left. It's more eloquent in French, but I kind of like it. I don't know. Like, as in, like, you've got some, you know, there's a nice amount of distance between you and the thing you're worried about. The devs wouldn't have hidden like a weird breakable wall somewhere. In here. You're bad at KF2. The world has seen it. Like, oh, speaking of KF2! Oh shit, I need to finish a thought before going to the next one. Did I finish my thoughts? What was I talking about? Pretty annoying? No. Dude, no, you're not. Don't worry. Come in VC whenever, man. It's, you're good. Okay. Speaking of KF2, I think I'm done with whatever I was talking about, and if I'm not fucking... It's your job to steer me towards what I should be talking about. You're the chat. You're the engagement. Will they die from a direct pong hit? Yes. Okay, good. I can just pong the fuckers. You know what? I think the music is too loud compared to the game audio, actually. I can barely hear the pong blasting. Yeah, dude, I can't even hear jibbies. Disgusting. There you go. She hasn't spoken in a bit. Did they break one-liners? Okay. I recently, and by recently I mean, I went on a bit of an adventure. Yesterday I had a bit of an insomnia bout. I did the thing I do, where I just fall asleep like a garbage human. Is this a barrel? No. Way too early, so like 11 p.m. and that means like I have a lot of trouble falling asleep. I take melatonin, and even then I get this thing a lot where even if I'm very tired, I like go to bed, and the feeling goes away. And it feels like you miss the train, is like the best way to put it. Like you just fail to fall asleep then. ADHD meds have helped a bit with that. And I couldn't sleep, and I decided, you know what? I have enough PC parts lying around. I have my old computer case, because I bought a new computer case. I don't think I've shown it, actually. On stream, maybe? I don't remember. I have no memory of anything, ever. And I thought I can just make myself like a desktop with my old parts. So I plopped in my really old 3080 that I was pretty sure was fried, but was actually okay. I don't know why it stopped working randomly on the setup it was in last. My old R950 5950X, my old Noctua air cooler, and my Windows 10 SSD. And I put everything together, and of course I ran into some weird problems where the RAM I had in that system would cause like a yellow light of death, which is the DRAM problem indicator, and the computer wouldn't fucking boot. So I started with 4 sticks, which is what I used to have. But then I just realized the keys kind of look like fucking chicken drumsticks. Ow. Oh shit, wrong thing. A little too early on that. Oh, he died. Shit. The weird anxiety I was talking about when it comes to like looking up and down and knowing exactly where the enemy hitbox is, I get that with a point cannon a lot, since you need to hit in front of enemies. Okay, this guy reacts to a single instance of damage then. Okay, that answers that. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So, of course, fucking cursed forever with technology. My PC doesn't boot. Horrible RAM problems. 4 sticks in, doesn't boot. Then I try 1 stick, doesn't boot. I move the stick in another location, doesn't boot. 2 sticks. Well, actually, that's not true. It eventually booted once and then never again. Like on the same config. Still no clue why. So eventually I just go and I scrounge up my really, really old RAM. I don't even know why I have 2 sets of DDR4. Like, I don't even remember when I made the switch to the newer DDR4. But, whatever. And those are like 2 sticks. I think, there might be only 16 gigs of RAM in that old fucking... in my new old desktop. And eventually it started booting consistently. I have no fucking clue why. But what this means is, my Windows 10 install with everything on it works. And it works in I can say words, dude. Independently of my current PC that I'm on right now, which means that at any time I can go turn it on and turn on the Killing Floor 2 server, and I don't have to stop what I'm doing. I don't have to reinstall it, because holy fuck, that took dozens of hours to get working. So yeah, probably more KF2. Probably if you ever want to play it, just like ping me to ping the role for it. If you want to get on Grub House. I need to check out if I didn't use different sticks, no. It just means that there's something wrong with the RAM, but it's not specifically it's different sticks. No, I'm not fucking retarded. Well, not that stupid. It also randomly did it on like the same config. It was really fucking weird. Running the search at pictures of runs everywhere? Oh, that's that's above my pay grade, dude. But the server should work. Exactly as before. Because I was thinking about needing to reinstall it, and it's like... I have the server, then I have, like, the config file with all the maps, which that's not too complicated, but the problem is the add-ons, like the mutators that we have, and there's a lot of those. Like, fuck me. I have the unofficial patch, I have the whitelister, I have, like the custom shop extension and all that. And anytime you want to install one of those, you need to first you have to do, there's basically two steps to installing a mutator on a KF2 server. The first one is telling the server, like, how do I say this, putting the workshop number extension thingy somewhere. And the second thing is like turning it on by telling your server to use it through like the batch file. And you need to do those in like a specific way. Like you need to do one and not the other, and then you add the other, and you need to do that individually for each and every fucking thing. This is gonna end the level. That's a big low, actually. 270 enemies.
Great. Time to fondle all the dusty tomes till I find a switch.
So yeah, it's back up basically whenever you guys want. And if you're wondering what I've done with it, I just plopped it in the living room, and so now I have like a, you know, pretty good gaming PC in the living room that I'm very gonna use to play games. But my little laptop struggles to play 4K movies sometimes, and it doesn't like when I have Qubit Torrent open and I'm also watching movies. Actually, Qubit Torrent can fuck my performance even like on my proper desktop. You used to like do weird shit. If there was a bunch of torrents active at once, it would just be bad. If I learn, how can we? I don't just make a custom map. Just make KF GROB. It's gonna be the KF cucumber, but for us, there's gotta be a book you can press. You know, a nice play on the whole like secret bookcase switch would have been Catherine gets frustrated and she just mentions that you can break the bookshelves with punches, and you just start punching the fucking bookshelves. Wow, a single shredder bullet. Agurek, agurek, agurek. Same. Violent flashbacks of KF Cucumber and Pie getting exploded down the hole. Oh, bro fell off. Oh. There ain't another. It would be weird if there wasn't like a secret in here. There's gotta be something, right? Hasn't been a secret in a while. My razor sharp senses are tingling. Maybe they want you to think it's another book, but it's like a button to press on the side of things. Getting like a weird amount of like ghosting. I don't know how to describe it. I fucked with my OLED settings and I think I shouldn't have. Begrudging re-downloading. I'm gonna buy it. You guys made it sound you know, like a lot better than I would have ever expected it to be. If I end up liking the game, I'm actually... The game was free. It was free to keep for a while. And I pinged friends and I was like, do you want to play this free game with me? And they're like, oh, no. Okay, dude, if the game is good, I'm gonna find them and beat them. Beat them to a pulp. Smash them, crush them. Roll them up in a ball and... chuck them down a cliff. And cackle as I do. People don't know this, but I have a history of violence. Friends always be like that. That is true. But they're your friends. I think the best thing is like when you want to play like a game with friends and you're not exactly on the same level of gamertude, and they drop the game after 10 hours and you want to keep playing for 1,000, so you play 1,000 without them, then you make new friends and the cycle repeats. I am the man who made Healy buy Huncho and I've played 2 games with him, so I don't know, maybe I'm also a terrible person. God, I really like the music for this game. It's so much better with it. I'm really glad they put it in. Hopefully, I almost don't want to keep playing. If I reach a level with no music, I think I'll stop this airfest. I want to wait for the music to come through. Can the dev patch the music in before I finish the game? 1% less autistic? Yeah. Roro? Wait, am I supposed to read this? Is this like a... Interact? Am I crazy for thinking this could be a code? With the arrows? This is how you find mega secrets. You say this, but I have found some shit in games on my own that I know normal people wouldn't. 5 out of 9, am I satisfied with my secret hunter performance? Not really, but if it's to find breakable walls, like I don't like breakable walls. I don't like stuff that's just like a very slight graphical difference. Ion Fury is especially bad with that, with like the secret walls. That it's just a wall, but like a slightly different texture on it that you can barely see through the lighting if it's like not right in front of you. And it also breaks its own rules, where sometimes, well, I guess it's just like it's a build engine thing. I guess it's part of the tradition, where some secret walls is like a texture. Like say you have a poster or something. Sometimes you have to like interact with it to reveal the way, and sometimes you just, you know, jump through it. So sometimes I'll go in front of a poster, I'll like mash E, I see that it's not open, and I'll leave. And then like an hour later, as I'm searching for secrets, I give up, I can't find the last secret, and I open a guide, and it's like, oh, you remember this poster you've correctly identified as being where the secret is? Yeah, actually you have to jump through it. Okay, thanks! Oh, the worst? Oh my fucking god, dude. When I stream Ion Fury, I'll remind you of this, but there's a secret in that game where you have to find some really out of the way, like basically the spot with the secret is a secret itself, but you need to like shoot an explosive through a hole, and I did it. I don't know why, my instinct told me chuck a grenade in the hole, and it didn't do anything, and I thought, oh, okay. It turns out that you have you were supposed to throw a grenade in the hole, it just didn't work for some reason. So I spent like fucking 30 minutes running on the maps like a complete fucking goober. When the solution I had found was the correct one, it just didn't work properly. I just didn't do it right. 5070 released, now selling for 700 euros, minus 4070. All the Fortnite discontinued quick, bonus are 50 euro on top of it's 710 euro. That's, yeah, retailers are doing things right now. I don't know. Blame the tariffs. When in doubt, Orange Man did it. Euro prices are like so fucked. Like I actually got my 5090 cheaper than it is in other EU countries. Like the price hike compared to the 4090 at launch was basically just like a, you know, a couple $100 for me, which is kind of cool. Poo 2, I can't help you, dude. I don't fucking know. Don't play these games. I want to keep looking for secrets. I keep thinking I'm retarded because this game's secrets are too well hidden, but some other... It's either they're in your face or it's like some super elaborate 50-year-long multi-stage adventure on its own. A level within a level. Div Tech. The fuck is Div Tech? Rare monthly chests. Oh. You lied to me, I asked, is there PvP? Does the game make you play PvP? You said no. You lied. Stalker child, you're going to prison. Enjoy prison. Oh, this is Div 1? Okay, never mind. Who cares? I'm not playing Div 1. I'm playing the current installment. Who I didn't even know was still in development. Is that game popular? Do people actually play Division 2? It feels like it kind of came and went. Can you pull on that chain? That would have been a secret. I would have done something like that. You pull on the chain and it like flushes a big toilet somewhere on the map. One of the altars different. One thing I don't like with this art style, the sort of I don't know, how would you call this? Is this 8-bit? Is this 16-bit? Just about. the 16-bit style, is that the environments are like much lower detail, and they look really uniform, and I find it makes really hard to like read where secrets could be. Whereas like it's a little, I'm hurt by the abstraction of things, whereas in you know, I talk about it a lot bit. Ion Fury, the build engines environments are very, very detailed. They feel like very real locations, and you can sort of be like, oh, I'm gonna look under the desk, and there's gonna be a button. And here it's like it's just these triangle seats. You can't really look under places. There's no crouch button. Dude, Borderlands 4 is gonna be abysmal. I don't trust Gearbox to do anything. They don't even want to fix core problems with their games, let alone innovate. Just some of the most creatively bankrupt and incompetent developers imaginable, who refuse to do the one thing that would actually save these looter shooter games, which is a repeatable fun activities that you don't do for loot, but you do once you have loot. Because no one's ever found a solution to the problem of what do you do when the treadmill is over? Like, what do you do once you have your build? Oh, well, I guess that's it. You beat the game. There's nothing to use your build on. Insane. Thank you. But that would actually require designing a game with enemies that do stuff, and levels, and encounters, and actually having gameplay is really fucking hard. Sorry. I guess you have a calculator and no numbers to put in it. Whoops! More than one ability, insane concept. Remember Outriders? Outriders had 3 abilities, and it had guns. That was a novel concept. The biggest innovation in looter shooter history, and the game dies. Although, to be fair, it was hard to sell people on a new IP with writing that bad, and no long-term plan for anything. Like, I remember, dude, people complain that games are live service. The problem isn't live service, the problem is when the model is badly handled. And Outriders is like the... Outriders, sorry. And Outriders is the biggest example of why you need like a live service approach for games like that. Virile vanity. Is something gonna be shaped like a huge dong? There better be a huge dong. You had a game where like people complained, oh, you know, there's nothing to do, like I have everything, and the devs were like, oh yeah, it's not live service. You buy it once and that's it, and there's gonna be no seasons and no stuff like that. And it turned out that that's not the smart move. They released like one expansion like way late for an insane price point of like $40, and they just died. Why do they keep spontaneously exploding? It died when they changed how the endgame works. They didn't die long before that. Like, just no one fucking cared about that game anyway. It's a shame because it was, you know, like a little bit fun. I remember playing the demo, and the one thing that really put me off playing the game was how bad it ran. Like, I remembered basically every player you added to co-op would like remove 20% of your frame rate. It wasn't great. Time-based, it can just baby goo goo gaga. Wait, did you have to like go fast through stuff? Because I think that's also like a super problematic design element. Oh. Generally, I don't like sort of arbitrary... How do I say this? I don't like it when games have their own arbitrary measurements of player performance. I think the one who should be the judge of player performance is the player himself. And I don't like being made to play a certain way to achieve the goal. And I like it better when games just have a, like, you can look at them like an open
After 3 weeks of
puzzle.
most
Oh, a log. Okay, I thought, what the fuck? She found a lock? Where'd she pick it up?
but this one will get
Finally set a reveal so you can play it all over again from the start, but now with your build, yeah. You get to play the same dogshit content that people tell you, oh yeah, dude, you have to, the game really starts when you finish the story, and there's nothing to do outside the story. It's like, okay, thanks. Insane fucking concept. Oh. Text here? What's that text? Was that the subtitles poofing off? Oh yeah. Nasty logs. Corn-studded behemoths even. Eeg or oog? I like eeg. I like the higher pitch. Big squeal energy. Ah! There's gotta be a secret in here. But where? Is a different texture on one of the walls? No. Am I blind? Am I too blind to see? My panicking wife, Catherine. Ooh! Does this murder you? Yeah. Is this a secret? No. I had to be sure. How bad does the compression fuck with like the brick texture? You're gonna come back to life. Ah! I like punching up. Oh my god. Ouch! I don't know what that reminds me, dude. I actually went outside. Oh yeah, I didn't even finish the fucking PC building story. So yeah, instead of sleeping, I was just building this my old PC back up. Took me hours. And I figured rather than go to sleep at like 7 a.m. and sort of keep the cycle of like having misaligned sleeping hours, I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna pop my ADHD meds and see what happens. And surprisingly, actually kept me up like all day. And normally when I have a sleepless night, or you know, quote unquote sleepless, I slept like fucking 2 or 3 hours, I crash out really hard. Probably around 12. That's usually the point of no return for me, and I'm like, I need to sleep now. I'm crumbling, physically can't do it. And it's not even because I'm old. I was always like that. I was never really able to pull that shit off. But I was fine. And I actually stayed up until like fucking 1 or 2 a.m. feeling all right, feeling pretty good even. Oh my lord. Ow. Ow! Blammo. You fool! You thought you could defeat the fist? You should need to fuck up and fuck up sleep schedule for work. Dude, if you're working a job where you have to alternate like day shift, night shift, day shift, that's horrible. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't do that, dude. I'm not programmed for that sort of thing. Even functioning at a normal schedule, like wake up in the morning, go to bed at night, is fucking really hard for me. I'm like completely inverted. My natural schedule, if I have nothing to do, every summer vacation I've ever had in my life, like when school ends, I immediately just start, you know, I line myself in. It's like go to bed at 5 a.m. and then you wake up Like, I don't know, 1 or 2 p.m. Could have been even later, actually. I'm just like that. And I used to beat myself up over it. Be like, oh, I'm such a lazy piece of shit. I can't even sleep like a normal person. But I think I'm just, you know, just a bit of a night owl. Fuck my messed up Capuchungus out of sync circadian chud life. Huh? What? This dude is kind of like a less interesting robot. I don't like a lot of these newer enemies. I gotta say, a bit disappointed. I think when you have such a good and complete enemy roster, it's not a great idea to restart sort of like at 0 when you start a new chapter. And same thing with like I guess the naked start kind of makes sense, because that way you can tailor the combat arenas to having a certain amount of resources better. Like, you don't have all your weapons, you don't have all your ammo. But I don't know. And it's like, how many different enemy types are you seeing like at the same time? It's like, here's the new the new normal yellow shield guy whose name I don't know, with the new robot who floats up, but he's like less cool than the new robot because he doesn't have the anti-melee measures. So you can still just kind of punch around everybody. Meh. 3 day and night, then you have 72 hours free time starting at the end of your shift. You're spending majority to unfuck your... Yeah. And you like cops who had to do like night shift, and they usually slept on the job a bunch. So yeah. Survived my sleepless night, and during the day I had to go to a psychiatrist appointment to get more meth. Okay, Caroline. And there was this, because May 1st is like a, it's, here it's called the day of work, literally. It's like a workers' holiday. So it's a big communist event. So people gather in like a huge blobs, and they kind of block traffic in the city, and it's a pain in the ass for everyone involved. And there was a couple scenes at the park I crossed to get there. And one dude had built like an effigy of like the Monopoly man, but Tesla themed, getting its head cut off. Wait, that's not a secret? Oh, I see where the secret actually is. And these guys are just like a reskin of... Ow! What the fuck? Nice shot. Okay, Jesus. Okay, you are pretty cool if you can bank shots like that, I guess. I take it back. But they have the resurrect gimmick. And these commies, I didn't even realize until the song I was currently listening to ended. Which is a testament to how good my fucking headphones were. That they were blasting reggae. It made me think like, wow, dude, I love these headphones. And then I realized they were breaking down and they had a big crack in them. And now I'm sad. Oh shit! It's these guys. I'm gonna save. Fucking. Now's the time to bust out the tentacle gun. Methinks. Owie! Made your gloves deal more raping damage? That's, is that like a damage type in the division? There should be games where you can deal mental damage to enemies and you can drive them to off themselves or become very sad. There are actually a bunch of games where you have like a spell or a power that makes someone turn their gun against themselves. I remember that weird Syndicate shooter from 2012 had that. Fear Factor. Yeah, Halo does it. when you kill a brute in Halo, all the grunts that were following him start panicking and fucking suicide bomb you, and it like completely alters their behavior. Which I like. Like that sort of group desperation shit. How? Blammo. So far, I'm not a fan of this chapter. I haven't really had like a really solid, tight arena fight that let the combat really shine. So far, it's my least favorite chapter. I like the gimmick of going around the pillars and playing the cube minigame. And then it spawns like 10 dudes. It's like, oh no. And you kill them. Eh. Oh, are we gonna see some shit? Oh, that's a new guy. Who gets murdered in one punch. Uh-oh, shotguns. This is kind of like when we first meet the cultists. And you go outside in like the swampy area. This feels like a retread too. I feel like I've played this before. Uh-oh. But now I have this thing. Yummers. Ow. Oh shit. I like that the gun that heals you just... Oh shit! I got pranked. I like that the gun that heals you doesn't just like... Life leech has a stat. It actually creates little guts that come out and fly to you. Okay, we could have started with that, huh? Oh shit. Give me your heart! Robo back. Is my voice glitching out? Did it fix itself? And is it fixed right now? I was an AI. That's a stupid AI, bro. Like that's... If I'm an AI, I'm living proof that this tech has no future. Fixed. Okay, well that's not bad. I'm not gonna scream about that. That's the normal audio problem that I expect. If the game starts crackling again, you have to tell me, because that was the Windows 10 problem. That was the thing that made me install Win 11. Also, Windows 11 does not like me alt-tabbing. Like, whenever I tab out, my computer fucking freezes. It's crazy. My mouse can't move at all. I don't know what secret door I opened by shooting that, that pink thing over yonder. I didn't hear it. Should I go towards it, maybe? No. Anything open here? No. Anything up here? It's fine. Alright. So basically when my mic breaks, I don't know what causes it. I used to think it was because of a sample rate mismatch. Don't even ask me what a sample rate is. I think it's basically the quality. Like a gauge of like the quality of the signal you're sending. And I thought it was because maybe there was a... like different applications were looking for or using like a different quality, but It's not that. I've checked. And to fix it, I just open voice meter, which is the thing I use to project my microphone audio, because otherwise I'm so quiet people can't hear me anywhere. Plus, it lets me do this, which is pretty cool. And all I do is I just go click on a menu, restart audio engine, takes 2 seconds, and it fixes it. So this isn't a problem. But if the game audio, like if the stuff that isn't my mic crackles again for you guys, then I'm gonna lose it, because that's the that was something that, as I understood it, as someone on the OBS forums explained, is caused by an actual Windows audio thing, plugin, thingamajig. And that's supposedly fixed in Windows 11. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of boys. I actually kind of like these fights where you have to like bob and weave around pillars like that against the shotgun enemies who keep fucking molotoving themselves. Oh wow. Because they will fuck you if you're out in the open. That's kind of neat. Plus you can pong them. Ow. But again, I've played this. Like a chapter ago. This really feels like a retread of when you first meet them. I don't know. Not a fan of chapter 3 so far. So far this game has had like 2 or 3 big highlight like arena fights. And it feels like it's afraid to have more of these like balls to the wall. We're just gonna lock you in with like 20 enemies of like 6 different types, and you need to figure your way through the fight. Like I forgot which start, like which, I think it's the start of one of the levels in chapter 1 is just like this insane arena, and I really wish there was more stuff like that. Like that effectively, I read it as a filter. It's basically like if you're playing on this difficulty, do you understand the game enough to go through? And I went through it, eating shit, and I thought, I can do better. And I did, and it was really fun. That was definitely the best part of the game so far. And we haven't had that in a while. And I don't know. When the game sort of has standard old school shooter level design, it feels like it doesn't work. Like, it's fine, but it's much less interesting than when it designs these intricate encounters for you to work through. And it's lacking that combat puzzle element where if you try to rely on your instincts, there's a high chance you'll just eat shit, even if you survive. And there's that drive to you know, redo it, but do it better. Also, these crab tower dudes are not interesting. He didn't get punked with his friends? What the fuck? Yeah, you're terrible if you fail, it's true. Easier to do things in PowerShell for Windows 11 than using the GUI. Are we finally having a return to tradition? Is the ghost of Tara Davis inhabiting Windows 11? Is that why? Better get accustomed to the command line then, I guess. Where would you put secrets? Not a fan of how they did outdoorsy stuff. Edge of map. Not pretty. True, you are terrible if you fail. And I think you should commit seppuku if you die in a video game. Just so there's that heightened sense of risk, you know? Put some stakes on there. Are these guys static? I was expecting them to rush me down like an hour ago. Wonder if you can juke them if you're fast enough. Thought that was a really quick projectile and not hit scan. Really? Nothing? Where the fuck are the secrets, man? I feel like I've shot so many little pink switches and it hasn't opened anything. Have I tried not being an idiot? No, not yet, but maybe that'll do it. I just need the game to tell me I found a secret, so I feel better about myself. I've been here before. No more Dark Tide? No, the game's kind of raped, honestly. I don't think there's a point in continuing playing, thinking about what could be. Because what is sucks, and what will be also sucks. So no, I'm just sort of accepting the hit in viewership while waiting for the next game people are interested in, which ironically is probably Killing Floor 3. When's that coming out? Is that like November? That was Dopefish, dude. Do you know that I actually have no idea where Dopefish came from? I just know it's in fucking everything. I know it's an old thing. At some point, I fucking promise I'll get into Vermintide 2, but I'm suffering from like severe tide fatigue, and this is kind of neat. I get to like play games I normally wouldn't, and they would just stay in my backlog forever. I feel like I've missed out on like so much really cool shit. Borderlands 4. When is that coming out? Oh shit! By the way, I just realized I'm fucking molested, bro. I bought my 5090, and it's not arriving before a while. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to eat a save beacon because I need to explore somewhere that looks a little bit like you would be death prone for going there. Hee hee hee. I really don't like the fucking save beacons, man. I just now saw that if you buy it, you're supposed to get a free copy of Doom, The Dark Ages, and I thought, what the fuck? The offer wasn't there when I bought mine. I'm gonna call them and be like, hey, can I get a copy? Please. It's a super nice, online platform. I don't know if you can, I don't want to humanize them too much. They are a corporation, but they are pretty good. They are called LDLC. If you have them where you live, I highly recommend them. They are very good. They have excellent customer support. And they don't use call centers. You are actually going to talk to someone who speaks your language and who has a clue as to what's happening. Oh, the Steam page, that's probably for the better. I don't have any fucking hope. I'm still a vulture smelling blood. Or a shark, rather. Am I trying desperately to do something that the game doesn't want me to do again? Yeah, there's nothing there. You have Soul Sea down the road. That's crazy. Did you pick up a bit of a, like, actual, you know, native African languages from living in South Africa for so long? As a 60-year-old man, Agatha? District 9 computer tech. He's got the shrimp link. I know I watched District 9 as a kid. And I don't remember what it's about. I know supposedly there's like these horrible aliens that come to Earth and they're like diseased. And instead of like murdering them, we put them in South Africa. A fate worse than death. And I think it was supposed to say something about apartheid, but like maybe comparing black people to disgusting hellspawn from space isn't the best move. I don't know. It's kind of like Neofeud being like, hey blacks, this is you, and you show them the Uyghur robot. I would have been offended. Honestly, a little bit. Alien Mothership broke down, so they're stuck. Why don't they fucking kill them? Want to play SM2? Actually, I actually thought about it, because I thought they did a bunch of patches, but then I remember what the gameplay's like, and it's like, ugh. I know there's a new difficulty, but with the way the game's laid out, you can't really be meaningfully difficult. I don't know. Sem 2 is just kind of a... yeah. It's not very fun. It really is just carried entirely by its theme and aesthetics. It's just like there is no other like big, spectacular like Space Marine game. It exists in a league of its own. Technically there's fucking Deathwing, but Deathwing's Deathwing. Oh, it's my children. Is this symbolism for reproductive system, or 1,000 dead children in like a dark, bloodied canal? Yeah, I think we're going deep into Catherine's depravity cavity. We are. This is Pepper Knoll.
Never again.
Oh, Catherine. So many children flushed down the toilet. Trying to get info out of them. Wouldn't you just like torture them instead of like putting them in South Africa? Like surely humans have the technology to like keep a fucking grasshopper person alive and just torture them to get what they want, right? Does this game ever... It's not that long. I'm just taking forever because I tried to look for secrets. I'm bad at it, but... It's also the last chapter, I think. This game has 3 chapters. I don't like this so far. I'm gonna be honest. So far, chapter 3, not a fan. I'm kind of always in anticipation of the next really big arena fight that's gonna make me go, holy shit, now I'm playing Viscerafest. But then it just does a lot of like standard shooter design. And that's sort of when Viscerafest is at its least... Actually, you know, when Viscerafest is at its least interesting is when you're doing fucking puzzles and like story sections. And you have to go very slow and push blocks. That's the worst. But when it's being like a standard boomer shooter, it's really not good. It's not super fun. It's had this combat like tailor-made for... How do I say this? Very curated arena fights. I think even in the Steam description they call the game like an arena shooter. And we haven't been in an arena in a while. Is there a thing behind here? Oh yeah. Oh my god. I found the splatter superhighway. I love the Blood Fury power-up. Why am I not playing Bolt Gun? That's a good idea. It even got an expansion a while back. I never finished Bolt Gun, actually. I remember Bolt Gun was a pleasant surprise, just kind of coming out of nowhere. And I still remember like looking at the screenshots on the Steam page and thinking, wow, this looks really bad. Like visually looks really bad. And the screenshots actually did a terrible job at showing off the game. And don't bother looking them up now because they actually changed them. So maybe a dev was listening to my stream and he was like, oh man, this tetrapod guy is kind of right. Yeah, this looks a bit rough. And they changed them, and they look way better than you. And so, you know, you're welcome, Bolt Gun team. That game was alright. It starts off really bad. Like, I was honestly considering, like, a refund on the first level. It's a really shit level. But when you push past it, it has some... Yeah, you know, it's pretty good. It has some nice stuff in it. I think the Zinch level, where, like, you're in some... how do I say this? dimensionally fucked cathedral that's sort of like splitting apart through warp portals and shit. That was kind of a highlight. I thought the movement was terrible. And I really don't like the justification of like, oh, you're a space marine. It's like, well, yeah, but it's also a fucking retro shooter with 9 weapons, okay? So don't even add me with that. It also had a very unique take on BFGs, where instead of just having one weapon that is like, this is your world ending, I press this button and the screen goes away, type shit, you had a power-up that would permanently, well, not permanently, that would boost one weapon, just upgrade it for this level. And I thought that was a really interesting thing to do, because the BFGs in games are usually just effectively the first-person shooter equivalent of the nuke in a shoot 'em up, which is just like, this is your panic, I need to clear this room now. And I don't want to fight anyone. They need to just go. So it was kind of cool to see something a little different. Oh no. New gremlin type. He farts. Stop farting. Explode. I think the game was trying to tell me something with those canisters. Witch doctors are just a diagnosis for schizophrenia in those cultures. Dude, I love that kind of shit. I love reading about stuff like General Butt Naked, who would like cover himself in infant blood and like eat people's hearts because he thought it would make him bulletproof. Or there's some African mercenaries, I don't know from which country exactly, who have these charms that they believe will like protect them from AK bullets. There was also, I think, one report, I have no idea if that one is true. It might be like complete gay porn, just like absolute fabrication, but someone who recounted how after a firefight, I think it might have been in South Africa, he noticed that all the guns that he found the enemy was using had the zero completely fucked. Like all the sights were, you know, completely maladjusted, and the reason is he interrogated one dude and they were like, oh yeah, it's because they think pushing the slider makes the gun shoot harder. I love that. That's so fucking funny. That would make such... You could never make a game like that because you'd be accused of being racist, but it would make such a Kino shooting game, dude. Like African warlords going at each other as like the backdrop to an action game, and you get different like different tribes doing different weird rituals to, you know, like gain buffs or whatever. That would be insane. That would be so cool. Actually, it's basically what Payday 2 did. You can take off your clothes for a chance to dodge bullets. You know, you're basically General Butt Naked. Complete orc mentality. That's awesome. Honestly, God bless him, dude. It's a much more fun way to wage war, I think, than you know, where technology is leading us, where it's all thermal imagery and fucking drones raping people. It's soulless. Oh, come on, man. Where are you hiding your secrets, Viscerafest? You even put like a glowy thing. That indicates to me there's a secret. Yeah, I don't think there's anything over there. Whoop. I still don't know what that one switch opened that I shot, and it's driving me fucking crazy. Let's... I need to see if maybe there's like a visual clue that I missed. Okay. So the first switch was here. And it dropped this barrier. And then from here I shot that. And I don't remember hearing a sound. There's no wall here that opened. Don't think any of these hedges are breakable. Dude, the Boston Dynamics shit is just never going to be a threat. I saw like a, admittedly like a pretty cool idea for a video where it was presented like a PSA of like what do you do if your country's under attack by like these robot dog killer thingies, but dude, the Boston Dynamic robots are like such a non-fucking threat. Like Boston Dynamics has spent the last like fucking 10 years doing nothing. It's like, oh look, our robot can kind of walk, and when you push him, he doesn't fall down. And it's like, okay, why didn't you just make him fly? You ever consider that? Like, what kind of application do you think your idiot fucking dog is gonna have, bro? Like, it's bad as a delivery device. It's bad as a weapon. Generally, one of those companies, eventually, like, the bubble is gonna burst and all the investors are gonna lose all their fucking money because people are gonna realize, wait, this is worthless. Like Tesla. How long has Elon been saying that his cars would drive themselves now? In 6 months, in 26 minutes, we'll... Oh my god. That better have blown up the barrel. In 6 months, in only 26 minutes, the cars will drive themselves. 6 years later. And if you put a cardboard cutout of a kid in front of a fucking Tesla autopilot, it boops its snoot and then goes straight through it. Thanks, dude. Cool cars. Just make war robots. Yeah, it's a stock portfolio, but it's like normally stock price is supposed to at least on some level correlate to at least some kind of use. I don't know, dude. I'm starting to think Terminator might have gotten things wrong and machines are actually fucking stupid. I don't get the... I guess it's a weird twist on tech optimism where you think, my god, AI is going to reach singularity. It's going to become self-aware, and the machines will just keep reproducing over and over, and they're gonna take over. And it's like, no, dude. Machines are retarded. They will never be intelligent. And the thing you gotta worry about is your dependency on technology and what that means for the people who are in charge and what they can do. And that's fucking scarier than your fucking toaster suddenly thinking, holy shit, I hate this idiot, and zapping you. Is that a secret? No. My instinct is to try going over there to the sides, but given how weird the game has been with that, there's probably nothing. Golden Moon AI makes its own Bowser fart gif. It's gonna happen. I know I have 10 quick saves, but it's like I have this mental thing where I'm like, I want to at least do like the next combat encounter before saving, you know. It's like I've been saying this since the start of the game. Like they're not even a resource you need to manage because the game gives you so many of them. But it's the mental thing of like I need to hold on to them because you never know, something horrible might happen. I fucking missed. You cocksucker! Get back here! I need to find the button. I need to kill this man right now. Is that it? Okay, making the button you have to press red instead of green is a little evil. Blammo. Nice shot, idiot. Okay, well, that looks like a point of no return. Never mind. Robots around Foon is going to be hard to take over the world if you can't charge your own batteries. Well, I mean, I could see, like, in a Skynet type scenario, you would have the machines, you know, like, maintain charging stations that run on green energy and be able to, like, sustain themselves at least for a bit. But even then, it's just, like... You should be more scared of the people wielding tech that isn't fucking magical, but is still very powerful, rather than thinking that the fucking tools themselves are gonna suddenly come after you. I don't know. Maybe from this angle you can do it? No. The hydrogen fuel cell that lasts 200 years? Is that a oh my fucking god. Is that a Nikola Motors reference? The guy who scammed billions by saying, "Oh yeah, I've totally got this cool battery for trucks. It's really cool tech." There was nothing. They pushed a truck downhill to record it. I think he's in prison for fucking the rest of his life now. I still don't know what those fucking pink switches did, and driving me crazy. I'm much more concerned about stuff that, like the thing I briefly mentioned earlier, like algorithms that can be used for sort of mass censorship and mass parsing of information. But in reality, it's not really the power of the tech that you have to worry about. It's stuff about like having your access revoked to certain things. Like I'm much more worried about like the backbone of the internet and like ISPs and IP providers and stuff like that, just saying you no longer get to exist digitally, and banks being able to say you no longer get to receive money. That's fucking terrifying. To be shut out from the world like that. I'm much more scared about that kind of shit happening, because it is already happening, as opposed to fucking, I don't know, a four-legged robot with a gun on his back. Okay, I'm just gonna pick you up and fucking flip you on your back. That's a secret? Excuse me? How are these secrets? I'm throwing myself into the void, trying to see the edge of the playable area, trying to land on faraway platforms, nailing the landing, floating through them, and there's no secrets there. But this thing, in full view of the normal entrance, is a secret? Okay. Okay, Viscera buddy. The only thing that can run for decades are RTGs, but they're insanely radioactive, so anyone nearby that is carried out and is actively happening. Nothing ever happens though. Yeah, I'm not worried. I think humans are much more likely to do a oopsie and like deliver a fucking lethal dose of radiation that covers the globe, as opposed to, you know, a computer being like, I'm a skill human. Human is bad, actually. That's like a fucking Reddit trope. Whoa, the computer with his objective, cold, clinical, science-loving processor determined logically that humans were the source of all the bad in the world, and so it's gonna kill humans because we fucking suck, dude. Whoa. Ah! Like weird anti-human fucking gay nihilism. I don't like these guys. They're shooting me with not quite guns. I don't know what they're shooting me with, but they're certainly doing it. I just remembered, they die to Pung. Is Pung perfect? Yes, Pung is more like Pung point accuracy, am I right? Blammo. Okay. Ow! I think I punged myself. I don't play the Shredder a lot. It keeps getting nerfed, so it must be good, but... I just like the pistol more. Huge shout out to the game for having a starter weapon that is good throughout the game. Oh, there was a thing there. Fuck! Is this rape? Oh, yeah. Goodbye. Ah! Oh, never mind. I'm good. Oh my god, Pepper, you fucking posted a novel. Favorite thing about Tesla's why did China market destroy them? They let Tesla operate in China without the usual 50-50 split and then pretty much mocked everything they liked about Teslas and made more China-suited EVs with proper auto-driving tailored to Chinese roads, so Tesla released their usual subscription-based auto-driving mode for free. That's hilarious. Yeah, I saw that. I remember Chinese people like showing up all the fines they got from the Tesla shit. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet that the fucking, like, China is actually turning this in an op to their advantage where they do something like, we're just gonna fine you, but we're gonna actually pay the fine for you if you can show that it was like a Tesla fucking auto-driving doing it, or even if you pretend that it is. They 100% did some shit like that, and that's awesome. Yeah. 小红士，小红士，回来吧 ！Tesla 红过来，红是平时喇叭。I agree totally. Hold on. What's going on here? Yeah. The crazy thing too is that under Biden, they banned the sale of Chinese electric vehicles in America, and you just know that they would fucking rape the market. Timmy can't compete. A single blood wisps. Whoop! Oh, Jesus Christ! Well, now that I know this isn't death, I'm just gonna do this. Ah! He's right behind me, isn't he? He is. Oh, I just noticed your legs start quaking when you do a bunch of things, but mostly fall to your death. He imploded. Oh, that's the end of the level. Oh, whatever. I'm done searching for secrets. I've missed the mega secret. It's over.
What is this? A medieval meatpacking plant?
Oh. Okay, this better be where the chapter picks up.
Looks like I'll need to make a few friends.
Are these guys supposed to be this game's equivalent of Half-Life Stalkers?
Are you insane? What are you doing?
They will not die.
We'll see about that.
I've already figured out that these guys are, their gimmick is I need to break their corpse so they don't come back to life, which is pretty clever. I don't like that. Came on a decade or two ago. I mean, you should be scared of China, but the way you should be scared of China isn't how most people are scared of China, where I think we are very slowly, but ever more rapidly shifting towards China owning a fuckload of stuff. Like, ask the average person what Tencent owns, and no one can fucking tell you. The answer is a lot. They have a lot. And it's effectively going to mean that, like, they are going to have a say in pretty much the entirety of, you know, media. Just China's fucking everywhere. And I think that, coupled with the fact that now you're starting to see more just straight up Chinese media become popular in the West, and you know, with good reason, by all accounts. You know, Black Myth Wukong was a pretty good game. The gacha games they're making are fucking printing billions. And I think that kind of stuff is gonna grow, and it's gonna catch people by surprise. And when you start having stuff that is like an online platform that is either directly Chinese or Chinese controlled, it's things will happen. Would I rather have India turn to China 2 or China turn to India 2? Oh my god. All aquatic life to be extinct or continent-sized ocean landfills. Oh, I don't think either of those would be good. Honestly. Come here. You know what the game could have used a little more? As like a behavior. Like, I think these guys as like big single hit sharpshooters, they would have worked better if they didn't chase you around. Like, they basically function like a turret, and it's your job to make a path to them so you can punch them, since they're one-shottable with a punch, rather than just, you know, going here and then I just kill them when they pass the corner. I don't think all enemies should behave like that. It kind of makes the really cool gameplay of fucking with enemy positions to hit them with the pung better or to optimize Deus Mortis usage. Makes it a little less interesting that you can just, okay, I go into hallway, I shoot into hallway. Like, the first time I did it, when you first meet the Anubis guys, like, out in the swamp, and I, like, dragged 10 little shotgun dudes and, like, a couple flamers in front of the starting cemetery, and I gassed them all with the acid cannon, and then I blasted them with Deus Mortis, and they all exploded. That was kind of cool, but... meh. I think in general the game... The reason why the arena gameplay works so much better is because you can't do that. Like, they lock you in a big arena, and it's like, oh shit, and you have to, like, maneuver around cover, and you have to improvise if you want to, like, kite enemies towards something where they're easier to kill. As opposed to just, you know, going back into the hallway. I don't know, dude. Maybe I ramble too much about design elements, and I should just turn my brain off and shoot dudes. Ugh. Just turn your brain off, bro. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. I actually hate when people say that. It drives me crazy. This game's enjoyable if you're fucking retarded. You just need to, you know, deprive your brain of oxygen for a few minutes. And I think if something is stupid, but it's like well-made stupid stuff, you don't need to turn your brain out to enjoy it. I'm having gamer thoughts about the floaty dudes. I'm not a huge fan of them. I don't think they should have had the same gimmick as the robot. I think the robot is way more interesting because the robot, when he's placed in conjunction with other enemies, his unique, like the fact that when you try to melee him and it doesn't kill him, he has this static field of hurty, and that stops your movement. It makes you think about when you're punching, and it makes you keep track. Okay, he's hit once, he's hit twice, he's hit thrice. Now I can go in with a punch. And not only will he die, he'll explode, which you can also use to your advantage. The floating dudes is just like, oh, click, click, click. And you can even punch them and they don't react a particular way. I would have rather had the flying enemies be like a more permanent, no, that's not the correct word, like constant threat, where they're just always shooting. Or maybe they should have had like two attacks. Like one is just like a stream of bullets that's kind of not super fast, but forces you to keep moving in relation to where they're at. And then they do like a mortar attack, which is like they shoot like a missile, and you see where the missile's gonna land, and you have to not be there when it explodes, or use your iframe moves. Full Forest Gump. Yeah. Sometimes life is like a box of chocolate. It tastes like chocolate. Do you die if you go in the blood? Oh. Wait, shouldn't that heal? Can you... If Caroline just put a straw in that, she could just heal indefinitely. Why didn't she think of that? That one anti-bridge dragon poster with the tentacles of the world is pretty applicable to China. Anti-British? Wasn't that anti-German? There's probably, I think the tentacle stuff, the imagery has probably been used a lot, actually. I can't off the top of my head see the one you're talking about. I just see like the World War II anti-German one. But yeah, like China is, you know, gaining influence in a subtle way. Oh, I read through a Warhound. Wait, what button is it? Okay, it's this button. Okay, buttons remembered. I don't like the Warhound, but I already complained about it. This smells like a boss fight, actually. Only 3 secrets. This is a boss level. Something TP. Oh, dear God! Okay, I'm starting to notice a theme. I should probably do a bit of saving. Hey, a thing below. Where a lot of Chapter 3 enemies are just kind of like a repurposed concept. Like you had the standard trooper, but now he's immortal. You have the standard melee bum rush guy, but now he's immortal. Not immortal, but you have to break the corpse. You have the enemy that you know, has a protective shield, but when you shoot him, and when you damage him, he turns it on. And now there's the dude who turns invisible. But I liked the other, like the invisible bitch was a much better enemy who places a decoy that actually detonates after a bit. That was a much cooler enemy. I guess this one's projectile bounced around the walls, which is pretty cool. Where are you cool propaganda posters and ads? Well, the very serious answer is that they're not efficient, and there are much better avenues of propaganda. Just, you know, have networks of information that are colored a certain way, and there you go. You won't even have to convince people. They'll just believe you because you've colored your propaganda to go along with their belief. I don't even know if it's propaganda anymore. It's just like validation. And maybe validation that might cause a bit of a spiral, but I don't know. Brainwashing on TV? Dude, TV is a thing of the past, man. The brainwashing's everywhere. And everybody does it. You always hear about Russian troll farms, and they do exist. They're a real thing, but everybody fucking does that. Like, I remember in 2016, when Blumpy won, and you heard like this weird Democrat seethe about, at first it was Russian hackers, and then it was Russia influenced the election. And they tried to make it sound like it was this, like one-off unusual thing. It's like, brother, everybody tries to influence an election. Plenty of countries have their interests in like getting one guy to win over the other, and they're trying to push for certain narratives and supporting, you know, a certain candidate. Like, that shit's not new either. Fox News has done immeasurable damage to boomers. I'm not sure if it's even done damage or if it's just like they think that way anyway and they just watch it. And just have just as many boomers that watch fucking CNN. And I think the problem with the sort of established press is that boomers just inherently believe, like, uncritically, anything that is printed on a newspaper or like what comes out of the fucking TV, because that's just how they were educated. It's like, oh, this is the truth box. They wouldn't lie on TV, bro, you know. And that's pretty damaging, but we're I don't know if we're already fully in that, or if we are going to enter an age where that sort of unquestioned credibility of like dinosaur media is starting to wane, to the point where, like, depending what crowd you're talking to, people will just say, oh, this was published by this newspaper. They're like, not, I don't trust what they say. And to some degree, it's kind of healthy to have that sort of skepticism, because who fact checks the fact checkers, right? Like, you should always be like, you know, is this true and accurate? Is this mayhaps colored a certain way? And if it's colored a certain way, are they open about it? And I think it's a complicated. I feel my feelings towards it are pretty complicated. Where you have, on the one hand, that's pretty good. That we have like more. How far does the acid shower go? Oh, it doesn't go all the. Oh, it does. I just missed. It's. I need to pause. I can't fucking focus on what I'm saying. You're sort of seeing more independent reporting get like an insane amount of eyes on it, and I think that's fucking awesome. The problem is, we're sort of moving away from establishment media, which, whether or not it's all like complete propaganda, probably not, but there is probably some truth to the fact that it is like inherently corrupt, and having a huge industry like that being in charge of the news isn't the best. But the double-edged sword with that is that we're moving towards engagement-driven media and engagement-driven news. And unfortunately, what tends to get the most clicks and get the most engagement isn't fair, unbiased reporting. It's fucking stupid clickbait shit. And yeah, that's not great. Like, I'm all for like decentralized, free exchange of information, but it comes at a price. Do they die to pung? No. I need to shoot pung on the ceiling. Use the sun as their source. Who sent a YouTube video? McMolly, that better be good. Oh shit, I tapped out on Windows 11, so that means I'm gonna shit my pants for 5 minutes. Thank you, computer. And I don't know, it's I'm not sure one is better than the other, and I guess there's not much point in discussing that, because it's happening whether you want it to or not. It's just you don't really stop that kind of march of technology. What did you send me? Trump, Russia, possible collusion. Oh, I love Place Boing. Oh my god, what a blast from the past. Is he still doing things? Oh, there's a Seinfeld remix. Oh, that shit is...
Russian collusion.
Trump, Russian sort of collusion.
Trump, Russian, possible collusion. Trump, Russian, metal collusion. Trump, Russia, possible collusion.
I still remember that bing, bong.
Trump, Russian, possible collusion.
There's that one clip too, that's sort of like a, hold on, US news, threat to our democracy. Collage. I can't find it, dude. Where it was like, oh, there it is. Sinclair's soldiers in Trump's war on media. Anchors at Sinclair-owned local news stations parrot a script pushing Trump talking points and the troubling trend of response, blah, 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 blah. Wait, I remember this being anti-Trump. Oh, yeah, there you go, there you go, there you go. Sinclair's Trump bias is news for democracy. Is this it?
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's abuses.
Where's the collage?
More alarming, some media outlets simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Yeah, that, like, hearing, like, dozens of voices say, and that is dangerous to our democracy at the same time. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah. Yeah, maybe die, actually, but... I think the future of information is weird. And it's why I'm not very politically minded. I've never really been the type to tism out over that sort of shit, but like my guns were clicking on their own. I don't know why, but I used it to my advantage by pointing the reticle towards the guy I wanted to murder, and he got murdered. All right, okay. Now it's gamer time. I like this arena. See, that's clever. Getting me to think about environmental dangers, having different, you know, types of projectiles to dodge, having the moving surface, limited space to do it, having the constant threat of the Shambler they need to nuke with the... Well, I guess nuking him with a Warhorse isn't very interesting, but, you know. It at least makes you think about, like, what you're doing. I think visceradev works a lot better when it's doing, like, sort of micro challenges like that. You pick up what I'm putting down. Yeah, so far I think this has been like the most clever thing in chapter 3. And I kind of like it when it gets smart with you and it does like a little shit test. Like I remember there was one very small moment in the train level that I thought was like remarkably intelligent. It's like a small vignette of what visceradev does right, where you jump down a carriage and beneath you you just find like a yellow shield, standard nerd, and a robot. And your instinct, if you've been playing the game right, without thinking, is charge punch, explode the soldier. But if you do that, the robot releases the cloud of shit that kills you, and you get stuck there. So you have to think about it and shoot the robot, and then you can punch the shield. I'll report to the same boss. Oh yeah, no, it's all a fucking farce. I remember, I think I've talked about this before, and I've hated myself for not remembering who he is for years. But in that retarded private high school I went to, that was not the most not a place that you would think to be too conducive to actually learning anything about the world. We had this thing that everybody has at school multiple times, where like a guest comes and talks to the school about something, and usually it's the dumbest fucking shit imaginable. Usually it's genuinely fucking retarded. It's like, you know that South Park episode where they have dudes who come and sing about how smoking is bad? We basically had that. But this one time we had someone come who was an independent journalist. He was a photographer specifically. He was somebody who would go into... I'm so brain damaged, I thought this being slightly different indicated that you can interact with it. He basically was the guy who took a bunch of pictures of Jabhat al-Nusra because he went to stay with Jabhat al-Nusra for months. And he took like a lot of pictures of like these Islamic soldiers that had all their banners on fucking tanks. Like you've probably seen like a bunch of his photographs without ever knowing about it. And basically his job is to take these pictures that then he sells to news aggregators like Reuters, and then Reuters like sort of sends this further down the line, and that's how his pictures get, you know, published. Like he doesn't like write an article with his pictures in them, and he almost got murdered when he was being driven around. Like he was pretty sure he was being driven to like an execution site because they weren't taking him the normal route, and he got out of the car pretending he got to do something like piss or some shit, and he climbed aboard a truck that someone else was driving. It was like, please get me out of here, and he made it out. A fascinating guy who sort of talked about like the news industry and how that works. And how all the info that got out of like the Middle East at the time, especially Syria, was like so tightly controlled that effectively if you saw it in like a journal or something, it was, you know, yeah, it had to pass through a few fucking filters to get out, shall we say. And he was fascinating, and I remember one thing he told us was that when he took those pictures, nobody was interested, like no one wanted to actually run a story on that. And then And then, so, you know, like a bunch of shit happened over there. I don't remember which specific event prompted it, but, you know, the war in Syria and all that. And then suddenly everybody was starting to fucking publish his photos, even when they weren't necessarily relevant. Like, even if it was another group, like, his photos were so striking and so iconic that they got used. And he was really cool. I fucking love rocks. Baby, baby. He was alright. Charles Crawl and deny all science and all history? Yeah, dude. I love Charles. He's a bit much for me, though. And I think there might actually be something wrong with him. Maybe he's just too intelligent. He's too boosted for my feeble brain to understand, but... he's a little wacky, and the way he has of expressing himself, like that sort of, he has that schizo flow about him. But he's awesome. Incredibly talented and funny, dude. But it's a bit much. Once I had a random geologist who was just talking about random local rocks, like legit who cares, brother. Dude, rocks are awesome, actually. I would have killed to have that guy come talk to me. You don't know. You can't appreciate what you have. Honestly, that's kind of a logical schizo take to have. Like, how do you trust history? Genuinely. You don't know. You weren't there. I can't save. There you go. Couldn't shit a beacon. Wait, what? There's nothing here. You're joking. What's the point? No cool secrets? Dude. Rock and stone, yeah! Can you go here? No. I'm never gonna find secrets, dude. It's fucking over. I noticed the music, I think, restarts on load, and I don't think it did that on other levels. I think that's what the dev meant by it's not implemented. Fully yet? No, I don't know. Maybe fall asleep with the way of presenting it? Oh, maybe, yeah. Was the guy even passionate, or was he just, you know, like, lesson giver? Like, you know, in university, you have people who are actual professors, and you have people who are just handed the task of teaching, but they don't have the rank of professor. Actually, I was about to say something stupid. I think my most boring teachers were actual professors. Just some old fuck who couldn't give less of a shit about, you know, actually teaching. Because, you know, that's not exactly why they started down on the path that they took, but it's like, bro, come on. You have a really cushy fucking job. Like, the least you could do is sound like you care about the thing you're talking about. Like, we legit had this one guy, dude, we were in the amphitheater, and I could barely make out what the fuck he was saying. He was just kind of mumbling like this. No fuck. Well, the mouth movement wasn't easy to understand what he's talking about. Entire semester. Sort of linguistics lessons like this. Ah! They did the field that rapes! Hi, Wabed. All the references cited in a paper for anything internationally, cultural, politically related. If all the citations are in from English, so you're looking at the wrong paper. Yeah, I mean, dude, there is an insane power now to the Ouroboros of internet source citing, and I know this because, like, the best practical example is like the Kiwi Farms, where if you look at their articles, at the Wikipedia article, and it says, oh yeah, this site fucking killed people. And you look at all the sources, it's just like blog posts effectively referencing each other, and none of them, like, it makes you think that the source cited, well, like when you think about something that's informative and there's a source cited, you think about it and logically the image you have in your head is like, oh, okay, this is like someone who did an investigation, this is, you know, like, this is like researched, but no, like, effectively, modern, like, internet journalism is just like people sort of copying something that's already been written and like rephrasing it, and then you think, oh well, if all these people are saying the same thing, then surely it must be true, and it ends up creating this like self-legitimizing fact. Even if it's complete glorp shit. Yeah, exactly. It's circular source citing, but there's no fact at the core of it. It's fucking insane. And I remember one class that I did in my first year of masters that before I quit university was specifically talking about I don't remember what the name of the class was, but it was pertaining to like sort of academic hygiene. Might be the best way to put it. So stuff like how do you fact find, how can you tell what's you know, what's real or not, and you might think, oh, you know, this is just like kind of, you know, probably not the most interesting thing imaginable. I like this arena, but I can't really focus on it. And it was a pretty interesting class because the one of our assignments was since I was studying psycholinguistics, one of our assignments was to go and find, like, we had a list of subjects, and these subjects were basically all varying scams that were people selling like a method or device or both that would be given as a potential solution for like, oh, I pressed the wrong button. Like, for instance, dyslexia or other language impairments, including our best method. The thing my group picked was the something that is called the Tomatis method or device or whatever, which I have no idea if it's like something that is exported. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up right quick because it was super interesting, and it was interesting because it was local. Like, these people were operating a scam in the city I lived in, and they had an office. And what these people offer, they have a website here. And basically they're... How do you say this? Okay, so basically they have a... They have this theory that a lot of language impairment... I can like show the website, it's all in French, but whatever. They have, like that a lot of language impairment and other neurodevelopmental problems come from the fact that even though the ear can perfectly capture sounds and movements, the brain can't decode and interpret the signal. And the term they invent is like auditory treatment disorder, which is complete fabrication. There isn't a single hint of scientific method in here. Like they say, you know, validated by science, and there's nothing here. Like they don't source anything. Sometimes they give you like a half truth, like explaining the concept of neuroplasticity, which you know, is like basically when your brain is like malleable and it's good for learnings and all that. And this is like complete glorp shit. It's like there's nothing there. And of course, the point is that they want to sell you something. And I need to find the Geneva website, because they sell you the most ridiculous fucking shit. Do they have the machine? I need to show you the machine. Yeah, they do audio psychophonological report on you, which is like complete glorp shit. I need to show people the helmet. They have like this starred helmet that is completely complete bullshit. Dude. Where is it? Oh yeah, is this it? Can you buy the headphones? Oh, dude, I can't. They changed the website, but they used to show you like what they did, and it was like a helmet that would like beam light at your head, and supposedly that would like affect your brain. But basically this whole thing is a huge sham, and they're presenting you this miracle theory that could explain autism, ADHD, language impairment, language delays, developmental delays. And supposedly all of that is because your brain can't quite understand what your ear is sending. And it's all bullshit. And we had to do like a full report, sort of like exposing the website and being like, oh, you know, these sources aren't cited. Like none of these papers are like credible. And that was like a pretty interesting exercise. Because there's a shit like this everywhere. And the really, like the genuinely repulsive thing about all of this is that it's very obviously targeted at parents who have a child who has a problem. And whether that is, you know, autism, ADHD, language, whatever, the problem when that sort of stuff manifests in a child is that you want to act as fast as possible to actually, you know, use neuroplasticity because it's like you don't want the problem to like take hold. Oh, I guess they die in one pung, huh? And when you start with a false method like this, you're wasting time that you could be spending with you know, legitimate therapy that is actually proven to work. And so you end up doing insane damage to these parents. Well, to the child, and you know, it's extremely hard. There's like a saying, I don't remember how it goes, but it's much harder to convince someone that they've been fooled than to fool them. And you know, that's true. Because like imagine you've been sending your kid to this, what you think is therapy, to help him with this problem for like a fucking year. And now you got someone telling you, oh, well, actually you wasted valuable time that could have been spent on a better therapy. You know, very likely gonna fucking, oh my god, I exploded. You know, you're gonna feel retarded. Like, you're gonna feel really bad. Like, even if you're corrected, it's like, I can't imagine how that feels, you know, to be had like that. It's such a horrible, predatory fucking thing. And it's not, unfortunately, illegal, so. Crazy that these things can exist in Switzerland. Yeah, you wouldn't think so, right? Yeah, it's literally Magneto helmets. It looked so stupid. I can't find the picture. I don't have my old report, you know. Lucrative enough to run a scam like that? Yep. No, it is. It is very lucrative. And the bigger it gets, right? The bigger it is, and the more websites you can find talking about this method or whatever, the more, in a way, it, like, legitimizes it to the layman. Because it's like, oh, wow, but they're everywhere, right? They're, like, installed in all these places, so surely that means, you know, this is like, a credible thing. And it's, yeah, it was actually a bit fucking maddening to see shit like this. Just down the street from where we're going to school. Well, not quite, but, you know. Oh my god, I found the baby factory. This is actually the adrenochrome farm. Oh wow. I kind of forgot how much the Deus Mortis hurts people. Hung blast. What now? What happens when you turn them into the orb? Can you crush the orb? Oh, I see. That's clever. Oh, I thought it would raise the pillars and crush the light. Oh. I hyped myself up for something and it didn't happen. But yeah. And anyway, this class, yeah, I thought was, you know, pretty interesting. And actually opens your eyes to how much scummy shit actually goes on. Like, literally targeting sick children. And the fucked up shit, the really fucked up shit is that if you're at the tippy top of this organization, you know damn well that what you're selling doesn't work. But all this, like, lower level employees, like the people actually, you know, administering the tests, there's a pretty good chance that they just think they're helping and that they're doing, like, therapy that works. They're not smart because you would think, oh, if I'm working in, like, what is basically, you know, like, you know, therapy, you know, health, whatever. They don't think maybe they would need, like, a degree or a special kind of training for it. They think, oh, you know, whatever I did with my fucking high school diploma is enough. But they're not evil, and they're just perpetuating the scam. It's fucking horrible. Actually horrible. And of course you can't. It's not, like, technically illegal because I don't know. There's a bunch of complicated shit with like alternative medicine that just allows it to operate like that, because that is technically what it is. Because it's probably like a disclaimer on the website that says you should not replace like normal therapy with something like that. And it's like, okay, but okay. But I don't remember why it's technically allowed to operate. Talking about vaccines again. No. We're talking about actual, you know, scam like fake therapy targeting kids. So no. You're not gonna get banned for listening to this. I don't think. I don't think the Tomatis lobby is big enough to shut me down like that. Although you never know, dude. You never know who's at the top. Alfred Tomatis, you motherfucker. How's the fest? It's good, man. It's I don't like. It's good, but it doesn't allow itself to be great. Like I've been complaining a bunch about this chapter and how you don't see a lot of like these big, carefully curated arena fights that I really liked and really make the combat shine, and how instead you have more standard level progression that's happening. And the enemy design, the enemy compositions are particularly interesting in chapter 3. There's a lot of rehashing concepts. One website has a testimonial thing. Yeah, that's... Yeah. When you go to the doctor, does he have a page with testimonials? No, not exactly, no. The game stretches. I think I'm playing extremely slowly, like I always do with these games, even though I'm terrible at finding secrets in visceradev. I don't know. So far, I think it's okay. I'm not doing it in like one sitting, which might change the perception of that a bit, but I don't think it's a matter of being too long. It's just I don't think this chapter is very good. Do I have to make like a green light? Because the door is green. There you go, green. Yay! I'm smart. Oh. Anyway, what was funny about this class is that I used, you know, without naming it, the example of a website that is like completely reviled and the internet would have you believe is like fucking killing people. And how the Wikipedia page is just like this like completely circular, like self-validating Ouroboros of non-news. And I use that example and you're like, oh yeah, that's a great example. That does happen like a fair bit. I was like, hell yeah. Ow. I am blind! I'm gonna do a thing here. Give me your guts! Oh yeah. Motherfucker! Oh, he exploded. All me. What keeps exploding? Ow. Oh, I guess it's that fucking attack. And, I don't know, usually when a game stretches too long, I guess it depends how much I'm enjoying it and if I'm doing it all in one sitting or not, but I think one game that I thought really dragged on is Wrath, Eon of Ruin. That game's levels get entirely too big for their own good. And it, one thing that really contributed to the feeling of, oh, this is taking forever, is the fact that it ends up being very slow at introducing, like, new enemy types and shit. And I'm kind of feeling that in Visceradev, where it's like through chapter 1, you build this roster of enemies, and they end up being able to create more and more intricate combat scenarios. And then you start like a new chapter, and it doesn't start off immediately with like the turbo fuck you, here's 7 different enemy types. And especially chapter 3, it just starts off and you just see like 1 or 2 enemy types and they aren't particularly interesting. I don't know. But really, I don't feel like it's too long. It's really just not feeling this chapter. You were offered acupuncture the other day with a straight face. Hey, you never know, dude. Isn't chiropractics also just like a very long-running scam that started off with like a weird cult or some shit? That's one thing. I knew people who did that, and they were convinced that it was helping them. But, you know, mysteriously, they had to keep going back to the chiropractor. I wonder why. Ah, I see. Swiss cease and desist. I'm allowed to say it's a scam because I can prove it. Very genuinely, if that would be hilarious, and I would just call my my teacher,
Hey, just the guy I was searching for.
who is a relatively cool lady, and I would just be like, hello, I'm sorry, I don't remember the things you taught in your class, but I need your help because I'm being attacked legally by these retards running a scam. You want to help me?
Church was bad. This place. Oh, I pray.
I know what to do.
Come when Nodens would smite this depraved sanctuary.
Hello, Gianni.
It seems to have once been an arms foundry, but now it's been converted into.
Oh, the door locks? Oh, my plan doesn't work then.
Factory of life.
Oh, there you go. I was expecting the game to not let me do that.
From blood and corpses, resurrected to serve their depraved mother.
Adjustments for babies, where I've seen people manipulate children in ways they shouldn't be manipulated. I wouldn't move my cats like that. And my cats are fucking slings, basically.
To want to move anymore.
I can crack my neck with my head to my shoulders. Ugh.
More clearly than I ever.
Is that normal? Is that a good thing? I can crack my fingers. That's the only thing I can crack. But I don't know if that's good or bad. Come here, buddy. Okay, you could have just had a switch. There's no real gameplay in me like dragging this idiot here. Like, I honestly would have rather you let me press a button and like compresses them, and then the blood starts flowing to here. Aztec ritual style. This level was alright. It had a couple interesting fights. It picked up a bit. It picked up a bit. Some people can do fucked up shit with their fingers, man. Like fucking bending it all the way back. Double jointed freaks. Oh, I had a chick like that in high school who could do weird shit. Oh, why did I save? That's a boss fight. I'm fucking stupid. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh no, my children! That's what I call a baby shower. Come on, Catherine.
Well, that's one way to make a frittata.
You didn't even make a joke about the thing! Frittata mentioned, though. I'm actually stuck. I can't jump. And it says my punch is stuck, but, like, I can't punch. Like, I'm not actually charging a punch. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. What the fuck is that? I'm gonna learn a new type of bone disease. Oh god, they're making the homunculus.
What the hell is going on in there?
Am I stuck forever? Am I stuck for the whole fight? My legs look fine. My legs are okay. I like that your leg sprite kind of rotates with the camera too. Actually, effect's not too bad. Like you look up and you see her feet. Oh, there you go.
Ugh, well, I don't think it was cooked long enough.
The malefaction. What do you do? What's your shtick? Okay, apparently you tracked me through that. Cartilage synthesis? Dude, I had that. I have a thing that makes it so I can't run still. Something called it's the Osgood-Schlatter like syndrome, where basically the cartilage on my is he actually stunned? Did it actually stun him? I need to experiment. Kill me? You know what I would like to see, you know, interrupting my health tangent, with games like this, I would love if there was like an in-game sprite and animation showcase room, because a lot of the time there's like a nice amount of detail. Especially, I was thinking that when I was playing Forgive Me Father, where the sprites are really well done, like especially like the beautiful hand-drawn Forgive Me Father sprites. But in the like the midst of the action, you don't really notice a lot of the really cool shit they're doing. Like here, the fact that it's like blinking and opening the mouth when it shoots projectiles, that's kind of hard to see through the ocean of projectiles. Freaky snake woman to wrangle our shit. Oh, she could like dislocate her shoulder. I wouldn't call her freaky snake woman. She was like Cambodian. Okay, is he stunned? Is he gonna scream? Okay, no, he's not stunned at all. Aye. But now he is. Ah, never mind. Yes. I'm sort of confused. He looks like he's attacking less. Does he have like a pain reaction with no animation? Trying to learn. I'm taking in information. Stimulus is being absorbed as we speak. Oh. Blech! Oh, damn. Ah! Ow! Ugh. He already said that. I'm gonna get raped. Aye. Okay, so the scream isn't hit scan apparently? I was able to outrun it. Zam! Condition jitting, condition the fake joints, and the game crashed? Huh. I got obliterated so fucking hard the game crashed. Anyway, I have oh, now it's launching in the wrong window. Awesome. I have a Osgood-Schlatter syndrome, which is the cartilage around the knee is wait, what do I do now? It's like on the wrong screen. Like if you looked at my knee, I think it doesn't even show up on radios anymore because it's like technically fixed, but it's sort of like there's the bone and there's supposed to be cartilage in front of it. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. All my screens are black. Hello? Oh, God. Ah! I hate Windows 11! I have no idea what's happening. My main monitor is like turning on and off. And my windows are breaking. Okay, I now have control again. Hello? Jesus Christ. Dude, fucking Win 11 is the worst. I never had these problems on Windows 10. It could handle 3 monitors just fine. And now everything is black again. Oh my god, dude. And I can't select my resolution anymore. Bro. I can't select my resolution anymore. Okay, hold on. This is... Yes, quit. What the fuck? Wait, was it running in 1440p the whole time? Because I was thinking there was something wrong with my monitor calibration. Alright. God, people are getting filtered so fucking bad by this game. It's kind of crazy. 4K. Worst comes to worst, I'll just play in fucking 1440p. But it used to work, like... What the hell? It's okay, GROB is spinning now. Okay, I'm gonna start the game again and it's gonna cause issues. For the hogs. I don't know, Minecraft is the most boring shit imaginable.
I
don't know what's happening with fucking Win 11 and multiple monitors, but it really does not like it when you tab out and do something. Yeah, anyway, my knees are fucked, and I had a couple perks come with that. First being, I couldn't fucking run. Like, I would just get a really sharp pain, like in the middle of my knee. And my mom didn't believe me. She thought I just did it, so I wouldn't go to the sports day that we have at school. That's always in the summer, and it's like mega fucking hot. Like, I don't know why they pick the hottest possible fucking day of the year to do it, but it's like a yearly thing. Like, a bunch of schools go out and you make kids do sports outside, and you think, hell yeah, it's gonna be cool. Oh, now I can select it. Okay, whatever. And now it works fine, because now it is Windows 11 struggling to know which monitor is my main monitor. I don't know. Anyway, it crashed again. Are you joking? And since there's no save slots, because it's like a save profile, I can't... It's not my pooter. There you go, holy shit, alright. So as I was saying, I couldn't run. Like, it manifested when I was like 12, and I generally couldn't fucking run. Okay, no, so hold on. Sports day. And, this yearly sports day shit is, like, actually horrid. And, like, a bunch of kids just always have, like, insane sunstrokes and nearly fucking die. Like, I actually fainted. Wait. One phase? I don't believe it. Oh, there you go. I was gonna say. Can I heal in this arena? Are there any parts? Time to make my own health.
I don't think it was cooked long enough.
You said that like 15 times. Yeah, there's something wrong with this boss fight. Oh, dude, it auto-saved. I want to restart the whole fight. Ooh, but I did my quick save. That might actually end up saving me. Okay, these guys actually... Are they shooting beehives at me? They're shooting the whole hive, dude. They're not just shooting bees at you. It fucking crashed again. Okay. Like, I remember, man, in elementary school, there was one day, it was so fucking hot, I just actually my brain boiled and I fucking fell to the ground, and I don't remember anything that happened other than they thought I had died because of the heat. But yeah, at 12 my knees were fucked, and we had this in America they do like the presidential fitness test. Here we have something kind of similar, and you just have to like run back and forth across the room.
Oh, come on.
And I couldn't, dude. They give you like such a like he graded me, like this asshole graded my performance. He was like, you just don't want to run, fuck you. And I'm like, no, it hurts. And yeah, I got diagnosed with it, and that meant that for the next fucking 7 years I didn't go to gym class. So now I'm a fat useless fuck. Oh, don't crash, don't. The shuttle run, exactly. Trump doing that, dude. You know he's got it going on. Have you seen the Trump romp, dude? I would hit that, dude. My boy has got the romp, man. He's got it going on back there. The thickest president yet. They're just gonna keep getting fatter too.
Oh, come on.
And that's a good thing. Oh, I just realized I missed earlier because I didn't realize the acid cannon has fucking bullet drop. Oh, you can break this. Okay. Oh. Oh, I didn't crush. Thank fuck.
Oh, come on.
Wait, what? Oh, I actually hit both. I didn't realize it kept spreading. Huh. Ugh. Go away. Lamo. No heart?
Just let me out of this hellhole.
This boss fight sucked. Taft? I don't even know who that is, dude. My education on US politics during school was basically non-existent.
I don't think it was cooked long enough.
Stop saying that! Yeah, something's wrong with this chapter. I'm gonna make a bug report. I don't think it was cooked long enough. Yeah, you're talking about the patch there, Catherine? Don't make fun of the dev, come on. I don't think it was cooked long enough. What is this game? It's called Visceradev. It's a very cool sort of boomer shooter with a very unique combat system, and occasionally some of the best encounter design in the genre. With a focus on smart resource management, ammo conservation, and a very unique melee move that's a Giga Punch. That also gives you iframes and moves you. And you can break people apart and eat their hearts when they explode. Pretty sick. 2-year contract? What did you let your family do? Like, you're obviously the computer guy and the family. I should have done it.
But the child is coming. We don't have much time left.
Oh, is the whole shtick that they're doing like a ritual and I'm actually the key to the Cthulhu man, who's my dad, and he needs me to complete the ritual, but for some reason he had to like abandon me at birth, so whatever, I don't know. Cute. I really don't like the Chosen One Cthulhu bullshit this game's pulling. It was much funnier when you were just trying to get money for a wedding ring for your homunculus husband. That was a cooler plot. Whoa! I say what every time. Taft was 160 kilograms. God damn. How tall was he? Because I know Trump is like nice and plump, but he's also a pretty tall dude. Ah! Absolute fucking unit. Ow! Oh, things are gonna spawn. Or not. What? Don't gaslight me like that game. I expected a fight. This looks like you go down, you get the key, you come up, and there's enemies around, and you fight them as you go up the jump pads. This goes against my every instinct. I don't know, I've got pretty good internet now, but like actually fucking insane download speeds. I remember like about 2 years ago when I like very early on when I was streaming, I was getting like very weird internet problems where my connection would just cut out, like hard cut out for like a couple seconds, you know, long enough to kick you out of a game if you're playing a multiplayer game. And I would constantly call fucking customer support, and they had no fucking idea what was going on. And it lasted until like fucking like earlier, like I think in the year. I don't remember when I made the upgrade, but I kept like the horrible thing with my fucking customer support is that you call the hotline, you end up talking to a machine. I'm getting heated up just thinking about it. You end up talking to a fucking machine that asks you describe the problem, and you describe the problem, and then what it does is it just fucks off and tells you download our app and do what it says. And what the app does is just like have the most non-solutions imaginable to any problem. It's just basically like you know those phoned in, like when you press F1 for help on Windows, and it's just like here's what you need to do. And it doesn't really fucking solve anything, like, because the problem isn't on my fucking end, like it's on your end. But there's a chance that you might get put with a technician. So you have to gamble with a machine and kind of speak gibberish so it doesn't understand what you want really well. So eventually it just puts you with a human because it doesn't know what to do. And then you get a fucking, not an Indian, we don't have that here, but like a fucking Algerian or Tunisian or Moroccan, wherever they put the call center, like someone who barely speaks your fucking language, and has no fucking idea what you're talking about, can't help you, and then eventually you just finally get someone who like fucking lives on the continent and is able to understand your request and proceed. And eventually I just had a dude who said, oh yeah, there was a firmware update that we pushed to all routers, but you didn't get it. After months of landing on people who told me, we don't know what's wrong with it. We can see the interruptions, but we don't know what it is. Oh, I'm just glad it's over. Oh yeah, and then at some point they told me, oh yeah, by the way, you have fiber optic and we see you're not using it. And I thought, oh cool. Thanks. So they just sent me a new router, and I literally download like 100 times faster than I used to. They just never told us.
Things an elevator?
Yeah. It wasn't the cable at all. I like falsely accused Kalito, but no. Or Cazador, I don't remember. It wasn't the cable at all. I was going fucking crazy. I bought a new internet cable, and I fucking installed it. Do you have any idea how annoying that is? I have to tape it to the fucking ceiling so it's not in the way, because I can't hide it under stuff in my apartment. It just doesn't do it right. All of that for nothing. And yeah, ISP problems are the fucking worst, man. And that's why I love LDLC, my favorite hardware supplier, because when I call them, it's a nice dude who does not have an annoying foreign accent, who knows what I'm talking about, understands the words coming out of my mouth, and he answers all the questions, dude, because he's in the know. He just knows. And that's fucking refreshing after dealing with my ISP for so long, dude. Holy fucking shit. The call centers, like, outsourcing should be entirely banned. Wow! Stop doing this. Every time I get Rob on the phone, I want to talk with someone, just spam random numbers, and it puts me... Just start speaking code. A verbally launched remote code execution. Wait, there was a thing below. Am I crazy? Yeah, it looks like there's a chamber. Probably gonna go down there. Damnable descent. I missed the like Oriental Holocaust. That was pretty funny. Immensely racist chapter name.
Sucker moving.
Oh. Dude, I got community notes. I saw like Oros posted a screenshot of like a YouTube thing, either under like a VOD or under the stream itself. I was like talking about like how the French school system works and how we had like 15,000 different Holocaust classes. And I got a community note like explaining what the Holocaust is. Like, bro, I'm not denying it. Simmer down, YouTube. Don't put me in the blacklist. Don't black hole my content. I'm begging you. Yeah, verbal SQL injection, exactly. SQL harassment. Enemies are going to spawn eventually, aren't they?
I'm not sure how I feel about this one.
Descend. I wasn't done exploring, dude! That's how I feel about it. Brother, I'm so angry when the game prevents you from backtracking. Oh shit! Oh, that's cool. Oh Jesus Christ! You get a pung. You also get a pung. I. Actually, give me your hearts. I don't like these little nibblers. They should do something other than like rush you in melee. Overused archetype in this game. Yeah, there's 3 different enemies who do that. Speaking of, fuck off! Oh Jesus Christ! Did I save? I don't remember. That was pretty cool. Jewish coin maxing. Wait, what prompted that?
Stop being anti-Semitic towards me. I didn't choose my faith. I didn't choose to be born better than you, boy.
I lost my circumcision knife. Well, I fucking spent an hour talking about that and fucking cat pictures. I'm gonna retread that.
I'm not sure how I feel about this one.
Undeserving, dude. My computer life is bad. That's all I can say, dude. It's not good. Oh fuck! He intercepted the punk. Did I get the corpses? No.
Die. Explode. Ah!
There he is. Okay. Oh, there he is. I think the next wave should spawn even if these soldiers are still, like, not shredded. So, like, you start the next wave and you think they're all dead, and then suddenly they do the wakes and start shooting you. Because that kind of spoils the, oh, I guess he's not dead, actually, you know? Just punching my way through life. Can you name one problem you can't uppercut to fix? That's what I thought. You can't do it. Maybe erectile dysfunction. Actually, now that I think about it. Okay, now what? Why am I in cyber hell? I don't know. Maybe atoning for the sins of my past lives. I must have done something really fucked up eons ago. And now I'm just paying the price. Wait, gas vat. Oh shit. Fuck, I thought I could time the dodge too. I framed that. My bad, my bad. Oh shit, I forgot to save. Many such cases, many such cases. Okay, you get punged, and then I escape your magnetic aura, then you also get punged, and then I think I just do a little bit of this. Oh, never mind, I can't do it. That didn't bounce the way I wanted it to. I'm very disappointed now. And I'm actually not using the... Oh, I got an achievement. The point blank enough on the bunker buster, I don't think. Oh, dude. Bit slow on the punch release, but that would have iframed both of those shots and also hurt the baby. Oh, I'm getting raped. Wow! Not punching your testicles hard enough if it's not helping? Actually, correct. Many are saying this. Okay, hold on. Ow, 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 ow. Ah! Yeah, I just nuked my own face. Kind of a badass. Bit retarded. Bit stupid, actually. I'm not even gonna bother trying to jump outside the elevator to check for secrets. That led only to my disappointment and falling to my death so far. The game has broken my will. I was Turkish. Was? How do I maximize like this? Lamo. This is the best level so far in chapter 3. Ow. Dude. I'm bad. What is this again? Forget what ammo type that is. Is that titanium? Yay! An Albanian. Dude, I knew one person who was Albanian. And they unironically had like a blood feud in the family. Like fucking... chasing like... her cousin like across Europe. To turbo murder him. And it's like, okay dude. Yeah, no, this is like Viscerafest at its best, so I'm really happy we have a whole level of just like arena after arena after arena. Good change of pace. Violence? Now. Oh shit, it's these guys. Whoop. I fucked up. I missed my punch completely here. Whoa. I don't know which attack actually knocks you back like that. It might be multiple ones. I don't know if it's the huge fuck off explodey shot of these guys, or if it's also the balls. Dude, the ring of reflection is kinda ass. Would really expect it to hurt a lot more than that. Oh yeah. Oh. Ah! I'm stuck in the stairs! No! This is Kino. Kidnap their girls back to Albania. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, it genuinely seemed like a super fucked up family situation. And as you said, it's apparently super commonplace. Oh shit. No! Twice! I'm retarded. Being a Turk. I think... You're picking up what I'm putting down. Oh shit, that's on a flat wall, is it? Oh shit, I'm raped. My cool idea ruined! Oh! Okay. Oh, holy shit, are you the dev? Dude, your game is awesome. Hold on, I'm gonna go piss, and then I gotta talk to you about your game, because it's cool. You can ask my chat, it's true, I'm not lying. Actually, they will lie, so don't listen to them.
Okay.
Here you go. They all lie, dude. They're terrible. Yeah. Oh, before. There's a bug. The level just before Damnable Descent, where you fight the Malefaction, the big baby at the end. I was chain crashing. Like I got murdered when the two big babies come out, and then it kept crashing the game over and over. And Catherine kept saying, "I don't think it was in the oven long enough." Which is pretty funky. Okay. But real shit, your game has probably the tightest, most interesting combat ecosystem, I think, in the entire genre. Your arena fights are spectacular. Don't listen to the shitters who say there's not enough ammo and the game is too hard and you melee too much. They don't understand it. What you've crafted is super special, and my favorite, I think the peak, the apex of the game so far, although this level is really good, was the in chapter 1, you start a level like coming out of an elevator and you're immediately into this like 2-level arena with like a fuckload of enemies and a bunch of different types, and it's really sick. And I think your weapons are very interesting. Like, I think having so many tools that play off of like enemy positioning, like the punk canister is like the best, the coolest gun in gaming. And I remember getting it and I thought, oh, I would have rather have had like another method of indirect damage, like, you know, banking shots off walls to then impact enemies, but I immediately ate my words because holy shit is this thing badass. So yeah. Oh shit.
I shouldn't shoot that, I'm retarded.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, dude. So I hope you make 1 million copies, and I hope people in chat are buying the game, because it is very good. And I got it for free thanks to Fulcrum Publishing. You should you can toot that horn all you want. Also, I dropped the game at like starting chapter 3 last stream, and I thought, damn, dude, it sucks that they didn't put any music in. Like, I don't know what kind of vibe they're going for, but it's not working. The music is so good and there's nothing, and I forgot completely that you had these the composer had these problems. I hope they're doing all right, because really the music adds so much to this game. You went all out for this fucking level, didn't you? Holy shit. I think this might be... okay, so the punk canister, the reason why it's so unique and so interesting is that it's a projectile that embeds an explosive in what it hits. And rather than using it like a traditional rocket launcher, it actually deals way more damage in a bigger AoE if you hit the ground next to an enemy instead of the enemy directly. Which is like such a clever design. Yeah, they pierce through shield. I can know. I've been punging the yellow. I don't know any new enemies, but these guys have been punging them for a while. Well, not like that. And you would think that was like sprite-based enemies like this, you would just like kind of forget. Like oh, not forget. I can't speak. I'm stupid. You would think there'd be like a lot of problems like vertical aiming, and there isn't. Dude, I can't focus on the game, like I'm a terrible showcase. But yeah, no, that one fight I mentioned, I beat it second try, but I ate shit, and I thought I'm just gonna do it again, but do better this time. And I did, and it was incredibly satisfying. And I haven't felt the whole, I can do this fight better feeling in like a long time. So, you know, congrats, dude. Like, your game is great. I think the problems that I had with it are like all the like story puzzle sections I thought were like kind of killed the pace. And I think some levels where you don't really give these huge arena fights and you sort of have more traditional shooter progression were not as good as like these fantastic encounters like right here. Like, this is really fun. This is what Doom Eternal wishes it was. And it feels really nice to have a game that's actually trying to kill you, let alone succeeding at it. So yeah, I fucking love Visceradev. Okay, I think that took care of the big bads. I should have shot at them, but you know what? I can't focus like at all. I think I can probably do this cleaner. Yeah, actually. Yeah, I've been gushing. Dude, I haven't just been gushing about the game all week. I have been thinking about the game when I'm not playing it, and yeah, it's there's always just like a little thing to point out, like a little thing to be like, oh yeah, this is like really clever design, or oh, this works really well. Pick up the more intense sections, but that's when you're making a shooter, that's exploration. That's like secret hunting. Oh, another thing that bugged me. If I may suggest a feature, when there's a lot of levels where I didn't find a bunch of secrets, and then I reach a point of no return, and I hate that. Like, I wish there was a way for all levels that do that to just have like a little teleporter that like loops back around to the start, or like the door behind you opens again and you can like run around and go look for stuff, because that's a bit frustrating. It's a little bit frustrating. Also, you nearly single-handedly changed my mind about boss design in first-person shooters. I've always been of the opinion that if I may not miss the fucking ramp, like boss fights typically don't work in shooters because you have like your huge combat system, big boy game design that's made to like fight a bunch of smaller guys, and suddenly it's one big guy and it's like never very interesting. Like especially coming like I'm a huge Tide game player normally, like Vermintide, Darktide, all that, and these games have like some really terrible boss fights where like the combat really falls apart and just doesn't work well. I can't focus what I'm saying. And your boss fights are like a notch above, especially the. I'm sorry for not remembering any name of anything, but I'm like that. The out of cell ammo. I don't know which chapter. Fuck me. The floating robot head is excellent. That's a really good boss fight. The different phases with like the different lasers you need to avoid, and you can either just do the fast circle strafing thing, or you can actually use your iframes to punch through stuff. That's really sick. You know. I think are they like, do people just think all the bosses are bad? Because I think some of them are less interesting than others, but the one I named is like super fucking sick. Does Punk hit? Hold on. Oh yes, Punk hits that. Okay. Whoops. Oh, I'm stuck! I'm stuck in ramps! I think it, yeah, the Elder Banshee, I think. Yeah, I even had Pepper. Pepper has been praising the game as well, being like, oh yeah, the soundtrack goes hard. Yeah, the soundtrack is excellent. Woo! So yeah, like, this game was such a pleasant surprise too for me, because it's definitely one of the games that I was just like, I knew it existed, but I try to stay away of like early access stuff, and I was like, you know, I don't know, described as a collectathon thingy, I don't know, maybe we'll see, and it sort of flew by me until the day of release, and I saw, hey, you know, Fulcrum offered me a key, whatever, I'm gonna try it out, and I did not expect to find like the tightest, absolute tightest combat encounter, and you know, just combat gameplay in general that I've played in a long time. So like, congratulations, man, your game is special. Genuinely special. And even I have to admit, I didn't, you know, Caroline, I really thought I would hate her a lot more. She's alright. You know what? She's okay. Oh, I got an achievement. Can I? Die! Ah! I'm terrible. Just complain they're too hard, dude. That's the worst. When I saw the game released, and it had like, I think the recent reviews were almost down to mixed, or they may have reached it. And I saw that people were complaining that the game got too hard, and they were like, oh, I used to love this game in early access, but now it's like so ridiculously difficult. And I thought, oh wow, two things. Either these people are omega shitters and they don't get the game, or the dev actually fucked something up terribly. And it turns out that the game only works because of its really tight tuning. You have made the first game in a while that I've played. I'm not really like, it's impossible to focus as I speak, but I was actually wondering on my first stream, like, oh, I hope the dev is gonna come up, because that's cool. I had a couple of games where people did that, and it's like, I'm always so giddy because I fucking love games and game dev stuff, and I always love talking to the devs so you can tell them this is awesome or this sucks ass. And yeah, it's great. People just, they don't get it. They don't get it. When you hear people say the weapons are too weak, there's not enough ammo, and you melee too much, it's like, you don't play another game, you don't get it. Play Doom Eternal if you want to watch the chainsaw cutscene and then shoot for free for 10 minutes. This is your game, I was saying, is the first game, like, in a long time, the first shooter I play where I have to think about bullets. I miss the bullet pickups picking up. Like, in a way where you really need to squeeze every bit of value out of your guns for certain arenas. And when you have this plan of action going, and you start remembering what your tools do, and use you manipulate the environment and enemy padding around it, it's just so fucking fun, dude. It's great, dude. The game is kind of phenomenal. If I'm being perfectly honest. I fucking love visceradev. I went from no expectations to like, this is one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. I fucked up to go under there. So yeah, it's a... yeah, I know. I've carcossed before. It's just really difficult to like think about it. I beat this fight already. I just want to do it cleaner, you know. I love the carcosa. I was trying to drag them all the way down the stairs so I could carcosa like away from prying eyes. In private, kind of jorked my shit. Yeah, and I was just about to say too, like I think so far chapter 3 has been my least favorite. Like a lot of the encounters weren't very quite as grand as that huge fight that I mentioned earlier. And this is fucking this is like the peak of the game I think so far. Like this combat arena is just I also love this. All your weapons are so creative. No, I shot too high. I'm retarded. The Deus Mortis is awesome. The Bunker Blast. I like every weapon. And it's really cool that every weapon has a purpose and like fits somewhere in the like combat ecosystem of this game. Oh shit, I keep doing this. If I stop getting stuck on slopes, it'd be awesome. The next 2 levels have some big fight. Yay! What engine is this? Is this GZ Doom, by the way? I didn't... Oh, no, it's Unity, because it crashed and I saw the Unity thing. Never mind. Whoops. And do you have, like any... I can't speak, dude. Any intention of doing stuff like, wrong weapon? Like, I don't know, some kind of map editor? Because I think people would... With the combat system this tight, I think opening this to the community and like letting people really go crazy with stuff would go pretty hard. Ah, he responded! If I'd missed 3 in a row, I would have given up. Oh. It's great. I love this game. Like, I think that was sort of my biggest issue with, because when I read that, you described the game as like an arena shooter, I thought, oh god, it's gonna do the Doom Eternal shtick of like, you know, the levels aren't good and it's like locking you into like a boring arena. And it's not gonna have resource management, because the issue with Doom Eternal is that you can reset everything at any time. It's like, oh, you ran out of ammo, time to press the chainsaw button and have everything at once. And weapons stop feeling like weapons and more just like one attack, if that makes any sense. And the enemies don't really try to kill you in that game. You know, it's just you kind of turbo murder everything. And this is that concept, but done masterfully well. Just actually phenomenal. I'm gonna do a thing here. I'm gonna do the funny. Hold on. Or die horribly trying. Oh, they survived. So yeah, man, congrats. Like, it's really hard to play the game and focus at the same time. I'm failing at both, but it's really good. This game is really good, and I hope we get to see more from visceradev and you in general. You went from a dev that I was just vaguely aware of to someone I'm keeping on my radar. Like, very, very well done. Ah! And iframing stuff by punching is Kino. Lots of shorts come. Yeah, it feels like they were going for something and didn't quite know how to fit all the ingredients together to like actually get a... How do I say this? Like because they have a loop, but the problem is that loop, it just feels like you're sort of playing around the game, and you're never... Like, it's all about optimization, because it's never really trying to fucking kill you, and that's my biggest problem with it. Oh. I see. Whoop! Flammo. Huh? Oh! Okay, now that I've glazed your game a lot, put my fucking cat in the game. Ow! GROB will be in visceradev too. Oh my lord. Like, genuinely, the punch stuff, I remembered, as I always do, like, right before I stream something, because I have a, I'm fucking horrible with technology, and technology has a way of, like, just entering a black hole of complications, and I like when my setup just works, and I just give every game, like, 5 minutes to just, you know, adjust the settings and do all that, and make my sensitivity the same, and so my chat doesn't make fun of me for pulling out my ruler. And, I remember seeing the punch tutorial and thinking, this game is going places. And even the way that it's like technically using the same resource, but you can punch on no stamina means you can do the combo where you just dash punch into something, and it's just such a fun integration of iframes into combat, and it is so tight. Plus, you know, it's a dash that makes people explode. It's awesome. Ooh, I see some Carcosa's Wrath shit. I don't think I'm gonna bother punging these guys. Ah, weren't you dead a second ago? Motherfucker. Yeah, hold on, let me read that. Still say when your resources going into a fight and after a few deaths where to allocate them and it comes together so nicely. I think that... Oh, you're talking about visceradev. More so twofold, I think. One, they were constantly trying to one-up Doom 2016, which led to an such a bloat, and two, though they wanted to hold the player accountable, they also wanted to baby-proof the game, which leads to some conflict of interest. Yeah, like, they created like a resource management environment where there is no management, and it's like impossible to put yourself in a bad situation and then need to claw your way out of it. You can sort of always like reset everything. It's like there's like you just... Oh, missing armor? Press the armor cooldown. Oh, need to pause the game? Throw ice. And same shit with ammo. Oh, you ran out of ammo? Don't worry, dude. Wait a bit, your chainsaw's gonna come back. And I used to think it was an inherent limitation of the arena design. And your game proves that it's not the case. And you can absolutely have like tight, punishing resource management in a game with arena fights. And it's like, oh, you ran out of ammo in visceradev? Guess what, idiot? Try again. You can absolutely do it. Everything was fucking calculated for that. And, yeah, so congrats for that. My issue with Doom Eternal, too, is, like, there's so much stuff that, I don't know. It just feels like brainless fucking spam of all your cooldowns and all your guns, and then you just chainsaw someone. And, yeah, like... All the way they did iframing, I don't like the glory kills at all. It's just like pausing the game. That's why I love the punch so much, because you're actually moving. It keeps everything in motion while you're doing it. And it gives you health when you explode corpses, which is fucking like such an awesome mechanic, such a fun idea. Also, the level design sucks for Doom Eternal. Everything in between the arenas is like very uninteresting. And, yeah. I don't know. This surface is like Doom Eternal done right. That's the tagline. You should have gone with that. Imagine the fucking seed. Chainsaw fuel does not regenerate. Pickups only into the maximum capacity is higher, so you don't constantly abuse the chainsaw. Yeah, but also if you look at the enemy roster and how they work, they're just not a threat. Like, the Doom guy can fly around the map at max speed, and... the enemies can't keep up. Like, even if you look at the big dude with the shield and the shotgun and... Ah!
Give me a break.
I agree! And all that, they can't really catch up to you. That's I think the game's biggest issue, is that even if you did... Oh, you guys are back? Are you kidding me? Even if you sort of did all the things you're proposing that do make sense and, you know, would, you know, make the game better, there would still be no real way for... I keep jumping over the fucking pad. For like, the enemies themselves to be very threatening. And, I hate that. Like, one thing that's awesome about visceradev is that you go really fucking fast. You have permanent 50% damage reduction because bunny hopping. You have a dash and a punch that all serve out as iframes. And the game is murdering you all the time! It's awesome! It's actually built around its tools. It feels like Doom Eternal doesn't really have, it's like a playground without much more. Oh, I'm retarded. Yeah. And that's really well done. Like, it's, even in games that I really love, like Ion Fury and all the classic shooters, it can often feel like, you know, beating the game isn't really like a challenge. Like, you know, if you're not completely stupid, you will manage to like beat any classic shooters on the hardest setting. Like, you know, Blood accepted. Blood is like its own thing. We don't talk about Blood difficulty. Blood exists in its own little Blood vacuum. And Visceradev is just so fucking fun and so good. This is, you know what you've made? You have made the Ninja Gaiden 2 of first-person shooters. Well, except it's not quite as unpolished as that. But it's sort of giving me that same vibe of, you know, the game is actually trying to kill you. And that's, like, super fun. Fun. Should have done that first, maybe. And, I don't know. It's, it sounds like I'm just glazing you to be nice, but, like, I have been just, like, crazy about your game for a bit. And, it's really cool. And one thing I like, too, is that it's being original. Like... There is no other retro shooter like Visceradev. Very unique combat loop. And it feels nice to, like, play something that, you know, has its own rules. And, like, there are inspirations here, but it culminates in an experience that's kind of unlike any other. And if the, like, habitual suspects of, like, retro FPS YouTube don't shill the fuck out of your game, then I don't know what they're doing. Blood's bouncing is a hot mess. I think it's, yeah, it's just weird. This game is called Visceradev, and it's awesome. Blood, I'd heard through the grapevine, but I've never found like a proper confirmation that like the highest difficulty setting of Blood was intended for co-op. But it's also just uninteresting enemy design. It's like super low reaction time hit scanners that also deal very high damage. And that's just... Those three things toggled on at the same time is like, maybe not the greatest amount of design. But yeah, I don't know. Like, when I mean that, I've been thinking even about like the little things in your game that I think made me think... There was one... I was literally just giving that example earlier too. Like, there's one little... small encounter that was like the perfect Visceradev vignette of like clever design, where on the train level, on like a carriage below the main carriage, you put like I was looking for secrets, and I jumped down, and what do I see? I see the big robot and the little shield dude, and your instinct is telling you punch to just one-shot the shield dude, and if you do that, you're just gonna eat the static shield from the robot. And so the correct move when you know you're Visceradev is to just, you know, start off by pistoling the robot. So he's stunned and he takes damage. And then after 3 hits, you can do the punch and explode them both in one punch. And it's cool. Kino game. Honestly, did a great job. It's very cool. I love Visceradev.
Die.
Ah!
Die.
Dude, the music is great. Oh, here they are. Whoop! Uh-oh. I am moderately in trouble.
Ah!
This guy is kind of awesome, but I'm bad at games. Yeah, like I've rarely found like a game that felt as carefully considered as this one, honestly. Like, where you really do notice that there's like a clear vision for how the gameplay should work, and it absolutely works. Oh no. You gotta don't do this. Make a whole ramp. Don't put holes in the ramp, because if you put holes in the ramp, I fall into them every single time. in every single game known to man. This has happened. I'm terrible. Worst Viscerafest player humiliates himself in front of the dev? I'm actually playing bad on purpose to make the game look harder. This is like a paid op. Oh yeah. I love that the tentacle gun actually makes like an extra hard shoot out of enemies. Okay, I need to absolutely destroy these nibblers. Yeah, I don't know. It's great. And you saying that there's more big fights like this later on? I'm excited.
Yeah.
Fight right before chapter 3's final boss. Whoa! Thank you for not making that a death. Fuck. Also, one thing I kind of like in games, not just because of my melee, my first-person melee bias, but generally, I like when in a first-person shooter the melee isn't just like a gimmick. Like you see in a lot of classic shooters, like fucking I don't know, like the kick in Duke, or like the punching in Doom. Like until you get the power up, it's just like a joke thing that you're never gonna use. But here, like the punch is just actually like a core tool of your. Not just your damage dealing abilities, but also just, you know, it's a movement tool and you dodge with it. It's really, really well done. I like that. Game was it to take what to me are core pillars of the retro shooter subgenre, aggression versus magic tech position, and just push those elements to the forefront to the experience in a way no other retro shooter has. You've succeeded. I haven't finished the game. You've succeeded. This is exactly that's exactly how I felt about the game. Like it pushes the player. And these games usually don't really do that, and it's fantastic. It really is like very, very well done, and I can't recommend it enough. It's really fucking cool. It's awesome. Really, really awesome. And it's nice to see that you know, there's still some. It's easy to see. You see so much like insane doom and gloom about like you know, like the state of gaming and how it's all a lot of like these soulless, fucking horrible AAA projects that just rape a known franchise and no one's happy and prices are going up, and you have a lot of people saying, oh, it's so gaming is dead, it's over. But I have like the complete opposite mindset. I think there has never been like a better time to be a gamer. You have access to all these games made, you know, God knows how long ago, that are awesome, and you can play them in their best. You can have the best time playing them. And when it comes to like the indie industry, like it's a double-edged sword, because you both have like an insane amount of selection as a player, but I can't imagine how difficult it is to like make your game known as a developer. Oh, one thing I don't like is like the limited save stuff. I thought it didn't add much. Like, I mean, I've never really found myself managing my saves. I finished every chapter with like 7+, but occasionally I'd forget to save because I'm paralyzed by the fear of like, oh shit, I don't want to waste this limited thing. And I don't know, I saw there was a clip of you talking about save systems, and I didn't listen to that, admittedly. I'd be interested to hear your reasoning, because that's the one element that was kind of a bit of a head scratcher. It didn't really do anything, except maybe it's like to troll the player. Dude, I'm taking too much. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Things seem pretty good to me. Exactly, dude. Exactly, dude. You look at Sweden.
You literally live in Finland?
I was actually wondering if the Carcosa's heart was like, give you hearts based on like the size of an enemy, or if it was directly just like how many dudes it hit. Dude, I released the punch wrong. When I was fighting the boss version of this guy, I feel like I had an easier time learning the timing of the of the big line of sight attack. To just iframe it, but now I'm too stupid. Ugh. Actually never play AAA games.
Doom Eternal was a AAA game. You played that. You're lying. Ah!
Whoa! Can I do a thing? Oh, yes. Okay, you two get close together now. I have embarrassed myself once again. I will do it. I will nuke them both. Take the same ramp. I'm begging you. Ugh. No! Nearly. My vision, my grand vision is nearly complete. Yes. You can ask my chat. Usually when I say I have a great idea, something horrible happens to me. But this time I actually had a good idea. Are these guys out of sync on purpose? You devilish man. Or is that just a happy accident? That one does the LOS attack while the other shoots projectiles.
Give me a break.
So true. Except don't give me a break. Make the next fights even harder. Oh! I'm gonna have to stream Citadel. I never finished that. I'm being owned. Okay, I'm just gonna focus on the shamblers. Having trouble? Try narcolepsy mode. Are you too stupid to play Viscerafest on its hardest difficulty? Ow. Yeah. I'm gonna do it anyway. And then I'm gonna complain at the dev on Twitter that the game is too difficult. And offer absolutely no clever takeaways. Just game too hard. Please nerf. Okay, that's one down. If I can actually focus for 2 seconds on what I'm doing, I can actually kick these guys' ass. Can you believe I'm generally not good at video games?
Die.
That's not how you do it. Shredder time. I almost never use the shredders. I just like the old pistol more. I don't know. Single hit, big hit, make my brain more satisfied.
Lamo.
I'm stuck in a wall, I think. Many such cases. Ah! You typed 2 big messages. I forgot to ask if this was like a one-man project or if there's actually a whole team behind it. Limited saves because I wanted to prevent players from using save scumming and force them to actually learn how to play the game and not just bash their head against the brick wall until they win. I mean, I kind of get that, but I really think you've made a game whose combat loop is honestly so tight that... I mean, if someone does that, they're just gonna end up like so pathetically ruined by the fight that, you know. I'm not sure you could actually play this like Blood, where you inch forward, you kill people, and then you do that. It's like, I don't know, quick saving in the middle of the arena, you're kind of winning. I don't know. Like, it's not a deal breaker, but it's really, I don't know. It didn't end up doing much. Like, I guess it stressed me. I just like the feeling of this skull piercer better, dude. It's like my cool death magnum. Shot through their heart! And it got 8! You give... I don't fucking know, dude. Ugh. I know. No, I don't know. My plan is ruined! Aha! I'm coming! Oh! Also, I underestimate silly people. Wait, what did I say? My brain has moved on from the thought. Maybe. Oh yeah, about the quick saving thing? Yeah. Well, if you ever need playtesters, I'm down to play. I usually play better than this. It's actually legitimately hard to like focus on the game and talk at the same time like that. I had to shut the fuck up during a lot of encounters. The oh, another boss I loved. The Felonious Bolus. The big ball. That guy was cool with the stun barrels. That guy was also really good. I think those two bosses were excellent. Didn't like the others too much. I guess the Shambler's kind of nice because it just makes you learn, you know, like the projectile versus LOS stuff. Dr. Mortis. Yeah, Mortis was really cool. Multi-phase fights too. I got to the Malefactor and I was kind of disappointed that he just got exploded in one phase. Surely. 3 minutes of ads? I know, you can just, have you considered just subbing? Oh my god. I actually should do like a giveaway of your game. Oh, help me. I have done the Serious Sam 1 first level turnaround, but there is no tree in the sand. Like, I just love the Skull Piercer, like, one-shot ability. Like, when you start learning, like, what trash you can just blast in one go. It really made them click in the inventory for me, once you start getting the full arsenal.
Hey. What? Is something wrong?
No.
Yeah, Mortis is great. Mortis and the robot head were awesome.
It's just...
Holy shit, what the fuck is that in the background?
There are so many other people who could offer you so much more than I can.
Oh, don't say that, little
Why
homunculus.
would you want to be with me?
What a freak.
Because I do what makes me happy. And you make me happy.
And so I do you! Look at that fucking gremlin thing. My amazing homunculus husband.
Avatar of the Demon Sultan,
I'm the Avatar. You gotta deal with it.
progenitor of the crawling chaos,
Chaos.
queen of
Oh. If you don't like Twitch ads, you can just go on,
death and
get a browser extension called the alternate Twitch client. It like automatically bypasses ads and has a bunch of cool features too. Oh! Thank you, Pepper, but wrong target. You suck. I forgot how loud that was. Why is it cut off? It's supposed to go at the end. Yeah, ads, I have not seen an ad in 10 years, man. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the story taking the Lovecrafter in turn. I thought it was funnier when it was just her trying to buy a ring. And just by happenstance causing the apocalypse and just kind of blasting her way through it. She really loves that little creature. Holy shit. There he is. Thank you, Pepper. Insane timing.
hold these fantasies and withhold your suffering.
Naked Catherine?
Let this dream fade to memory, your pleasures to ash.
Wake up! Does that still work? I've heard mixed reports on the U-Block stuff. Caroline? Catherine? I don't remember, dude. I can't do names, dude. Caroline. I don't remember.
This isn't real. It's not real.
What do you think I call my cat Grolbian and Grolboos and it changes every time? It's because I don't know. Oh, we should show Gulb to the nice dev, Osric. You only realized that was her sword arms? You're a goober. Check this shit out, dude. You want to see my beast? Actually, I have to go get some water, so it's like, boom, check this out. Get real. Yeah, he's the coolest. I would show him off on camera because he's also like more like a fluid than an animal, but for the first time in 10 years he's managed to hide somewhere. Don't know where he is, where he sleeps. There are other creatures I could showcase, but I would need to carefully grab them. Last levels are missing music. Oh, do you know which one when that starts? Because I actually didn't want to like keep playing without the music because it is actually such a like is this the one actually? Like Visceradev without the Visceradev music just doesn't quite hit the same, and it's I wouldn't want to like spoil myself. This level, okay, well then I'll stop your fantastic game here actually. I'll just patiently wait. Also, a quick idiot man question: if I get to a certain level. I noticed sometimes the game didn't load my save totem, but that might just be user error because I'm stupid. Can I just quit now, and when I load my profile, I will load this? How dare you? It's just I don't know. It's a great game, but I got so depressed when I started chapter 3 the other day. I thought, oh man, there's no music. This really sucks. This is like a gun grave overdose. Awkward, but it's really good, dude. It's fantastic. Genuinely, I'm kind of in awe at this game. And good luck with like the polishing up. I can't even imagine how stressful it must be to have to like sort of rush out a release like that with things not exactly in place. And yeah, well, just know that the knowers know, the appreciators know that your game is fantastic, and I haven't stopped gushing about it in a while. And frankly, it's I think kind of an achievement in first-person shooter design. So the patch for make a change in level to prevent the game. Ah, okay. Well then, no problem. But if I just close the game, it will just load here, right? I don't have to spend one of my save crystals. I like to save. I'm like a little hamster. I just put save totems in my fucking jowls, and I keep them there just in case. You never know. You might need 12 save tokens to blast past an arena. All right. Well then, I don't wanna spoil myself, but it does look. I'm very excited. You said there were more big fights, and I'm excited to see that because that elevator fight was genuinely such a high point for this chapter so far, where things really click together like that. It would be great. I'd love to see what people can do with like a map editor, like Visceradev master levels. You know, great game, great game. Probably my favorite of all like the indie shooters that have come out. It's great. It's great. Genuinely, it's cool to have you in my chat. I was genuinely first stream. I was like, I wonder if the guy's gonna show up because I think I'm like the only one streaming this game. Things get very bullet hell. Oh well. Thankfully, I can also shoot many bullets. I'll just wait for the patch then. No biggie, dude. Take your time and yeah, this game is something else, dude. I also wasn't expecting the soundtrack to hit this hard. I really didn't know what to expect. New Game Plus? Oh, dude! Awesome! I was just gonna say, like, that would be, like, a great idea. That's something I always wish more games did, where you actually change the, like, encounters on subsequent replays, like, through a New Game Plus thing. I thought that was the best thing about Ninja Gaiden 2, is sort of you get to the highest difficulty, and it's, like, completely different encounters, and it's unlike anything you've seen before. But for a game like this, it actually makes even more sense for a game like that because you well actually it's kind of the same deal where you know the later levels have so many more crazy weapons and so many crazier enemies on screen compared to like the prologue where it's just like the two basic dudes you murder over and over. Enemy randomizer. Okay, I'm looking forward to that, man. Good to see that there's still stuff being planned other than just polishing up stuff. It's great. It's great. And honestly, I wouldn't change the difficulty. I think you seem like a smart guy, so like you probably know. You're probably pretty good at games, but playing like I forgot the name of the highest difficulty, like Nightmare or whatever, is like tuned. Wait, the randomizer's already in? Really? Ah. Do you have to finish the game to see it, or do you select it when you start a new game whenever? Oh my god, hold on. Creature. The creature is inside the box. You may have heard the creature I killed. How do I show this? Can I move it? Hold on. The beast is here. The animal. Hello! Look at that! Yeah! Oh no! It's over. Hello from the hub. Oh yeah. Oh my god, a triple beast. My god. Look at the size of this motherfucker. Hold on, I need to readjust. The beast will be grabbed. Is this correct? Yes, this is correct. He didn't know. He wasn't prepared. There you go. Yeah, that's good to hear, man, because it's always sort of frustrating when you not that I'm like a master viscerafest, but I was pretty good, you know, at Dark Tide and shit. And when you see developers who maybe don't have quite the confidence to understand their own combat sandbox, or like assert that this is how things should play, and they get confronted with like walls of feedback of like, this is too hard, this is too easy, from people who have no fucking clue what they're saying. I always have that fear that like the devs will listen and be like, oh yeah, the masses are saying this, so it's gotta be correct. So that's good to hear, man. It's a great game. And this is Cazador with a K. He's a big baby. He's a bit like a pet panther, but microscopic. Good beast. Nerfing the game would piss out a lot of folks off. Yeah, I mean, you have the cool thing about your game is that there's like 1,000 different difficulty options. Goo goo gaga. Or like, you can actually tune like all of these different things, and you can just sort of leave Nightmare as a like go fuck yourself difficulty mode for those who like it. You made Viscerafest for me. That's why it's so good. I think that's very, very clearly, like, as I was saying, like, the way the vision permeates through the entire thing of, like, the gameplay is its own thing. There is no game like Viscerafest. The combat is just... Oh, are they randomized? Beb. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, man. It's I was talking about a phenomenon like a while back with like art and something that's officially felt in video games, where it feels like the great classics were not made, were like genuine original things that weren't made as like, oh, we liked this, so we're gonna do that again. Whereas there's a lot of stuff in video games that's just like, oh, it's this thing you've seen before. And Viscerafest is feels like something new. It's great. Yeah, good job. I really like it. Something that I had genuinely no expectations, I kind of forgot about, turned out to be fantastic. And there's another beast in the cardboard. Hello. Galito. Yeah, I'm done with this animal. I think I'll close it up and just pack him. Send him away. Goodbye. No more cat. I like retro shooter, but how do I take them further? Yeah, but in doing that, you create something that's like entirely unique. Like the arena gameplay of visceradev is like there's no game is like this. You couldn't say, oh yeah, it's like this game, but also X. You know, it's like this, but also it's like X, but also Y. Like you could, for instance, you say, you. I'm glad you like the shirt, dude. You could take like Ion Fury. I love Ion Fury. It's a fantastic game, but you could basically describe Ion Fury by saying it's like Duke Nukem 3D but good. You know, that's how I would describe it. And visceradev is just such a resounding success, and I haven't even finished it. So, and you saying there's more big fights, I'm much excited. I'll definitely wait for the patch for the music, because the soundtrack is so fucking good. Do you even sell it on Steam? Actually, I need to see, because it's really really awesome. But yeah, like congrats, your game rocks, dude. And I definitely cannot wait to see more from Osric. I don't know if you're Acid Man Games or Fire Plant Games. I don't know who's whom. Ah! I see him. Target locked. And that would be like a good... That would be good to introduce GROB. Waiting a while? No problem. You're Acid. Well, you're cool. This is GROB. I ask everybody to put GROB in the game. For every game. He's the best. He's barely sentient. He's never had a thought. Just a bit of a creature. Oh! Don't say that. I am not Turcopods. What a good beast. He's usually more limp. He's actually putting up a bit of a fight here. This is putting up a fight for his standards. I think he's seen one of his kittens and he wants to go play with him. We'd have to give our publisher soundtrack rights, which... Oh! Oh, I mean, you could post it like even like just having the Bandcamp for the composer. That would be perfect. You know, honestly, it's just that, you know, I kind of want to. I like rewarding that kind of stuff, and I'd love to pay for it. Yeah, I have all sorts of questions too when it comes to like being published. It's kind of and I always wonder, like, you see so many indie devs self-publishing, and I've always wondered what it's like to actually, you know, find a publisher, get a publisher. I've seen that Fulcrum actually published a lot of like smaller games. Like they published recently. I played through Forgive Me Father 1 and 2. It's kind of surprising. But yeah, great fucking game, dude. Very, very, very cool. I'll definitely give it a buy then, because also gift a copy of your game to someone, because it feels like I'm robbing you for playing it for free. If I'm being honest, I would have paid $30 for this. And I never buy games, but it's yeah, definitely something special. And I hope the whatever is affecting, I think you called him John, the composer. I hope it's you know, not anything too dire, and that things get better. Marky. Oh, there's different musicians. Ah. Uh-huh. Well, even though they're different musicians, they actually managed to have a very consistent level of vibes and quality. Wait, I've heard this. I know this guy. This name. Who's Marky Music? I think someone like brought up that he did the Quake Champion stuff. That might be why. Life happened. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's great music. Chapter 2 sounded excellent. I loved the very racist chapter. Was it called Oriental Massacre? Had, you know, great fucking tunes in there. So far, I've had multiple times where I just went, wow, this fucking song rocks. Oh, wow, this song rocks. I just noticed today I could barely hear the guns anymore because I had the SFX at like 70% and the music blasting. Do anything to say? No reason intended. It's okay. I'm just joking. You know, it's all right. But yeah, great game, dude. It's cool. It's really cool. And I'll definitely keep an eye out for more stuff. I'm actually gonna look you up on Twitter and give you a follow. I don't know how to use this website. 3DR. My brain's melting. What's 3DR? Dude, I can't type. Hello? No problem, okay? No problem. Man? Hello, Golbion. Now you want to be grabbed again. You ran away, and now you want to be grabbed. What is this? Oh, he's on the bellowing post. Okay, hold on. Fake fan? Oh, yeah. No, I'm fucking stupid, yeah. Oh, yeah, the bark of the beast. They come up a lot in discussion. A lot of stuff I wanted to like was ruined by modern 3D realms. When do you think the people who bought the big box edition of Ion Fury are gonna get their copy? Look at that. Look at the beast. Hold on, I need to complete the vision. I need to fix it. Where's my camera controls? Zoom in, enhance. Galbo vision. Yes, meow, I know. Look how beautiful you look. Ooh. God damn. Please, do the thing. Yeah. Hold up. Oh. There he is. No! You're ruining the shot! Gob is activated. What's he doing? But yeah. Cool game, dude. Cool game. Man. Now I'm depressed. Now I'm reminded of 3D Realms. Now I'm sad. Now I'm sad about Graven, Phantom Fury. And the Kingpin remaster I was waiting for. Wholesome. Edgy. Some people couldn't take... Yeah, I mean... I don't want to like kill developers who I think are making mistakes. Yeah, dude, it kind of sucks too because you sort of had I've talked about this like a bunch of times on stream, but like these retro shooters have kind of been like a weird autistic special interest of mine, and to the point that my big high school special project was going to be sort of like looking at the history of the genre and how it was going to be. Like how we were seeing like a push towards like linearization and simplification and movification of games, and that was back in like what 2012, so quite prescient, fucking 15-16-year-old me, and getting to see like all these like this genre come back like ever since like the 2011 Rise of the Triad reboot, I think was like the first like big-ish retro project, and then there was fucking the Shadow Warrior reboot, and it feels like it just snowballed from there. So you made a mistake. The comment was about your publisher. Oh, be careful, dude. They're coming for you. What, Fulcrum? I don't know anything about them. I don't know what they've done. That's evil. And yet to see 3D Realms kind of come back and just have so much stuff not being up to snuff. Phantom Fury being sold like the Duke Nukem Forever we never got. The thing I've always wanted, and then turns out it's poopy. Graven being stuck in early access hell. It's yeah. I don't know what they're responsible for exactly, even. They don't have the best reputation. I don't exist? Uh-oh. Wait, what the fuck? It says they're publishing the new Painkiller. How can they not exist? What? What's going on here? Developer Anshar Studio, publisher 3D Realms. Isn't Saber doing that game? Yeah, and then you click on... Dude, you click on Anshar Studios, and it takes you to the Saber page. What's going on here? What is happening? There's like some weird crossing stuff. They're not doing this, are they? That's Studio Realms. Yeah, what the fuck? My god, the animal is screaming inside the cardboard box. What do you want? You can't dig under that, you idiot. Yeah, that's right. Flop down in the box. Do you want to be... Oh, dude, hold on. I can aim this. Oh, no. I need to be more accurate. What are you doing? Owned by Saber. Goddamn. Once those products are done, they'll be out. Well, good thing they're letting them finish those products so we don't end up with another Graven or another Phantom Fury. Dude, I have this plan with the cardboard box. I'm gonna tip it on its side at some point, and they're gonna rediscover the cardboard box. Dude. If they thought they liked it before, they will love it. You can put multiple cats in the cardboard box that's horizontal. They don't know. Yeah. Well, anyway, it's cool to see that Viscerafest actually came out, and it came out the way it did, because I'm always weary of early access. Like, to me, it's just like I understand the necessity of, like, I'm not, I hope you didn't take that, like, as me, like, shitting on people who do early access when I say, like, I tend to avoid games like that. I totally understand it, and I think in a lot of cases it makes sense. And there's been plenty of successful early access titles, you know, Deep Rock Galactic, Viscerafest, that kind of stuff. But it's just generally like a bad proposition for players. And I know myself, and I'll buy an early access game, and I'll play it, and I'll reach the end of the early access, and it's like, okay, see you in 2 years to get the full experience. But it's yeah. And I've been meaning to Fulcrum get them contribute to Wig. Fulcrum was involved. You didn't want to do that. Wait, how? I'm curious. If you don't want to talk about this stuff like publicly, I'm like, you can shoot me some DM. I'm like, curious as to how that works and like what the relationship between you and Fulcrum actually is exactly. That's interesting. That's interesting. The plot actually thickens. It's also like I've been meaning to ask, because to me, early access, you kind of run the risk of like having a. Like, the game comes out, and there's kind of like this big hubbub about it. It's like, game comes out, boom, it's on Steam, you can buy it. And generally with games, there's some exceptions, especially nowadays. Like, especially, I think, Deep Rock Galactic, the example I mentioned earlier, reached, like, its highest player count, like, way after its 1.0 release. But typically, you see most sales, like, happen sort of, like, just before the game comes out and when it comes out. And then after that, it kind of, you know, tapers off. And I've always wondered if, like, early access, you don't run the risk of, like, all your sales happen in the early access. And maybe the people who don't buy want to hold off, end up kind of forgetting about the game, maybe. But I generally don't know how that plays out. Fulcrum's decision, huh? Well, then. I hope it went well. I hope it was an alright early access. I don't know. I really wasn't following it. But, yeah, it's a cool fucking game. And I'll keep an eye out for Fulcrum Mischief. You know. They did give me a key for free, so they can't be all that bad. Oh my god, third animal. 3 animals in a row. That's the magic of cool game devs. Oh no. The animal is misplaced. This animal is cool because you can kiss his nose and he hates it. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Yay. 100 it's a finished game with EA, you get basically 2 launches. So from business standpoint, Fulcrum likes early access. Yeah, but they're not equivalent launches. That's not how that works, right? Surely there's like a disadvantage to that. Like what the thing I've always pictured as a possibility is kind of like a loss of steam happening, where you have like this initial release, and then the longer the delay between that initial early access release and like the 1.0 release, the more people will sort of forget about it, or, you know, not keep it. Like, I don't know. I actually have. It's not even. I'm not even saying that it's the case. I'm saying it's like I've always felt like that could be a possibility. I've never looked at analytics relating to that. This is the animal. This is the animal. He's such a good baby. Why do you look so angry, Carl? What? What? If you're not happy, you can just fall. You can just jump off. Yeah. I'm so mean to my cat. I torture my beast every day. I love my Calito. Oh, there's a beast. 4 years to come out of early access? Yeah, that's a long time. Holy shit. Yeah, that's exactly the thing I was kind of you know, thinking about could possibly happen. That's sad to hear, man. I hope people make a lot of noise about Viscerafest, because it is genuinely a bit of a crowning achievement in and a nice bit of fresh air and innovation in a space that can be a little bit stagnant. And that deserves to be rewarded. Even if it isn't always rewarded, you know? If you wanted to be a billionaire, you'd have made a Chinese gacha game. Making a video on it, that will help us. Yeah, get the usual suspects. Get the fucking Mandalorian gaming. Get Seth. Seth Dientak. He'll be happy to cover it, probably. I don't know. Maybe there's not enough porn for him to cover it. What a baby. But that's good, dude. That's nice to hear. Lots of life crap happened. I'm sorry. I hope nothing too, you know, nothing too grave. I hope things are better now. Whatever happened, I don't want to probe. Seth, does Giga good for sales? Does he play that kind of game? I don't know.
Yes.
Are you a good beast? Are you a terrible beast? Do you know you have 4 paws? Do you understand that? That's 1, that's 2, 3, and 4. You are well crafted. Over the mic or something? Yeah, no problem. Spent 13 years working on it. Jesus Christ. Wow. Do you have some like footage of like the earliest sort of iterations of Viscerafest? That's crazy. 13 years. Talk about a passion project. Well, it shows. I don't think you end up with something as tightly made as Viscerafest without spending a solid decade on it. When you were 12? You're younger than me? Holy fuck. I'm so old, I'm playing games made by people younger than me. It's over. I'm blowing my fucking head off. It's oh, wow. Dude, I'm 28. The only thing I've done in my life is scratch my nuts and to have 3 cats. You made Viscerafest. That's crazy. It's always something kind of humbling to see, you know, like an artist or someone who's able to capture a thought or an idea and like translate it into a medium. I've always found that very incredible. I have a Discord, yeah. It's a little foul, but sure. I mean, you don't have to come to the server. People there are a little retarded, but I can shoot you. How do you see your own Discord? How do you add someone? I haven't added someone on Discord in like ages without them fucking shooting me an invite. I don't know how to do this. How do you? Oh my god. What's my Discord? Help me, Sonny, can you tell me how to use this dang Discord app? I'm trying to talk to this nice man on the internet. Is this my chat? Does this work? Hello? Oh, hell yeah. Well, it's just telepods, apparently. I copied usernames, so there's not 2 telepods. There shouldn't be. I'm doxed. Discord doxed. I'd love to know some more. I love I love seeing like game dev, like in dev stuff, or you know, like earlier footage of stuff. I'm a fucking fiend for that shit. Art books, you know, concept art, that kind of stuff. Like seeing how stuff evolved. I'm fascinated by it. I used to do playtesting for Fat Shark, and they were terrified of people leaking stuff from the playtester server, and I never really understood that fear. Like, we were under like super tight NDAs, and it's like, what do you think would happen if like people saw you're actually working on stuff? Like, you think they'd get angry at it? Like, people want to see stuff that's behind the scene, and I've always thought like I've always used Deep Rock Galactic as a fantastic example of how to do maybe marketing is not the right word, but the way they did oh, you're handsome too. The way they did the way they would tease upcoming updates with like these short little teasers of upcoming stuff, and the way they would do I think once a year they have this stream where they show like all the stuff that they did before the update comes out, like the big seasonal update, and they show like the early concepts and a bunch of 3D models and a bunch of unused animations, and I love that. I really love that kind of shit. It's awesome. It's always super interesting. I found this game recently, dude. I've shown it before, but I'm gonna show it again because the dev is so awesome that I had to follow him. It's like for once, like I love Twitter. It's like the best thing. It's like recommended for you, and it's this guy. He's awesome, and he has this website. Like, how can you not? How can you not? How can you not? Where the fuck is it? I lost it. Oh my god. Hold on. It's somewhere in there. I know it. Ah, this is the dude's page. I love this, dude. Leolin's homepage. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. That's entirely too many L's. Hop onto a call? Oh, if you want, dude. Oh, hell yeah. That would be awesome. Thanks for the vid. I don't know. I was thinking of like closing. I don't like keep you for 3 years, but it's the game is fucking sick, dude. Like this guy has just such a like imposing aura, and then you know there's the link to the cool the cure MIDI files. Oh. Guy's been making like a retro shooter for 7 years now, and it looks really cool. It looks really cool. You can pay a crackhead $50 to learn to vomit on command in HoloLens. That's also a game I'm, you know, waiting for. It's great. It's great. It's great. I should actually go make some food. Actually, I found the level without music like at the right time, and then I yapped for an hour. So it's good. I'll definitely stream the second the music gets added to Chapter 3. But it's great. I love Viscerafest. I love my ugly alien wife with bones for arms, Caroline. Just cool stuff all around. How do you do giveaways? Is there like a... I need to figure out a way to just actually randomly select someone. I'm just gonna gift it to the person I like the most and be like, oh look, you won. go through my fucking followers by who spent the most money. Yeah, proper GeoCity stuff, like straight out of Hypnospace Outlaws. Man, what a cool guy you are. What a cool game you made. I'm definitely gonna go watch this stuff. Can I show this? Is this like private stuff? Acid Man Games. 9 years ago, unlisted. God damn. This is like never seen before. Never seen before. Check this out. Blender Sci-Fi FPS Update 3. 9 years ago. Oh, the Skype thing in the taskbar? Kinda crazy to think about this turning into Viscerafest over... Flashbang! So you've really been like making games pretty much since, you know, you developed a soul. That's crazy. I want to see if I can spot some concepts that have survived. God, thinking the projectile just made me think about how much I love the way projectiles are done in Viscerafest. And how there's so much play around like the tracking stuff and getting it to hit walls, or, you know, having to iframe through it, or in the case of like the little like the big babies that shit out wasp nests, how you can just punch. Oh, there you go, the big eye. The dudes with the big eye in their face. That's still that stayed. That's Caroline's husband. It's the homunculus. Oh, that's so awesome, actually. I imagine making the switch to like a 2.5D graphical style was not easy. I talked about that a lot when I was playing through Forgive Me Father, and how much I respect people who do that, because it's just so much like the sprite-based stuff is just, it looks like it's so much harder to do than you know, like models and stuff. And it has its own little can of worms problems that happens with it. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The oldest known Viscerafest footage. This really is treasure media. Holy shit, the 960. Oh, there you go. There's my sprites. These guys are kind of similar. Oh, these guys too, actually. Oh, that is so cool. I can see that it's hiding a little gun to the bottom left. These are the shredders. I recognize my shredders. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Corpse obliteration. Locked in. How long ago is this? 8 years ago. Oh, so you pretty quickly decided that you wanted to go the 2.5D route. God, the shotgun. How far we've come. I love the bunker buster, dude. I love the gimmick of it. Shotgun that blasts explosions, and like when you point blank people with your explosions, it deals more damage. It's so sick. Hey, that's the acid gun. A 2.5D iteration before the fully 3 version. Wow, holy shit. That's a cute animation too. Really reminding me of the big horn you can the horn. I never got what it is, like the weird horned penis shaped gauntlet in fucking Heretic. I really like the weapons in Viscerafest, man. Just the fact everything just works a little bit differently than in other games and has like a cool gimmick to it. Oh, freeze ray. Oh, I could call you. I'm not like in a call right now. I could call you, but I'm not gonna be too long. This feels like I'm probing. I'm probing too much. There he is.
Howdy.
How's it going, dude?
Is it going? Is it going all right? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm pretty good. I'm playing Viscerafest. Well, I'm watching Viscerafest from 9 years ago, but couldn't be doing better.
Yeah.
I could be doing better when the music gets added into Chapter 3. I want to be cryogenically frozen.
Yeah. I would be doing a lot better if we had the music done on time too. That would have been nice. Like basically what happened with that was like a month before the game was supposed to come out, our composer John S. Weekly, he messaged us and he was like, hey guys, like something came up in real life. I'm not going to be able to access any of my like software or anything I use to make music for a good long while, and I have no idea when I'll be back. So
what the
good
fuck?
luck.
I hope it's nothing too serious.
So he hasn't given. Yeah, so he has not given me very much in the way of details, though I have checked on him since. I've been like basically checking on him like every few weeks just to see where he's at. He hasn't given me much information, but my general intuition is it's something family related that's going on. I can't confirm that obviously, but that's why the game's music wasn't done on time. Like we had the chapter 3 level 1 through chapter 3 level 2's music done for the most part, but none of it was implemented into the game. I ended up having to drag in one of my old composers, Michael Markey, to help us wrap up the music for like get it in the game. And even then, there's still some stuff with the currently available chapter 3 music that will probably be changing once we get all the music done, just because I had to like jury rig implement it myself.
So like when you mean the music that wasn't done, I assume it's not just like the track itself, but it's how it plays through the level, like how it has like the ambient and the active parts and how that flows together.
So the music itself might get some tweaks, but it's mostly how the tracks like transition between one another and stuff like that might not be complete. Like there might be some musical transitions that John ends up setting up that we don't currently have. But you know, we're never gonna find that out until like he gets back on board with us. But but yeah, so I started working on the game when I was 12. Like I was saying, so basically, VisceraFest originally started life as like a Halo clone. It wasn't called VisceraFest originally. I think originally it was called Quarantined in the Worlds of War. Because I was 12.
Yeah.
But
you're like Zane from Hypnospace Outlaw and Slayer's X if he turned out, not an idiot. That's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, so originally started life basically as like a Halo clone. And what ended up happening was around 2012, I had never heard of a first-person shooter before. I wanted to get into 3D animation. I had asked my dad to see if he could find me an application that I could use to do 3D animation when I was 8. He found me something, but I was 8, and learning how to use 3D development software is a nightmare. And the only material I think existed for the program I was trying to use at the time was just like a wiki article basically. And so it was like, just reading through like a dictionary's worth of information for an 8-year-old. And I couldn't even comprehend half of what the words they were saying was. So basically, he found that for me, couldn't learn how to use it. Time passes, 2012, my dad finds me an application called Blender. And the versions of the game you're looking at right now, actually, they were made on Blender.
You have a cool dad.
He is pretty cool. I love my dad. But he, so he found me Blender, and he was like, hey, there's like all these video tutorials and stuff. Like, I think you could reasonably pick this up and learn how to use it. Because I remember when you were 8, you were interested in getting into this stuff. And I was like, okay. And so I started messing around with Blender, pretty quickly found out that it had a game engine. And I was like, being 12, I was like, you mean I can make video games with this thing? So from there, around the same time, I was just being introduced to first-person shooters for the first time. I think the very first FPS game I ever played was Battlefield 1942, and I wasn't really allowed to play much in the way of violent games, so I couldn't really. And I didn't have money, so I couldn't go out and buy games on my own. So I was pretty much just like at the mercy of what can I find online for free. And Doom had a shareware episode available. And so I was able to play Doom for free on Newgrounds. Because somebody basically uploaded like a 3-pack of Doom, Heretic, and Hexen's shareware to Newgrounds. And so that was how I was introduced to Doom. And then eventually I was introduced to the Doom modding scene. And through that, I found games like Marathon, Blood. And very quickly, I shifted away from liking modern shooters to being like, I just love retro shooters. Like, what they're doing here design-wise is so much more compelling to me. Like, it's actually Doom and Marathon that really actually started to make me think about game design. Because it was like, I have to think about like resource management, and I have to like prioritize targets, and I can run around. It's not just taking cover and whatnot.
And waiting for the bloody screen so real to regenerate your health behind a wall. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Doom really moved me in the direction of thinking about game design. And so very quickly, what initially started life as being just like a Halo clone, because I was big into Halo initially once I was introduced to first-person shooters, I was like, hey, I think I want to make like a retro shooter instead. And so I think around 2014, 2015, VisceraFest transitioned into full-on being like a retro shooter. Wait, was this in the 2010s? 90s? So 2012 is when I started working on what would become VisceraFest. It's like I said, it started life as a Halo clone. 2013, I was introduced to Doom. I'm looking at chat right now.
I just wanted to say, there's like you answered a question I was gonna ask, which is like you're 25. I was gonna ask like how did you sort of fall upon like discover retro shooters? Because I'm 28. I'm a little older, but I also didn't start with games like these, and when I found them. I had the same. I smiled when you said like it made you think about game design, because I found like retro shooters and thought, holy shit, what happened? You know, how did we go from this to like Call of Duty? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I think the simple answer to that is Halo happened, and then what happened was a lot of people missed the point of a lot of the design decisions that exist in Halo, and and everything just got watered down from there. But with that said, so 2013 introduced to Doom. 2014 I was introduced to like Marathon and Doom's modding scene and all that stuff. And from there I was like, yeah, I want to make a retro shooter. And so I think pretty quickly Viscerafest started to look a lot like the current version of what it is now. The story was very different. I mentioned, for example, like so Athens. The story of how Athens came to be is
the husbands.
Yes. That's pretty funny. So in an older version of Viscerafest's story, I was playing around with the idea of you having this companion character who would sort of be like your Cortana, basically. Still heavily being influenced by Halo. And so I think I basically ripped off Richtofen from Call of Duty Zombies. And and it was just like there's like this German scientist character who would accompany you throughout the game, and his name was Athens. And then at some point he changed from being a German scientist to being a defector from the United Scientific Conglomerate, which is like the sci-fi faction you fight in Viscerafest. So he was actually one of the trooper enemy types, which is like the green one-eyed girls that you see throughout the campaign. He was originally the same species as them until their lore changed. But eventually Athens just became this completely disconnected character from the USC. And so I was like, well, I really like the cutesy one-eyed design that I had for him at the time, but I can't have him be the same species because that doesn't really make sense anymore. And so, yeah, he basically ended up shifting from being like this German scientist character who is trying to help Carolyn overthrow the United Scientific Conglomerate to being Carolyn's husband.
I love him, the little homunculus fella. I love the storyline of buying him a wedding ring. It's just such a... I don't know, I love it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, so what happened there? Originally, Viscerafest's story was very... I don't know of Bunray, Lakestone. But so originally, the story for like the retro shooter Viscerafest was... I mean, the game was called Quarantined. It was you play as Carolyn, who was abducted by the United Scientific Conglomerate and being used as like a test subject for their bioweapons program. And the idea was like the game was like you break out of like containment and you're just trying to overthrow the USC basically. A basic kill the bad guy story.
Yeah.
It was super melodramatic originally, which felt really disconnected from the rest of the game at the time because I didn't have a means to tell the story. It was just like the end text Doom thing we were doing basically, where it's like you reach the end of an episode and it's like, oh, here's like a paragraph. And so like the fact that the story was like kind of really dark didn't work because none of it could be tonally conveyed through the game. And it's like you got this bright neon sci-fi shooter, and occasionally you get like bouts of really dark text for no reason, and it's like this doesn't work. And so I think what happened was I reached this point where I was like, okay, I'm just going to completely rewrite Viscerafest's story, and I'm going to take the elements from the current iteration that I like, and I'm going to just do something completely different. So that led to, and I was like, it's got to, at least at the beginning, it needs to start a lot more lighthearted. And so I was like, and that's how I basically came up with the idea of you're playing as a bounty hunter, hunting down a warlock so she can buy her boyfriend a wedding ring and propose to him. And from there, I think at the time I was getting, so this would have been 2016 timeframe for reference. I was getting really big into H.P. Lovecraft, and I was already planning on the latter portion of the game having like other dimensional stuff in it anyways, so I kind of tailored the game's story elements around a lot of Cthulhu mythos stuff. Since then, Lovecraft has become a lot more popular. I'd say. So basically, Viscera Fest is incredibly cold to the, hitting the iron while it's frozen, as they say.
It's okay.
Where
Now we know you were actually a precursor, a bit of a trendsetter.
yeah, like
They copied you.
I mean, this was like I mean, I even joked like Doom Eternal stole a lot of our design philosophy, because I mean, a lot of the like trying to push the player and incentivize them to play a certain way was something we were doing well before Doom Eternal came out, and then it was like, oh, I guess Doom Eternal is trying to do the same thing. That's cool.
So you knew early on that you were going to have this focus on like sort of tight arenas, and have the combat play out in that.
Well, so I wouldn't even say there's been a focus on tight arenas. It's more so for me when it comes to retro shooters. The core pillars of a retro shooter are aggression as the primary means of engagement. You're not hiding. You're not peeking around corners. You're like actively engaging the enemy. You have resource management combined with target prioritization. So there's this really big focus on what enemies you take care of first, because certain enemies pose different levels of threat, and if you let certain enemies live for too long, they'll screw you over. You have resource management where you have limited ammo pools, but this is then combined with certain weapons being optimal for dealing with certain enemy types. Which makes you think like, what weapon should I use against which enemies? And then you're constantly going, oh, but what if I save ammo for this weapon for later instead of using it right now, because I might be put in a situation where I want to use this weapon against this. It creates like, for me, retro shooters are really fast-paced strategy games, and it's about and with Viscera Fest, I really wanted to push that element to the forefront. Of like, you need to be like thinking like, what weapon am I using against which enemy? How much ammo do I have? Just all those things have to be right. Like, I knew around, I want to say 2018, 2019, I wanted those elements of the game to really be pushed to the forefront in a way that no other retro shooter at the time was doing, because you had games like Dusk that were coming out pretty soon around that era, I think. And I kind of felt like Dusk. Well, I enjoy Dusk, but I felt like it wasn't capitalizing on a lot of what I liked about retro shooters.
Yeah.
Like, ammo was super abundant to the point where you didn't have to, like, there was incentive to use weapons against enemy types, but a lot of retro shooters kind of overflow you with ammo to the point where if you want to, you can just kind of mindlessly run and gun.
There's there's one pillar that I think like you're so focused on like combat that you didn't even mention like the whole like exploration, like secret finding aspect. And to me, like these retro shooters are often like the combat is so non-challenging that it ends up being like it's almost like a fun distraction, and then the real meat is like spending an hour like hitting E on every wall and trying to find secrets behind posters.
Yeah, I mean, so, we do focus a lot on level design. There was a degree to where, particularly, you can tell with Chapter 3. So the Chapter 3 levels are the biggest levels in the campaign. Like, they were massive tasks to try and make. And one problem we kept facing was, internally, we had a schedule that we had established with our publisher. And the Chapter 3 levels were just taking so long to make that we ended up having to rush our way through making a lot of them. And the initial iterations of, like, basically what would happen is we'd be working on a Chapter 3 level. We'd get to a point where it's like, well, we have to move on. We can't keep working on it. And we would basically have to leave it in a broken, unfinished state. And what this meant was there were a lot of ideas I had for Chapter 3 that I really wasn't able to capitalize on. Like, I wanted to do a lot more horror segments in Chapter 3, and we just couldn't do it because I didn't have the time to properly plan and kind of play things out. We had, I'm trying to think. Basically, what ended up happening was we reached the end of development on Chapter 3, and all the levels were not done. Like, they had, like, rough outlines of what they were, but they were a broken mess. So we ended up basically having to spend like 3 to 4 months just going through the entirety of Chapter 3 and making it not a disaster. Like and like so much happened during that period. It's even hard for me to remember all. Like chapter three's development alone probably took like, I mean, it did take like 2 years. Just because of how ambitious what we were trying to do was and how little time we had to do it, ended up meaning that we ended up having to keep delaying the game, like even more than we wanted to, just so that we could, yeah, just try to get like make it playable. Because yeah, chapter three was super rough early on. Like the enemy roster for chapter three kept changing constantly. Like because the problem was is I knew we were going to replace basically the entire enemy roster with chapter three, but the problem I very quickly realized was chapter one's enemy roster was so well rounded. Chapter one and two's enemy roster was so well rounded that we would get to chapter three and it was like, oh, but we're missing an enemy type that has like this role in the combat space, or we're missing an enemy type that has this role or allows the player to use this way. And so it was like we just kept having to iterate on the chapter 3 enemy roster. So we'd be like in the middle of working on like the second to last level of chapter 3 and we'd make some major change, like an enemy would get cut or we'd add a new enemy, or it's just stuff like that was constantly happening through chapter 3's development. It was a nightmare.
You didn't make things easy for yourself by actually saying, having the confidence to say, we have this fantastic enemy, and I felt the same way. Like by chapter 1 and 2, you have like the USC troopers, and there's so many different enemies, and they're all so creative, and they're all like different threat levels and different types of threats, and you always have to think about the encounters to say, fuck it, we're dumpstering all that, and we're making new enemies. That's crazy to me. And I was actually feeling in chapter 3, like initially, like, oh, I don't know how I feel about these guys. I miss my big encounters with like the 7 fucking types of dudes. And then the big elevator fight hit, and I was like, oh yeah, that's it. We're back in business.
C305, Damnable Descent it's very much like we introduce all these new enemy types. We need to have a level where, so one big thing that pisses me off with some games is random tangent is you'll be playing Wrathion of Ruin suffers from this in spades. Is you'll have games that they'll introduce like new enemy types or whatever late into the game, and it just feels like they never have a chance to capitalize on those enemy types, where it's like you've introduced this really cool new enemy, and because he's a late game enemy, you barely have a chance to actually fight them and get to like see, oh, what are like some interesting combat encounter setups you can do with this enemy, or what's some like interesting like scenarios you can create with this enemy type. Like, what's the extent to which the ideas this enemy type introduces can be used? And it feels like like you just never get to see that happen because the developers. And so one issue, so with C305, it was very much like, I've introduced all these enemies. I need to start using them in really big combat encounters and create different encounter setups with them, because I don't want to run into that scenario where it's like, oh, the possibility space of what this enemy introduces just was never taken advantage of. I never wanted that to happen.
It's funny you mentioned Wrath. Actually, I'm sorry for kind of like
you're fine.
I mentioned the game actually a lot. It's that not only does it introduce some enemies like super late, but it's also that the levels are so huge, and there's so much game in Wrath that it feels like you can sometimes go like hours without seeing something new. And it ends up diluting the pacing, like I think way too much. That was my biggest issue with Wrath. The pacing was just. Awful.
Wrath's pacing is a travesty, and the problem, I mean, like, there are so many baffling decisions that they made with Wrath, and I blame most of it on the lead developer just making really baffling decisions. Like, for example, at any point in Wrath, you can just go back to the hub. Like, you don't even need to finish a level. You can just go back to the hub. And that creates so many balancing nightmares you have to deal with for no reason. There's no reason to return to the hub and play another level. Like, it's not like, oh, you can take this one thing in one level and go to another with it. No, it doesn't introduce anything into the possibility space. It just creates a headache that the developer now has to design around. And one issue you particularly see with Wrath is they introduce So, oh gosh, there's so. I mean, you got me speaking about Wrath, man. Like I could be. I don't want to say too much more about Wrath because I could be here all day talking about it. But
That game has, like it's got problems.
yeah. But one issue I really, speaking of enemies in the possibility space, one pacing issue that Wrath has that drives me insane is they introduce some enemy types in like episode 1, right? So you've got like, I think they're called the Stricken. They're these really big frog-like enemies that spit acid projectiles at you, right? So at the beginning of the game, you'll typically fight 1 or 2 of them at a time, you know? And traditionally, what you would see pacing-wise in a retro shooter is you're introduced to this enemy and it's like, great, you know, the enemy's not that big of a deal. Or you know, initially it's a big deal, but as the game progresses, they kind of become trivial. With Wrath, you never have that escalation where it's like, oh, now I'm fighting 5 of them or something like that, right? Like, it's always like, oh, here's 2 stricken or here's 1 stricken. And then you're in episode 3 and it's like, oh, here's 1 stricken. You're like, you're not going to escalate or build up or do anything more. Like totally. In episode 3, like 90% of the enemies you fight are just low tier fodder enemies. And it's like, why? You've escalated to the point where you can very clearly like do more with the enemy roster than what you're doing, and it's like you absolutely refuse to for no tangible reason.
I didn't even play chapter 3 and I felt the same way like playing chapter 1 and 2. It never feels like it's building towards something. It like every level sort of feels like it's the same, like the game is like flatlining in terms of pacing for the whole experience.
And that drives me insane.
Yeah, I think they just got too carried away, I think, with one philosophy, which was like a very masturbatory of like how big and complex can we make the levels without then thinking, then how do we make the game flow into those massive levels? And that was probably, I think, I don't know the development at all, but like a source of a lot of problems.
I think his name is Killpixel, was the lead dev, and I get the feeling that his general inexperience with the genre, from what I've heard, seems like it was probably the deciding factor in a lot of the major design decisions.
Wasn't the game marketed as like being made by veterans of the Quake modding community?
So they had mappers and stuff from the Quake modding community, but Killpixel was the lead developer, and I think he worked with the Dark Places engine, but when I say inexperienced, what I mean is like I don't think Killpixel very clearly thought out a lot of the design decisions that were made. Is I think what was probably the leading factor. Because like I like a lot of Wrath levels, but it very much feels like they don't take advantage of the spaces that they have, and it really doesn't feel like they do anything interesting with the exploration most of the time. Again, I don't want to talk about Wrath all day.
One more thing that drove me insane, because you touched on something with like the exploration. I thought it was really weird too. Instead of having like tailor-made secrets, you had these like nondescript chests that would just like poop out resources for you. And I thought the item system was like kind of baffling. Like you could stack so many like items that would just completely destroy any hope for the game to have a difficulty curve. It's like at any time you can turn on invincibility. At any time you can heal for free. You can do all this crazy shit, and you can just like accumulate these like game-breaking items that don't add anything fun to the gameplay. And that one thing I liked about Visceradev is the lack of activatable pickups. You know, that I think was a smart decision.
That's my thing, because I actually liked the power-up system in Wrath. The problem for me is there's just no incentive to use them. Like, the problem is that your base weapons are more than enough to get you through the campaign. And if you're going to introduce a system like that, you have to justify its existence.
It's this,
it can't just be like, ooh, here's a cute toy you get to play with. It's like, no, I need to use these if I want to make it through the experience. And if I don't, I will actively have a harder time. And that's just not the case.
It's like, this weird thing where they exist almost outside of the combat ecosystem, but they also flatten it if you want to use these items.
Exactly. Like, for me, like and this is one of the reasons why it pissed me off that they locked the hardest difficulty behind a single playthrough. Because it's like, the only place you'll even get close to that is on the hardest difficulty setting. But you can't play on the hardest difficulty setting unless you beat the game once.
And by the time you've beaten
Um,
Wrath, you don't want to play it again.
Exactly.
You probably don't want to play Wrath again before you get to the end point, honestly. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, but yeah. So moving back to chapter 3, though, I definitely would not make the decision. I mean, like story wise, we had to reset the enemy roster, but basically, what ended up happening was one issue a lot of old retro shooters have is they always reach this point toward the end of the game where you're kind of burnt out, and there's just really nothing more interesting for you to see. And so, at least for me, I have this problem where it's like I get to like the end of a game's second episode, or maybe the end, or like maybe the midway point of game's second episode. I'm like, I've seen all I need to see. There's nothing like too exciting or more that I'm gonna get out of continuing to play this game. Because to be honest, a lot of old retro shooters just have pacing problems. Um, because they try to front load the experience with all the interesting content, and then the end of the game is just like the scraps of whatever's left over.
You're talking to the number one Duke Nukem 3D disrespecter, and I generally think Duke Nukem 3D's only good episode is the first one, and then like takes a dive, like actual insane dive. Like you, I'm glad to hear someone else, say that idea, because yeah.
But Doom has the exact same problem, for example, right? Because like you get to the beginning of Doom episode 2, and it's like, okay, you get the plasma rifle, and you meet the Cacodemon, and it's like, what's left for you to see? Like, I mean, I guess you'll get the BFG midway through episode 2, but it's like at that point, Doom only has 8 enemy types. Doom only has Doom only has its 8 weapons, and all the levels you're gonna see after it don't do a whole lot that's all that interesting to keep your attention. So it kind of feels like the game peters out, and it's like, okay, I've seen all I need to see now. And so early on, I had this thing with Viscerafest where I was like, I have to make sure that like every step of the way we're doing something new. Every step of the way we're introducing some wrinkle into the experience. Every step of the way. And I think I took that a little bit too far, where where it's like in chapter 3, we completely reset the entire enemy roster, and it's not a decision I would make again. Like it's a bold decision that one made our lives as developers needlessly more difficult, and two, I think it does somewhat introduce a pacing problem for the game's final chapter, where you have something of an entire total reset of the game's pacing, where we kind of have to build back up to that that grand finale, so to speak.
I really felt that actually entering like the first level of chapter 3, where I was kind of like, it feels like we've kind of the reset button has been hit. Totally.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's more so that it's just not a creative decision that I would make again if I were to make another game, where I'm like, I would just want to keep building on what's already been established, as opposed to doing a complete reset and then building back up. I think that would have been much better. But overall, like, I'm still happy with how Chapter 3 turned out for the most part, even though I think it's most people's least favorite chapter. And I'd say that's probably more to do with the fact that, at least, not speaking of you, but most people just hate, like, the new enemies we introduce in Chapter 3.
Really? Which one?
I think I think people hate the saplings. Like the
they're not interesting, but they're not like the little blue thing that comes running at you.
So the saplings are the little tiny enemies, ankle biters that blur your vision when they bite you.
Okay, blurring vision shit is kind of annoying, yeah. But...
Yeah, so for me, the reason I really like the saplings, one, because of what they incentivize you to do from like a weapons standpoint, like. They encourage you to use weapons like the Carcosa's Wrath, the barbecue belter, the shredder assault rifles, the plague rifle in ways that you ordinarily wouldn't use those weapons. But beyond that, what I like about them is they're a relatively low tier threat. They're not that meaningfully dangerous, but the fact that they blur your vision creates openings for other enemies in such a way where it's like you want to take care of them, because even though they're not a high tier threat, they can become a real problem if you let them lay too long. So I like them for that reason, but I understand, it might be annoying to some people. Another enemy people really hate are the adopted night gaunts, which are the enemies that you can't kill.
Yeah. The one that can die in like one punk shot and then turn into an orb and then they come back.
Yeah.
Oh, those are great.
Yeah, I like them. I mean, in general, they are the most, in my opinion, they're the most unique enemy in Viscera Fest. Because it's like, they're basically a turret that can't move. They fire homing projectiles that don't damage you, but they teleport them next to you. And they have like an AoE effect around them.
Wait, they don't damage you?
No, the homing projectiles don't damage you. What they do is they teleport the Night Gaunt next to you, and the Night Gaunt has like this damaging
So that's
aura
how they
around
moved.
it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. They have this damaging aura around them that slows you down and hurts you. So the idea is that like they're sort of an area denial enemy, effectively.
If their projectile hits the floor, do they teleport to that?
No. It's only if it hits you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I don't. It's just, to me, it's a really interesting concept. It does introduce some design. It introduces some design headaches, and a lot of people don't like them. Mostly because I think watching people play, a lot of people just try to like headbutt their way through Viscera Fest, and they really don't think that critically about what weapons they're using against which enemies. Like, I've seen, you have no idea how insane it drives me when I see people use the quad shotgun against the helpless scientists that can't damage you or do anything. Like,
I learned quickly to cherish the bunker buster bullets.
Yeah, I'm not like, I'm saying the Deus Mortis.
Like, oh yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Holy shit. That has quad barrels? That felt like a lot more barrels to me.
Yeah, I've seen people shoot the scientists with that weapon, and I'm just like,
Yeah. You mentioned one thing earlier that I want to kind of touch on, where you said how you wanted, how there's this idea of like what weapon works best against what enemy, mixed in with like resource conservation, where it's like, oh, maybe I can do like something slightly less optimal, like punching, like what's the giant bear alien thing that just shoots like a flurry of purple eyeballs that follow you?
I guess that would be I think you're talking about the Arachnospud. They're an enemy that's introduced in the first level of Chapter 2.
Yeah. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
We
call those we call them potatoes.
Okay. Yeah, well, potatoes. Maybe I need to punch this one to death to conserve some like Deus Mortis ammo for later. And one thing in the starting level of Viscera Fest was like kind of trying out setting things up that gave me a very sinking feeling was the when the game explains the shields, and I was very afraid that the game would sort of evolve into what I call flowchart gameplay, which I think is like very uninteresting, where it's like, oh, threat X has shown up, I need to use weapon A. Oh, threat Y has shown up, I need to use weapon B. And it ended up not being the case at all, and it's actually very intelligent in how it makes you use your tools, and I was very pleasantly surprised, because I was very afraid that the game would, very quickly become just a put the cube in the square hole type situation. But no, it was that was great.
There's some games that do that, where it's like the game basically becomes a game of rock paper scissors, and that's not super compelling or interesting. I think the way in general I try to do it is, we have enemies that incentivize you to use certain weapons against them. It's like, hey, basically this is the kosher optimal way to deal with this enemy type. And the game's resources are balanced around always giving you access to the kosher means to deal with what we put in front of you. But, one, ammo's tight, so obviously not everybody's going to, and people aren't going to intuitively know exactly what is the intended way to deal with every enemy. And then in addition to that, we try to create sort of secondary optimal means by which you can deal with an enemy, right? So for example, with the shielded enemies, obviously, you can't, like, the pun cannon and the barbecue belter are the best ways to deal with most shielded enemies, like, bar none. Like, if you have a shielded enemy in front of you, pun cannon, barbecue belter, best way to deal with them. But obviously you're not always going to have ammo for those weapons, and sometimes we intentionally create scenarios where you won't have ammo for those weapons. So you might have to do things like rely on the pistol as a means to deal with the enemy, and we try to make sure that it's like, these aren't the optimal ways you deal with these enemies, but there are still like ways you can deal with them where the game isn't insufferable. That in and of themselves also create potentially alternate optimal means by which you can deal with an enemy. So, for example, one thing I know a lot of players have done is the drones, the enemies that when you punch them, they like release that little like sparks
I love that
cloud. I don't
enemy.
know.
Yeah. The big
Yeah.
white robot. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so they're actually weak to melee. So one thing you can do is you can two-shot them with the pistol and then do an uppercut, and they're instantly dead.
Isn't it 3 shots and uppercut on Nightmare? Am I wrong?
It might be.
Am I stupid?
I'm not sure because we rebalanced them mid-development to be a little bit more tanky because I felt they were too trivial. Because there was one point where I think you could like 3-shot them with the pistol and that was it, and they would be dead. Which I was like, we messed around with it and we were like, this makes them feel like too easy to deal with. We need to give them a bit more meat on their bones, so we buffed them. So it's probably different now. It used to be you could like one-shot them with the pistol and then uppercut them, and that would be it. But stuff like that, where it's like we create like means where it's like you can come up with alternate strategies to deal with enemies. We sort of have the main ways we design you to deal with those enemies, but then we also create like secondary means. So for example, like one enemy I saw you kept punching a lot was the adopted troopers, which they're an enemy we introduced in chapter 1, and in chapter 3 they have like the ability to resurrect basically.
Well, is it the melee guys who run at you, or is it like the trooper that shoots you?
The one that shoots you, like it has the 3-round burst, and then it has the grenade pustules.
I have an addiction to. I uppercut way more than I need to, but when I see lined up dudes, like you mentioned, the saplings, I just love getting a line of saplings and just getting one big uppercut and then turning around, getting the other big uppercut, and everything explodes. It's too much fun, dude. Yeah.
So with the adopted troopers, if you point blank them with the bunker buster, it will insta-jib them.
Yeah, I noticed like the explosive weapons would cause them to just not go in corpse mode, but
we did actually. I made a tweak that kind of broke them a little bit. You're not supposed to be able to jib them with the pung cannon, but you can in the current version, so I'm fixing that. We made some changes to how the melee works against them. That meant that I ended up nerfing their corpses health pool. And I didn't think about the ramifications of that. And I was playtesting earlier today, and I was like, oh, you can just one-shot them with the pung cannon now. That's not supposed to be a thing. But in general, we try to create like, here's the optimal route to deal with an enemy, and here are like secondary optimal routes you can take. Because I think it's just more interesting if there's not one set way to deal with everything we throw at you. Like, give the players a little bit more freedom to like creatively express themselves.
And your game allows that, because one really cool thing with this whole like you can use you have a bunch of alternate methods, is that so many of the weapons are like basically force you to think about where you're moving, where the enemies are moving, and you can sort of try to like maximize value and try to get like a big bunch. Like I took this clip. Like I think it's in chapter 2. You start one level by coming out of like a cemetery type thing, like out of a tomb, like when you've got all these cultists, and I kind of zoomed out, gathered a bunch of like shotgun cultists, blitzed back in front of the door, and I acid cannon Deus Mortis like 15 dudes at once, and I was like, oh, this is awesome, dude. they just extremely loud meat explosion.
Yeah, exactly, and we try to it's just. We want to just provide players with like have sort of basically create scenarios that allow for actual strategy. As like have sort of the intended strategy and have secondary strategies the player can employ against enemies. Because I just think that's one, it makes the game more interesting because it's not just a mindless I can use my shotgun to solve all my problems. But it also, again, it allows players to it creates reasons for the players to even be creative in the first place. Because if you can just super shotgun every problem away, who cares? Like, like there's no reason for you to engage with the game on any deeper a level than my shotgun go boom.
It's really nice to hear like that there was so much intentionality behind the design of the game, and how it didn't come out the way it did by accident.
Yeah. No, like, and this is one reason why, I mean, it is hard sometimes because, obviously the game requires you to rub more than 2 brain cells together to play it. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't like doing that. a lot of people don't want to have to rub more than 2 brain cells together
And
to play it.
and I've noticed, you know,
And-
like getting into tight games or getting to high difficulty and challenge content. I've noticed a lot of people just don't want to like drop the difficulty. Like if they start something that's too hard for them, they don't have their ego won't allow them to just lower it.
Yeah, which is really bizarre. But moreover, one problem I consistently see, I think more than the difficulty, it's just the ammo that drives most people insane. Because here's the thing, for me, like if I'm playing on, like I genuinely can't judge how easy the easy difficulties are because they're so easy to me that I'm like, I mean, to give you context, on Nightmare,
I feel that.
I can make it through the first 6 levels of the game with over 200 to 300 health, right? So it's like if I drop the game below Nightmare, like the game just ceases to like have any bite for me.
Yeah, I see that. I feel that with some games I'm familiar with as well.
Yeah, so I'm like, I can't make judgment. Like, I have to rely on other people to make judgment calls about how hard the game is. But if I'm playing on like the easier difficulty settings, like anything below extreme difficulty, because that's when like we start to make changes to how many enemies you're fighting. I'm almost constantly hitting max capacity for a lot of my weapons. So when I see people complaining about like how much ammo they have constantly, I'm just like, I feel like that's a you problem.
Not only is it not only is it like a skill issue, like you're just bad, but also it's like you didn't get it, like you didn't. And I'd love to see how they actually played the game, like like seeing them run through a level. How did you end up losing all of your bullets, and just like still be at the first fight? It's crazy to me.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the Steam forums right now. I had somebody say, I started this game on the lowest difficulty and I was constantly running out of ammo, even after I turned to double amount in the assist option. So
that has to be a joke.
I mean, it feels like it, but like this person is like going on a crusade against me right now. Like it's insane.
I've seen, dude. I've actually seen on that topic. No, go ahead. Actually, I'm sorry.
I was good. Yeah, like there's a bunch of people I see complain about the ammo all the time, and it's just. Like I know it's because they're really just yeah, like and I do really appreciate it. I have seen some players like run to our defense, and that always makes me smile. Like it reaffirms like, okay, it's not just me, like people are being stupid.
You also pay us very well for each post that we make, so you know that helps.
Yeah. But with the game, we have lots of people who complain about the ammo. Lots of people who, yeah. But I was gonna say something, but I can't remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, it very clearly points to me like this is someone who's not willing to engage with the game on its terms. And it's actually because I've made comments like that. I've had people tell me that like, oh, I'm just incapable of taking criticism, and it's my ego that's getting in the way. Like I had this person who was like posting on like our patch notes the other day. So there are a few levels that I've added a little bit of extra ammo for because there were players who were getting stuck. And it's like very tasteful, subtle adjustments. And somebody saw that like our patch notes said that we added more ammo to these levels. And hold on, let me read their comment to you because, like, I swear
you've killed the game. The casual crowd has won. It's over.
No, not even that. Like, hold on, let me find this person's comment. Like, I've seen some people who basically they act like I killed their dog or something. So this person says, "Oh, so now you add more ammo. It's too late, mate. The game didn't sell for crap." And then they post like the Steam charts,
crazy.
As if like the current player count has anything to do with how many like does this person not know how single player games work? That they're concerned about the player count.
Dude, Steam chart brain rot is real, man.
Yeah, and they say, and it's all because you didn't listen to feedback quickly enough. It's full and well could have been the next big thing, maybe even on the scale of Binding Isaac, but you messed up completely, mate. You could have had it all, but the ego got in the way. Too slow, so sad, get wrecked.
Yeah. But there's some creatures lurking around.
And I'm like, yeah, like some people just get so needlessly angry about it. I'm like, I understand if people don't like visceradev. That's fine. Like, obviously, my game is not for everyone. Like, I understand that I am catering to a relatively niche audience with Viscera Fest.
That's me. I'm the audience.
Yeah. But in the midst of that, I just don't understand I understand the mentality being like slightly frustrated. Oh, I wish this game was better, or I don't, it's just not for me. I don't understand the mentality of this person has like killed my dog, had slept with my wife, and now I'm going to make it everyone's problem that this game is not the best thing ever made.
Yeah, I think
I don't get it.
you said something about how some players are just like unwilling to engage, and I've had this problem like playing Dark Tide for so long, where Dark Tide isn't as tightly designed as Viscera, unfortunately. It's extremely poorly balanced, and you can pretty much turn off the game at any point if you want and just like walk through a level, and who cares? And people actually really like being able to do that. They really like not playing the game. They really like when the level flattens itself and nothing's a challenge. You never have to think about anything. And yeah, I can't even imagine how frustrating it is to have to deal with feedback coming from that crowd, because it's like, holy fuck, dude. It's yeah, just I don't know, to turn down the difficulty, play something else. I don't get it. I really don't.
Well,
like, not only do I not get not wanting to engage with a game, because like, what are you playing a game for if it's not, you know, if it's not for the series of challenges presented before you? Like you want a toy, you don't want a game. But then
exactly.
complaining about that the game is like made wrong because it doesn't allow you to disengage from it and still win. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, and that, I mean, like that statement there is like exactly what I talk about. Is a lot of people just they don't want a video game; they want to play with a toy. And I think it's like I think it makes so much more sense to people when you use like sports analogies for this. Funny enough, even though I hate sports, like a lot of the mentality that goes into the decisions about how sports are designed also applies to video games, right? So like you think about basketball, for example, right? In basketball, you have this action you perform called dribbling, which is you bounce the ball up and down, right? Now, bouncing the ball up and down is fun, but it's risky. And people inherently will optimize for the most efficient route to go about accomplishing a task. So, unless forced to, people will not dribble. So, what they do for basketball is they say, hey, you have to dribble, otherwise you can't move, or there'll be like, there are penalties for not engaging with the game on its terms. And what dribbling does is not only is it fun to do because bouncing a ball up and down is fun, but it creates tension because it creates openings for other players to come in and steal the ball from you, right? And so it works on two fronts. It makes the game more engaging because you have to think about what you're doing, and it's a fun action that you can perform in spite of itself, right? And so it's all about, you have to make, when you're designing any game, you have to define the terms of what success looks like in a game, right? And because if you don't, then you basically leave, because every game has an optimal way to play it. And if you don't define the terms of what the optimal way to play it is, then you just basically leave it up to the mercy of however you've accidentally balanced it into playing. And so it's with designing any game, it's all about how am I defining the terms of success? How am I defining the terms of failure? And how do I create a rule set with punishments and incentives to push the player in the direction of engaging with the game in this way? And they do the same thing in sports. They do it with just actual games. And the problem is that a lot of people, they come to games not wanting a game. They come to games wanting a toy that they can engage with however they see fit, where they're basically just role-playing their way through the experience. And to me, that's not compelling or interesting. To me, that's not fun. When I come to a game, I want it to ask something of me. I want it to really demand that I engage with it on its terms. And you know what that might mean? There are some games I don't enjoy because I don't like the terms it's asking me to engage with them on. Like, I tend not to prefer real-time strategy games, for example. But I acknowledge that's a me problem. That's not a problem with the game. It's necessary that games really have a rule set and ask you to abide by that rule set, because that is what makes experiences like games so compelling. It's overcoming problems with a tool set that is provided to you and being creative within the boundaries of that tool set.
Amen. Golb agrees, but I think you're wrong actually, because dribbling, that's not a skill I want to learn, and I think the rule like basketball is just a badly designed game. Like, why would you ask me to dribble? Stupid fucking game, dude.
I know. Exactly.
It's so nice to hear like an actual developer talk like that, because sometimes you see like the endless stream of like casualized, like just the most uninteresting shit be pumped out, and you think like surely there has to be someone out there, has to be a hero and has to understand like what makes games and like asking players to work to asking players to do anything is kind of rare nowadays in certain parts of the industry. So it's so refreshing to hear you explain what you think a game is and should be. And it's nice to hear that yeah, I'm right, everyone else is wrong, because this cool guy who made the Surface agrees with me. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why, for all the problems I have with Doom Eternal, I still really like Doom Eternal, because it's one of the few games that still that does have that mentality. For all the faults I have with it, I'm just like, for me, like between Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, I'm like, basically I'm trading evils of what's wrong with the game, and it's which evils do I prefer. And for me, like the fact that Doom Eternal does still ask me to engage with it on its terms, for all its problems, still makes it more compelling than something like Doom 2016, where it's like, I'm just gonna upgrade this one weapon, and now I'm gonna use that one weapon for the entire campaign because it's the best option I have available to me.
There's a chatter who said something pretty pointed, I think. He's called CrazyLine88, but I'll just refer to him as Skeeter in case you're still reading chat and confused as to why I'm calling him Skeeter.
Yeah.
Saying, refreshing to hear versus devs saying dumb shit like players optimize the fun out of a game. And I think if players can optimize the fun out of the game, which means like removing the challenge elements, then you just have a badly designed game. Like I can't go into Viscerafest and optimize the fun out of it. Those two things don't add up. Like it just doesn't work, and that's the sign of a game that's well made.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier. Is you have like every game has a best way to play, right? Whether the problem is that most of devs don't define the terms of what is the best way to play, and so what ends up happening is players define what the best way to play is,
and players go to the easiest thing, and it ends up making something that's unbelievably boring to play.
Exactly.
And still is the best. It's just
it's exactly that. And so what you end up having to do is you have to say, okay, I have to make the fun way to play the best and easiest way to play, which means I have to make being an idiot and upgrading the super shotgun and only using the super shotgun for the rest of the game harder than taking a full advantage of the roster of weapons available to me. I have to, it's just finding ways to say, okay, how can I de-incentivize playing this in a dumb and stupid way and incentivize playing this in a way that's actually fun and engaging? How do I prevent players from optimizing the fun out of the experience?
Yeah.
And instead optimizing the fun into the experience.
Exactly. That's a great quote. That's a great way to think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's one other thing I really liked with Viscerafest, which is a concept I've kind of been thinking about a bit after playing a demo for some literally who cares game called Metal Eden, which is I like the concept of like enemies as a resource, but they also need to still be enemies, and I think Viscerafest like manages that balance really well, where you're thinking, oh, these guys, they're dangerous, but if I approach it well, I'm gonna come out like better than I was when I entered the fight. If I play right and I actually use my tools correctly, I'll lose some ammo, but I'll gain health and armor. And that's like, that's cool, because your game is like kind of the first example of that done in a way that's both really fun, because exploding people is fun and cool, and or lining them up to hit them with I'm sorry, I don't know like the name of most guns, but the big tentacle Cthulhu gun that heals you and shoots the bouncing ball. You're trying to you're looking at like a conga line of like the old charging berserkers, and you're rubbing your hands like, oh yeah, I'm gonna line you guys up, and I'm gonna get so many extra giblets out of you, and it's always really fun, and on top of being cool.
Or heck, just like we have a room in the final level of chapter 1.
Don't spoil it.
No, it's in chapter 1.
Oh, okay.
So in the final level of chapter 1, there's a room we call the Thunderbird Hell Room, which is basically we just throw like a crap ton of Thunderbirds at you, and that room is so fun to just like charge the uppercut and wail through a horde of the Thunderbirds. Just stuff like that, where it's like, I think it's so weird. I've seen some people with really odd takes about the game's pacing, where they're like, I literally saw someone say, the difficulty of the game's rooms changes from room to room. Like, it's so poorly paced and balanced. And I'm like, do you just want like every single room in the game to be like constantly like escalate and get harder?
Yeah, that's very boring. Like,
Oh,
like the idea that difficulty should be like a linear curve that goes up as you progress, with no variation, no surprise things. No, yeah, that's crazy.
That's such a weird take to me. I was just like, okay, I don't know what to do with that information. But yeah, like just I like having you don't want every room in a game to be like this oppressive, like you need like a challenge to be overcome. You want to have like rooms for the player to breathe.
Yeah, sometimes you just need like something fun to explode.
Yeah.
And sometimes you want the shambler to come running out of the bathroom in the tight corridor.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing for me, like you were talking about, but like the exploration kind of functions as like a means to break up pacing. The thing for me in particular is when I'm playing a lot of games, I don't tend to when I'm playing Viscerafest, I never get secrets. Like I don't balance the game for you to get the secrets in Viscerafest. One, because I don't think it's fair to expect the players to get to need the ammo from secrets in order to succeed. And in general, I'm just like, there's secrets for a reason, right? So I don't actually, when I'm playing Viscerafest, I don't actually engage with the exploration that much. And I know there are a lot of other players who do the same, where it's just like, I'm just blazing through the experience pretty much. And a lot of it is like why we introduce puzzles or why we have little elements like that is primarily to act as a means to give the players who aren't like kind of just putzing around still that chance to breathe. And for me, I love puzzle platformers and stuff like that. So for me, it's just like it's just fun to have I love push puzzles and I love I love platforming and I love stuff like that. And so having those moments in a game where it's like, I get to do this stuff. Like to me, it's just as fun as the combat. I know not everyone feels the same way, but I really enjoy stuff like that in games. And so I like to have a mix of those elements.
If you could make a toggle called I hate breathing, that would just remove that. I think I screamed, I complained so loudly and meanly about the push pillars, like screaming something like, is it really do you really want to like after the arena fight I had, it's like, dude, that's not what I bought the game for. Dude. If I wanted to go push blocks, I'd go play Sokoban or something on some flashlight. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally really enjoy that stuff, so I like including it. But yeah, I will say, something we might do post-launch that I'd like to do is I'd like to have a free play mode you can unlock, where it's once you beat a level, you can go through, and it will cut out some of the scripted story stuff. Just because I know, especially
that would be great
because you can unlock cheat codes and gameplay modifiers in Viscerafest that you can use when replaying levels. And sometimes it's personally, I really like the story stuff. But if that's just if you're when you're replaying through a level, it's I just want to get to the game and mess around with stuff. I'd like to give players the ability to have that option, where it's hey, you can play through this level without having to worry about this cutscene here or something like that. I think that would be preferable because especially if you're replaying a level for the 30th time, it's
it gets on your nerves eventually. Even if you like the writing in the story, it's okay,
exactly,
I get it. Stop, please. Awesome, awesome.
It's like that moment in those moments in Doom 2016 where it's you have to sit through the broken sequence of Olivia Pierce waving her hands in front of the hologram screen where you're can we get through this? I don't need to watch this again.
every fucking part of Half-Life 2 that locks you in and forces you to listen to people talk while you can still jump around in a room drive me crazy, dude. I feel like a rat trying to break out of its cage. That's actually something when you said you blamed Halo, and someone in chat said it's console games for why we went towards the more linear stuff. But I actually think the game that broke the mold and kind of started this like allowed even for this new type of shooter to come out was actually Half-Life 1, and it did it by breaking the wall between narration and gameplay. So instead of having this you play a Doom level, then you have a text scroll, then you play a Doom level, then you have a text scroll, then you play a Doom level, then the credits roll. And now you had like people talking at you all the time. And I think that was kind of when the seeds were sown, and eventually led to, movie games.
Yeah, I mean, I do personally like games that have story in them. Like, I enjoy games having a narrative. I also think that there are, how do I put this?
Ways to convey that narrative.
Obviously, when you have games that, like, shall we say, you have Kojima tier crap, where it's like, hey, here's like 30 minutes of cutscenes, and I'm like, why? I wanted to play
30 minutes. 30 minutes of cutscenes, buddy.
Well, I mean, like, no. When I say 30 minutes, I mean like for a single cutscene. Like,
yeah. There's 5 cutscenes in that one cutscene section.
Yeah.
I have a theory about that, actually. Speaking of Kojima, I think it's because he's a bit of a dilly-dallier, and he I actually quite liked Death Stranding, but the game, basically Death Stranding, genuinely the last 30% of the game have like 60% of the narration. I think they just crammed it all at the end because, like, oh fuck, we need to release this game next month. So yeah.
I actually never play that game, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. But oof, that sounds rough.
Yeah, it's all right. The writing can be. I thought actually the writing was like the weakest part. I thought the gameplay was pretty interesting, but like the writing has a couple really good things. But then Kojima will drop like a incredibly stupid thing, like the Mario and Princess Beach stuff, and it happens at every story critical moment, and I wanted to fucking slam my desk every time. Like, this guy needs someone to put him in a leash or something, and like tell him, like, roll up a newspaper and like bonk him on the head. It's like, don't say that, that's stupid, you just ruined the scene. Also naming the characters,
like Die Hard Man.
Yeah, Die Hard Man is called what's the name of the Bruce Willis's character in that movie, because that's his fucking name. There's a guy,
I didn't know that.
There's a guy called Cliff Unger. Oh. I'm not joking. There's some stupid symbolism, like how Sam Strand bridges, and he's like the bridge between stuff. All the characters are called like Heartman, Deadman, and it's just like Deadman is dead. Heartman has a weird heart. And yeah, it's just he doesn't understand symbolism. He really likes to, he thinks you're 5, and he really needs to like explain the whole thing to you. And it's yeah.
But to get back on track, point being, I don't hate story stuff, but I do think, one, I think you can be too overindulgent, and there are obviously preferable ways to handle story stuff and non-preferable ways to handle story stuff. And two, I think it's preferable, especially with a game like Viscerafest, that you provide players with the means to skip through it if they don't care, especially on repeat playthroughs. Like, there's some stuff, like we haven't had, like, there's a bunch of post-launch stuff we want to do that we're going to do. And that's one of the things, like I said, I want to add like a free play mode, so when you're replaying through the game, you don't have to worry about that stuff. A lot of whether we do that, I think will be a question of like, how much of a pain in the butt is it going to be to implement something like that? Because I mean, there's some story sequences in Chapter 3, for example, that I would have preferred to just make a cutscene, so that way you can skip it, but we didn't have the money or time to do that. Like, there's a conversation. You haven't gotten to this part of the game yet, so I'm not going to spoil it. But there's a conversation between. I can
like put my fingers in my ears so you can tell the chat if you want.
No. I'm not going to spoil anything. There's a conversation between you and another character that happens in a level that you'll be playing soon, that is in game and it's not skippable.
Oh. I will complain.
That moment was something I wanted to make a cutscene, but we just didn't have the money or the time to go about doing it. So there's moments like that where I'm like, I would like to provide players the means to just get through this on repeat playthroughs. But yeah, like I really like stories in games. And I spent a lot of time really thinking about, I mean, I somewhat joke that Viscerafest is like a collaborative project between me as an adult and me as an edgy teenager. And
you really are, Zane.
Yeah. And the story is where that manifests the most. because like Carolyn is objectively the game's villain.
No,
like
come on.
like it's pretty clear cut. Like when you start the game, I feel that she's the game's villain.
Come
But
on.
especially by the end of chapter 2, it's pretty clear she's the game's villain. But
We're all one bad day away from accidentally unleashing a demonic lord from another realm. It's, it could happen to anyone. Like, don't badmouth my beautiful, beautiful, angry wife, Caroline.
But in the original iteration of Viscerafest's story, she was even worse. Like she was objectively like horrifically wicked, and the game's story was completely tone deaf to that fact. Like the game was pitching her like she was this like anti-hero, and you were just like, no, this character is just like horrifically evil. like bar none, she is a monster.
Literally.
Like there's I mean literally, but also literally. Like there's a scene toward the end of the game in the original iteration of the game's draft where Chromune, the character who's kind of initially set up as the main antagonist, who's objectively like probably like he's basically the game's good guy for the most part. There's a scene in the original game or in the original iteration of the story where you rip his spine out. And it just came across as so needlessly mean-spirited that you're like, this character kind of sucks.
No, dude, it's awesome.
Like, I was just like... but... I'm
gonna rip off your head and shit down your neck. And then he does it.
But... Yeah. That would be so weird if Carolyn did that. Yeah, there's a lot of things I don't think we would actually be able to get away with if we were to just Duke Nukem her or something. But in the current iteration of the story, we took a lot of the idea, or I tried to take a lot of the ideas that I initially set up and was planning to do with how dark the game gets, and actually do something meaningful with them in terms of the game's narrative. Like you kind of see it toward the end of the last level you just played with the cutscene. But like one of the game's like kind of core big themes is that Carolyn is basically just like a selfish monster. And she lives for self-fulfillment at the expense of others. And the story like does take a little bit of time to reflect on that fact and the reality that it's like Carolyn, in pursuing what she wants, while she'll get everything she wants in the short term, is ultimately going to lose everything in the long term.
I actually really like the absurdity of her taking on this contract to buy a wedding ring, and she unleashes like an apocalypse of proportions that are incomprehensible, and she.
Yeah,
just
it gets worse.
Just fucking she still goes like pedal to the metal. Like I need to get that bread.
Yeah. Like it gets worse too. Like you'll find. I mean, yeah, I won't say anything, but yeah. So there's degree to where it was like initially like Carolyn was objectively evil, and we treated her like it was a hero. But I reached a point where it was like, this character is so wicked. She does not deserve. Like we need to thematically do something with her, because. It's very much when I was originally writing the story, it was literally just, hey, what do I think would be cool? Like, and I'm like 14, 16 years old or whatever writing this. So, it's just like the most ridiculously edgy nonsense.
You mean objectively cool?
Like, yeah, like cool in the Zane Slayer's X way. Yeah. And so whereas now it's more like, it's just like, hey, like, what are some themes we can draw out of the story? What are like let's spend more than 2 seconds rubbing brain cells together and like try to do something interesting with the game's narrative. But in the midst of that, like I said, we're still trying. I recognize what Viscerafest is. I still want to provide players the means to like when they're replaying, they can just skip all that stuff if they don't care. And again, it becomes frustrating if you're playing the game for the 30th time. So we want to provide, especially because we do incentivize replaying with like the cheat codes and the unlockable gameplay modifiers and stuff. Which, by the way, there's a gameplay modifier you can get that makes it so every enemy one-shots you. So.
Oh goddamn, the severed steel mode.
But yeah, like in general, we do incentivize replaying the game a lot, and so I'd like to provide players the means to skip all that stuff. But it will kind of be at the mercy of, how easy it is to go about implementing some of it. Because if it's gonna take like a year to redo the game, then we're probably not gonna add that. But I would like to provide that for players. Because in general, like I approach everything from the mindset of, if I were a player, what would I want in my game? Like, and whether that comes down to enemies, whether that comes down to like the cheat codes and gameplay modifiers and stuff, like what would I want, like difficulties wise, weapons wise, like just let me answer those questions, because I can't appeal to some nebulous person out there who has some opinion about that game. The only person whose opinion I understand is my own. So how do I provide me with the means by which I can optimally enjoy this game? What would be my dream game, basically? In Viscera Fest, and I'm trying to make Viscera Fest that.
There's no better mindset, I think, when it comes to making a game than, how can I make this my dream game? I need to take like a quick urination break. I'll be right back. You can entertain chat's like abhorrent questions. Well, I'm sure they'll be coming flooding in now.
But yeah. So I'm just a little goblin. That's what it is. A little goblin with a big ego who can't take criticism, according to the Steam forums. Yeah, let's see. I think there are some questions I might have missed. Automatic 3-point jump shot, participation. People finding. Yeah. I have, I think it's, if Pepper Knoll is still here, I have genuinely seen people complain that, like, because, what is it? I've genuinely seen people complain about the fact that, like, Viscera Fest doesn't have a means for you to just recuperate ammo like Doom Eternal does, which makes it unfair. Oh my goodness! Like I actively joke about it, but I just refer to the Steam forums as Diet 4chan. What do I think of Ultra Kill? I have mixed feelings about Ultra Kill. It's been a while since I've played it. I know initially one big issue I had is they have their funny little like scoring system where they want, theoretically they want to incentivize you to play in a really stylish way. But the problem is that in older versions of Ultra Kill, they didn't provide you with any incentive to actually engage in like score chasing. And because of that, I was just like, I don't care. Like I'll play. Like it frustrated me that it was like the game seems to want me to play stylishly, but it's not actually providing me with incentives to. I've heard they've changed that, but I haven't played it recently. And there's also some story stuff Ultra Kill does that I don't super care for more personal religious reasons. So yeah, like Ultra Kill seems like a cool game, but some of the story stuff rubs me the wrong way. In older versions, some of the design decisions rub me the wrong way, and in general, its community is not great.
Well, you don't like butt plugs?
No, actually, I don't.
Come on, dude. Viscera Fest could be so. It could be the game it never was. Get wrecked. All you had to do was put in the plugin.
Yeah, it's so weird too, Peppernoll, because I see people like they'll say, like, you see lots of people who are like, I want something original, I want something unique, and then it's like they'll play something that's originally unique, and they'll like recoil in horror and be like, why isn't it like this other game I like? But yeah, since it's kind of the yeah, polar opposite. I'm wondering what you would mean by it's the polar opposite of mine in terms of like resource management and stuff. Because I don't really. I mean, like personally speaking, I do wish Ultra Kill had some level of resource management, but I also understand that it does go a little bit against what they're trying to do with that game. Um, I have to ask: have you tried Beyond Citadel, or is it? Yeah,
Citadel
it's a
slash
little.
Beyond Citadel, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little too horny for me. I don't really. I'm debating how much I want to get into like a personal discussion about something like that.
See as much as
screw
you
it.
feel comfortable with saying.
Yeah, screw it. I've had a porn addiction since I was 11, and I genuinely loathe pornography. Like I would like if there's anything I would smite off the face of the earth, I would smite pornography off the face of the earth. And as such, whenever I see something that like veers into the territory of like baiting on those terms, like it genuinely grosses me out. And I just like look, like this is something I've struggled with. This is an aspect of myself that I hate and I loathe, and I wish I could just burn away from myself. Like there's nothing in my life that I feel more miserable about than being addicted to this garbage. And so anytime I see something like that, it really hurt. It like it just I'm like I can't do this. Like I can't engage with that. Like it just puts me in this place where I'm just like no, like I can't do that. But yeah, is there kind of yeah? There's no resource management in Blast. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that Ultra Kill. Like, I personally would prefer Ultra Kill having resource management to some extent, just because for me personally, like the resource management aspect of retro shooters is so compelling to me, and it is so fun. But I also understand that Ultra Kill is really more about like providing players with the freedom to play as creatively as they want. I just think they needed with the older versions of that I played. Again, they've made changes to it since, and I haven't experienced those changes. So it's maybe it's the case that that's fixed now. But in the versions I play, there was no incentive to actually play creatively. And so if they've now provided the incentives where it's like, oh yeah, you want to do weapon combos and stuff like that, then great. Like I think that's awesome. But in the older versions I played, it was like you could basically play through the entire game with the pistol, and who cares?
So I'm guessing you don't feel particularly fondly about video games that sort of incentivize the player to like I hate to use the term make their own fun, but sort of like they're the ones who are going to find a way they find fun to play, as opposed to having your game, which is it kind of forces you to play in a fun way. Otherwise, you die. You just don't win the encounter.
It depends on the game because I think there are games that can do that well and games that do that poorly. It all comes down to, like I said, every game is going to have an optimal way to play it. The question is, did the devs create the optimal way to play, or did they kind of just balance the game and allow the game's relatively loose balancing decisions that weren't really? Because the problem you face with a lot of games is they're balanced, quote unquote, but they're not balanced around an ethos. And because of that, the balancing has no point. And because the balancing has no point, players will optimize the fun out of the experience by finding the ways the developer didn't account for the means by which the game was balanced. And so I think you can have games where like you have like a lot of creative freedom. Like one of my favorite games is Cultic. And Cultic really allows you to define the terms of engagement. Like if you want to, you can play Cultic like a run and gun shooter. If you want to, you can hang back and just kind of pot shot enemies from a distance. Both options are viable. But it feels like the developer, to some extent, accounted for both possibilities within the play space and balanced the game around both possibilities. And as a result, it doesn't feel like you're optimizing the fun out of the experience. It feels like you have incentives to tackle it kind of however you choose. And I think it works in that context, but I don't think it works there in a game like Doom 2016, for example, where it's like like you can approach the game like you quote unquote can approach the game however you want, focusing on whatever weapons you want, but in reality what you will typically end up doing is, and like people joke about it with the super shotgun, but Doom 2016 has this problem with every weapon where if you fully upgrade any one single weapon in Doom 2016, that weapon becomes absolutely broken. Like the rocket launcher, for example. You have the remote detonate option on the rocket launcher, and when you fully upgrade it, you can remote detonate the rocket in the air, and the rocket will keep traveling and then explode on impact as well. Which means you can basically get 2 rockets worth of damage out of a single rocket. Which is kind of broken. And because of that, again, it allows you to optimize the fun out of the experience, take a single weapon, and use it to absolutely break the game. And moreover, Doom 2016 doesn't... Doom 2016 just doesn't... The late game does not feel like it was balanced around how powerful you can become. Which really hurts Doom 2016. Doom 2016 has like this odd reverse difficulty curve where like the early game, like the hardest enemies in the games are the imps, and everything else is kind of a joke by comparison. And so the early game is really difficult while you don't have a lot of weapons and you're mostly just fighting imps. And the late game is ridiculously easy because you're fighting a lot of other enemies with like the fully kitted out arsenal. And also probably a few weapons that you fully upgraded and are now completely broken. Right, so that's an example of a game where I'm like, I don't think their route of trying to allow the players to express themselves in by however means they feel. I don't think it worked in that context, but I think there are games where it does work.
I think the expression has to be like meaningful. If it's all flourish and if it's all like entirely self-imposed, then you're essentially as a player trying to make up for bad developer decisions and bad balancing by choosing to like disregard a lot of stuff on purpose.
Exactly. Like it's like you're like I joke, but you're literally like I say it somewhat jokingly. But you're literally having to role play in these games in order to have fun with them, is what it is.
Oh, exactly.
Like you're having to pretend to make the game fun. Like I'm pretending that I have to manage my resources. I'm pretending that I have to use these weapons, but I really don't.
That's I use the same word for Darktide. It's driving me crazy, but Darktide is so badly balanced that if you want to have challenge, it's like, okay, I can't use this ability, I can't use all of these weapons because they're so poorly balanced that they completely take all the gameplay out of the game, and it's all like you're playing pretend. You're just playing pretend with the game, and it's not a fun feeling at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It frustrates me because I'm like, there's a quote I remember. I think it was the director of the movie. I think it was a quote with the movie. What's the movie called? I think it's Old Boy, where the director said something to the extent of like, if I wanted to do something mindless, I would just take a bath. Like, why would I want a movie that doesn't ask me to think? Right? And I have the same mentality with games where I'm just like, if I wanted to do something mindless, the most fun mindless thing I could do is take a nap. You know? Like, just go to bed. Like, that's mindless, and it's pretty fun to sleep. But, like, you know, when I'm going through life, it's so much more compelling and enjoyable to have things to overcome. And so when I'm playing a game, I want a game that asks something of me, that asks me to overcome a problem and to have enjoyable means available to me to overcome that problem. Yeah. But stems from the problem that all of gaming has gamers got too good compared to people who would be that that's also a problem because it's a bit of a headache dealing with players who are completely new to the video game space. Because obviously you don't want to completely alienate new players. Like there are some players who like reaching where I am at now, as far as playing games goes, like it took a while, right? And so you do kind of need to also keep in mind that there are players who none of even remotely playing a game is going to be intuitive to them. So I do think it's important that you have both kinds of experiences, where you have the kind of experiences that are easy and people can kind of just come in and like I really appreciate, like, I think Dusk, for example, like Dusk is really easy, but I think Dusk is a great way to introduce somebody to the first person shooter genre, right? Because it does still Dusk still asks you, like, there's still weapons that are optimal to use against certain enemies. It still has like those layers of strategy that I love from the retro shooter genre, but it's also really approachable for new players. And so I think it's important to have games that cater to people who know a genre and love it, and also people who are just entirely new to an experience. I think it does a disservice when you don't have both games available, both kinds of games available to people, because then you're alienating an entire group of people who, over the course of time, might really enjoy something like Viscera Fest. So I do appreciate games like Dusk. I do appreciate games that don't grind your soul into dust because you're not playing them the right way. But there's also a degree to where I'm like, but I don't super want to play those games.
Sometimes getting your soul ground to dust can be pretty fun, actually.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's why I made Viscera Fest.
I wouldn't even say
the Soul series
Viserafest
really
is like
self-defined.
it doesn't really like brutalize you. It's never unfair, and I think that's a very
Yeah.
important thing when it comes to game difficulty. Is that there
Yeah.
has been a section of Viserafest where I didn't feel like a positive emotion beating. Like when sometimes you play a game and there's just like a really badly designed part and it's difficult in like a really frustrating way, where it's not
Yeah.
sort of pressuring you to like use your tools in the best way you can and be creative and be smart. It's just it's fucking glorp shit for 30 minutes and then you don't feel satisfaction. You feel relief that it's over. You know, I don't know if you've
Yeah.
played have you played Ninja Gaiden 2?
What I was going to say really quick
Yeah,
was I
sorry.
said that somewhat sarcastically. Like Viscera Fest has the reputation of a game that will grind your soul into dust. I don't think it literally will, because I do think, like, I mean, everything is hyper tuned to the point where like if you know what you're doing, you can get through Viscera Fest just fine. But for a lot of people, that is still going to be grinding their soul into dust. And so I said it somewhat sarcastically, but to get to your question, I've never played a
Hmm.
Ninja Gaiden game in general.
It's just that 2 is
It's
like it's a great example of a game that both has like excellently crafted combat encounters that really make you like sweat your ass off to get through them. And then it also has just parts that are terrible. Just like a completely uneven experience, like stuff that was completely undesigned, unfinished, and the most bafflingly stupid shit imaginable. And it's nice to have a game where you just don't have outside of the pushing a block section, you don't have gameplay parts where you feel like you're wasting your time or you're just nothing's being asked of you in a meaningful way, and it's just just frustrating for the sake of being frustrating, as opposed to always feeling like you're working towards a solution.
mm-hmm.
I think is
Yeah,
probably the
that is
best way I
one
can put
thing
it.
where if I could, I think it would be more compelling. I mean, maybe this would piss you off more. I don't know, but I do think it would be more compelling if there was a certain extent to where the puzzles had an element where on replays it's not just like going through the motions to resolve the answer, because that is one issue with like replaying puzzle sections like that is they're at least for me, they're compelling on a first time playthrough, and then it's like on replays, there is a little bit of you're just going through the motions, and I don't mind that, but it would be more fun if it's like, a part of what makes puzzles compelling is the travel to find the answer. Which again, maybe that would piss you off more. But having some kind of puzzle that would, I think, provide that to a certain extent would be an interesting thing to try and come up with.
I think as long as I have the option to just skip it, I'm happy whatever you do. Whatever you puzzle enjoyers do.
Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I think this isn't the case in every, I mean, it's certainly not the case in most levels, but there is the final level of the game does contain like a puzzle section that you can just skip. And so maybe it would be fun to like provide like players where it's like, here's like the main route that's like pretty clear cut. And actually, this is something I really wanted to do with VisceraFest that because of time, we just didn't have the time to do. I really wanted to have like levels that provided you with multiple routes through them, but the alternate routes were all secrets, right? So it's like, hey, here's like a secret route you can play through this level, and it's like, here's like an entirely secret combat encounter or an entirely secret like part of this level that you won't see if you don't secret hunt. Like, I really wanted to do stuff like that, and we just didn't have the time to do it. Because to me, it's like, it's so much fun to go through like games and on repeat playthroughs and just be like, oh, like I found this like entirely like secret combat encounter that like I never saw on my first playthrough, and now I can like go through and like I basically have an entirely new part of the game to experience. I really wanted to do stuff like that. We didn't have the time.
It's funny you say that because I feel like there is some of that mentality that still made it through the final game, where you have I think you might be the only shooter that uses like regular key cards as like secrets. Like sometimes you just find like a green key card, and it's only there to access like a secret area, and the secrets can be like very elaborate, and it's yeah, that's funny you said that.
Yeah, but like, so for example, in the level C2L4, which so C2L4 has, in the opening area, you can find this little like hut. And inside that hut, there was supposed to be an elevator, and that elevator would connect down to this entire series of cave systems, which would run below the map, and you'd be able to get to the USC facility that has like the Shambler boss fight in it. You'd be able to get there like just through this entirely alternate route through the level if you wanted to. But because of time, we had to cut all that.
That's a very interesting take on like the mega secret type stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I really wanted to do stuff like that because I was like, that would be so much fun. And yeah, it's just, again, time. So tapping into our publisher situation a little bit without talking about too much that I can't legally speaking. When we initially signed on to work with our publisher, they asked us to make a schedule for the game's development. And around the time, we really didn't want to because we had no reference for how long anything we were doing was going to take. Because this is my first game. Like, I've never made a game before VisceraFest. And moreover, my lead programmer, Elijah Allen, I don't think he had ever worked on a game to this scale either. Like, so for both of us, this was basically our first game, and it was our first game working together as well, which that self introduces a lot of hernias to come out to overcome. And this is, of course, ignoring the fact that life was constantly intervening throughout VisceraFest development. Like, during VisceraFest development, I got engaged. The woman I was with broke up with me. My grandmother ended up passing away. We had a composer leave the project mid-development. My motherboard died, and I ended up having to wait like 2 weeks to get another motherboard. Like, it was basically, it felt like at a certain point in development, like everything that could go wrong was going wrong, and making development take as long as possible. And and so that combined with, just like the scheduling of the game's development kind of just meant that, like, I mean, the game was, like, to give you context, the initial schedule we made with our publisher, the game was supposed to come out like the end of 2022, early 2023. And it just came out in April. And again, that's a combination of, realistically, we didn't know how long the game was going to take to make, and so we couldn't take a hard stance on anything scheduling wise. We were kind of just trying to make our publisher happy with the schedule that we made, which I think caused us to underschedule or to underestimate how long the schedule should be. And that, combined with just everything that happened throughout development, constantly intervening, meant that, yeah, like the game just took way longer than it was supposed to come out. Like my lead programmer, because of how many delays we had, my lead programmer ended up having to get a full-time job elsewhere, and this led to a season of development where for 5 months, Elijah wasn't able to work on the game at all. So development basically completely stopped on the game for 5 months. Like, I was still working on the game, but I couldn't make any forward progress on development. So what I ended up doing is I actually went through and I started just completely remaking the first and second chapter of Viscerafest. Kind of taking in a lot of feedback we were getting, making fixes and changes to the levels. And like the level, like if you go and you compare what Viscerafest looks like now to the older, actually, let me send you that. I think I released a video comparing some of the different iterations of Viscerafest throughout the years. So I'm going to send that to you real quick so you can take a look. But you can see like just how much the game changed from its early access version to the full release version. Let me find that video really quick. So this video I'm about to send you is basically an evolution of one particular level over the course of, I think it's almost 9 years. So I'll send that. Nope, that is the wrong video. Why did you send that? Hold on. Oh, come on. My computer's fighting with me right now. There we go. Alrighty.
I know that feeling.
So yeah, you can see this is, yeah. So this is, I think this level existed in the 2016 Blender version of the game.
Oh, I think I know which one this is in the final game. This is the one with like the little, the things you can toggle, and there's like a little janitor here on the left.
Yeah. So this is the Blender version of the level you're looking at right now. Fun fact about this level, actually, this was the very first level I ever made for any game ever. And this is only the first, like, 7th of what the level was originally supposed to be. I very early on realized that Blender's game engine was an unoptimized piece of garbage, and I was only able to ever have 20 enemies in a level at a time. And so I was like, well, I really have to be careful about what I do with levels now, because that really limits my capacity for how long I can make levels. Like, and so when I say 20 enemies at a time, that's like in total, including enemy spawners, by the way. So in the Blender version of Viscerafest, the levels were really short, which is why that level is so short. So this initial iteration was the very first level I made. That ending elevator in the current version was originally supposed to open up to like the rest of the level. And I'm going to tell you right now, because this was my very first level, the rest of this level was absolute garbage. And it's kind of really good, actually, that the Blender was an unoptimized piece of garbage, because it really forced me to like very carefully consider how I design levels. And it really pushed me to be like, I really have to very carefully consider like how I utilize space. So this is the early access version of the level now. To really, really carefully consider how I utilize space, how I take advantage of rooms, like how I pace things out, where I use enemies and where I don't use enemies. Like the fact that I was so limited was kind of a blessing in disguise, because it forced me to learn how to not terribly design maps. But yeah.
I noticed that the music and Caroline have pretty much been the same since the Blender version.
Yeah, I think Jana Polzin, who's Carolyn's
sorry.
voice actor, has been with the project since. Yeah, Jana Polzin, who's Carolyn's voice actor, has been with the project since like 2017, I want to say. Which is insane. Like, just remembering how long the game has been in development at times, like, it feels like the game. I mean, like, I literally like this game has literally been in development for half of my lifetime. Which is insane to think about, and it literally feels to me like the game has been in development throughout the course of like multiple lifetimes, because there was like I started working on this before I was dating my fiance. I was working on this through the season where I was dating her. She broke up with me. So now I'm like in the post I have a relationship with someone timeline, it feels like. And yeah, it's just it's difficult to comprehend for myself, like, just how much of my life has been subsumed working on this stupid game.
It's a pretty smart, stupid game. I've played dumber.
Yeah, I say stupid game like more in a like facetious
Damning
way,
it,
like,
yeah.
like
that
just,
damn game.
like like that stupid woman. What has she done to my life? But yeah, yeah, it's just it's insane. Like, yeah, like there's so much I could talk about with the game's development, because yeah, I mean it was in development for 13 years. So many of these indie retro shooters could easily fall into. Yeah, I feel like the person making it is trying to spike. Yeah.
Bring it on.
There's another kind of indie shooter that's been in early access forever that I'm kind of keeping an eye on and off, which is Get to the Orange Door. And I think that's also been in development for like half the devs' lifespan.
That game has like shifted genres like 20 times.
She shifted genres, shifted art directions. He redid the movement a bunch of times. Yeah.
I just like I remember like when G-Man Lives covered that game in like 2015, and it was like a more, I don't even remember what kind of genre it was. It was a first-person shooter, but like it was just a completely different kind of game, and now it's like some kind of weird roguelite thing. And yeah, I'm just like attempting to play that game now feels like attempting to play Warframe, where it's like if you've not been following Warframe obsessively throughout the course of your development, it's just like, what is even going on with this game anymore?
Yeah, it feels like every time I check up on it, it's completely transformed. But
yeah,
I will play it when it comes out.
Yeah. Speaking of which, one of the post-launch things we're going to be doing is we will be adding unlockable bonus levels.
Cool.
So there will be more levels, and Elijah might gaslight me. I wanted to make it a free update to the game, but depending on how things go, I might make a bonus episode for Viscera Fest of some description. And if I'm trying to think. I might make I'd like to make a bonus episode for Viscera Fest of some description. And I wanted to make it a free update, but because Elijah wants to make money on this game, that's probably not going to make any money. It might be. It will probably just end up being like a free, like a $5 like expansion or something, like a expand-alone that you can get. But if we do that, I will want to add a lot more levels to it to justify charging money for it. So there will probably be more Viscera Fest to play beyond just like the unlockable post game stuff.
That's great to hear. I haven't finished it, and I want to play more Viscera Fest. I want there to be more Viscera Fest in the world, honestly.
Yeah. As far as like levels go, like a level editor goes, I don't know that we'll add something like that. But I mean, a lot of that's going to be in Elijah's ballpark, my programmer. The issue is like adding modding tools is a nightmare to any game, and it takes so much time. And my biggest concern would be because of the time investment it's going to take to make. By the time it actually is done and comes out, I think most people will have moved on from VisceraFest. So I just don't think there would be any community to actually mod it by the time we have the tools ready. And in that time frame, I'm like, if I were to continue working on anything, I would rather almost just make another game at that point. Or make more VisceraFest content myself. Because at least at that point, it's like we could drum up more interest in like another release or something like that. But yeah, I'd love to have modding support. I just don't think it's viable, unfortunately. And yeah, but yeah, we have a lot of stuff. I mean, again, I'm very much of the opinion I want to do for my game what I would want someone to do for their game, right? Like, I want to make the game my dream game and provide the kind of post-launch support I would want to see provided to a game that I really love. And so I want to provide people with, like, the people who love VisceraFest, I want to give them more VisceraFest that they can play through and more VisceraFest that they can enjoy, and do interesting, fun stuff for them. So hopefully I can make that happen.
I'm buying 15 copies as we speak. Bankrolling this entire operation. Yeah, I don't know. It's the thing you said about like a big YouTuber having pull and is, you know, for especially a smaller game, I totally understand how that can be kind of scary. But I think you have the right mentality by just making the game you want and making that vision as good as possible. And you know, if some people want to shit up like the Steam reviews, that's very unfortunate. But if you're not letting it affect the game, I think that's what matters the most.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, I know I've been talking, like, Civi is a pretty cool guy, and I know he really loves the game, and he's doing a video on it right now. So I am very hopeful that that will give us a big boost. Because, like, folks like G-Man Lives and Civi, because of how much sway they have, can kind of dictate whether or not a small indie game takes off. So I'm really hoping that that when Civi covers the game, like, it'll give us a big boost. Because I'll be honest, I don't think we're doing amazing right now as far as sale goes. But I think that, yeah, if Civi covers the game, like, that'll help us out a lot.
Yeah, it's a vicious arena, making indie games and hoping, you know, you get noticed and you play the social media game well enough to get enough traction.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think of ways that, like, I could get the word out more. The problem is obviously I'm kind of a nobody, and as such, I don't really have much, like, influence or pull. So it's kind of trying to figure out, like, what are strategic ways I could go about, like, getting the word out for the game.
How to go viral on Twitter.
Yeah, one thing I am trying to do is I'm kind of putting together, like, a pro tips for VisceraFest, like, little shorts, YouTube short series. And in addition to that, that'll be posting on, like, our Steam forums for people who suck at the game. But just kind of like as a means to help new players who aren't picking up what VisceraFest is putting down. Because I do think there is a sense in which there's a degree to where we explain a lot about VisceraFest, but we don't obnoxiously hold your hand. And I think that because of that, people maybe misinterpret how you're supposed to approach the game. And there are a lot of people who are alienated just because they don't get it. And I want to provide as much as I can to prevent that from happening, without just literally being like, and you use this gun to shoot this enemy, and you'll have less of a hard time.
Yeah, I think
You know?
I think thankfully you've made a good game. So if you did these little, like, you know, like pro tips, it would also be an opportunity to, like, showcase cool gameplay, because efficient gameplay is cool gameplay in VisceraFest, and to kind of open people's eyes who maybe the game didn't click with them to you know, realize the just how much cool shit you can do in the game.
Yeah, because I mean, I've joked like there are a lot of people who joke about how hard the game is and cruel the game is, but for me personally, like it's never about actually making the game hard. It's just about creating an like it's like I said earlier. It's about creating a game where the best way to play is the most fun way to play. Uh, and that kind of means that you have to create reasons for the player to play Viscera Fest like we ask you to play it. And that means making the game hard to punish people for playing it wrong.
One thing I would like, you know,
Uh,
in terms of handholding, I would like a sort of training arena where you sort of show like enemy stats and explain the attack that they do. Because I was very confused like as to how the turret guy who turns into an orb when he dies. I'm sorry, I don't know any names. I was confused as to, you know, how is this guy? How did he move? How
yeah,
did he teleport there? And I kept trying to dodge the projectile as if it was, you know, an actual attack. In general, I just really like training modes where you can just kind of observe
yeah.
enemies and watch them do their thing.
Yeah, the headache now is because we have localization to take in mind. It's kind of difficult to add more text to the game because it all would have to get translated, and that costs money. Um, so I'd love to do something like that, but I get the feeling if I want to, I'd probably have to do it outside the game in some means. Because yeah, like the unfortunate reality I think is if we add too much text to the game, that like for example, like we have like the library and the bestiary in the hub, and we actually had to cut a lot of text from the bestiary and the library because our publisher underestimated how much text the game would have and didn't budget accordingly for the translations. So what I could probably do is do like a video series where it's like, hey, this is this enemy. Here's like some tips and tricks on how to like deal with this enemy type.
That would be great.
And so, but like stuff like that, I would probably have to do outside of the game.
I think that's fine too, but it also lets you showcase like cool enemies,
yeah.
like interesting behaviors. You know, it would be nice.
Yeah, yeah. That and the other thing is, you know, it might also be a means by which I can help people deal with enemies that they hate. Because a lot of people, like, I was kind of shocked. Like, I knew people probably would have mixed feelings on them. I was kind of shocked how many players hate the assassins in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Like, people loathed the assassins. And I'm kind of trying to find ways to make them less obnoxious without nerfing.
I really like the assassin. Thought they were very clever.
Like they were. I love them. I think they're a great enemy type. They're so much
Over
fun,
here.
in my opinion.
When I discovered accidentally that their hologram explodes on you, dude, that was awesome. That was hilarious. The decoy. When the first time the decoy got me, I was just looking at it, and it blew up in my face. It was awesome. It was great.
I do want to add a little beep that plays when they turn red, so that way, like, there's a little bit of an audio cue warning. So if you're not looking at them, you're like, "Oh, it's about to explode." But yeah,
I don't think there's a single enemy in your game I like hate. I'm trying to think actually. Who did I hate? Who did I rage on? Who did I call glorp? I guess the guy who chases you in the horror section is that just because I didn't find those very fun. But I don't think that counts. Yeah, it stops you from running on autopilot and plays with the rules. Yeah, no, the assassin's great.
Yeah, the Watchers. The little horror sequences. So that enemy type is called the Watchers. Yeah, that's more so. Yeah, those levels in general, like, yeah. So one thing we kind of knew is like, I think older versions of Viscera Fest were a little bit more. So Viscera Fest now is a lot more. It's harder, but it's also more forgiving than it used to be. Older versions of Viscera Fest were, I'd say, much more cruel, and because of that, the game was very exhausting to play. And as such, we kind of knew, like, we need levels that just give the player a moment to breathe. And a lot of players actually end up appreciating that because they're like, a lot of players, like, once they get through like the first 5 levels of Chapter 1, like, a lot of players are just exhausted and wiped. And that used to be even worse in older versions of the game. So a lot of people really appreciated like the change of pace in those levels. Which tells me they were a good decision overall. Uh, but yeah, it was very much a case of like we knew that we can't just have the game be constantly relentless, and we kind of need to give players again moments to breathe, as a means of respite from just how intense the game can be. Because again, like obviously for me, the game's not that difficult and not that intense, but for the average player, it's really demanding, and like like everybody's like this is like a sweat lord game, and so you kind of there's a degree to where it's like obviously I'm not necessarily making the game for like casual players, but I do still need to keep them in mind to a certain extent and make decisions that won't completely alienate them. So yeah,
Yeah,
I still
you've
really
alienated
like
me.
to
I'm
me.
refunding the game. It's over. Get wrecked.
Yeah, I really for me personally, like there is something fun about just like blitzing through those levels, like just having a level that's uh like how quickly can I get through this, like C1L6, like the very first level we had where we take you to the Great Divide. um but yeah, well, like I said, we are adding a new game to Martic. We are adding a new game plus mode, which will rebalance the entire campaign with late game enemies and late game weapons. Right. So you'll be seeing like I don't know, like obviously we haven't started balancing it yet, so I don't know what it's going to look like in total. But like it'll be things like you see like a mecha scientist in the tutorial level. Uh,
Those were so awesome. The first time I saw the little scientist dude eject out.
Yeah, no, they're the scientists became like they were kind of a spur of the moment idea because I was like, well, I don't want to just add. Originally, we didn't have like those heart pickups in levels at all. It was just you get enemies for health from enemies, and so I was like, well, I don't want to just add traditional health pickups everywhere. We've got to do something special. And I was like, oh, we'll just add like NPCs that you can kill to get health from. But a lot of people ended up liking him so much. I'd be like, it'd be really funny if we added an enemy type that was just like one of those NPCs kind of getting their revenge on you. And yeah, so that's kind of how we came up with the mecha scientists.
They're great. I love that the ambient health packs are just like a big heart lying around.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of I try to make sure that those are exclusively like kind of like the mega health tier pickups you'd get in like Duke Nukem 3D or the fortune cookies in Shadow Warrior, where it's like, hey, here's like a special secret, like you get 50 health from this or something like that. I never wanted to do the thing where it's like, hey, we just strew about a bunch of health pickups throughout the level, because I felt like doing that would make it feel too much like every other retro shooter.
And if you make a
in terms
difficult
of how
game,
do
you
it.
would like incentivize like, oh shit, the last health pack was 5 minutes ago, and I'm just gonna backtrack 5 minutes to get that 20 health because the game's really rough and I need all the resources I can. Yeah, good call, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so actually, I'm trying to think. There was something they were direct. Oh, so the idea for the scientists actually came from how in Rise of the Triad, when an enemy's like close to death, sometimes they'll like fake their own death or they'll like beg for mercy. And it's like it'd be really funny like if we had like an enemy that had like some really bad voice acting that was like begging for their lives, basically.
It's
So I think that's
hilarious
how we came up with. Yeah.
that you mentioned that, because
Um,
I mentioned the exact same Razzstar thing, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool if like the little scientist that ejects actually fake surrendering, and then if you turn around, he like pulls out like a ridiculously tiny pistol and just starts shooting you.
That would have been funny if we did that. We did add yeah, I mean there's an obnoxious amount of references in Viscerafest. Like
It's not too bad. No,
'cause,
I've played worse, trust me.
yeah, I mean like if you're paying attention, you'll kind of realize there are references everywhere. Oh, speaking of which, I see you have your glorp there. Let me go
Yeah.
get my glorp.
I heard it
can,
meow fiercely about an hour ago.
Yeah, let me go get my little guy, because I have two little guys, but there's one in particular.
Awesome.
Where is he?
Mine is also particular. You're very particular, Grob, you know that? Glob to glob communication. He's a good beast. He's a good animal.
I need to show you my boy. You can in fact find this creature in visceradev.
Awesome.
Hold on, my webcam is not
Hold on,
set
dude.
up right.
I need to
All right, here we go. There we go. Alrighty. So this is
Beast.
this guy right here. This is Smudgy Boy.
Look, Glorb, it's a creature like you.
Yeah. I actually get told he looks like me a lot.
Look at that.
This is Smudge.
International grobbing right now. Phenomenal. Monumental occasion.
Yeah, he's a national treasure. Everybody loves Smudge. Everybody constantly jokes that he is the developer of visceradev.
At least he's the mastermind.
Yeah. And so there's an achievement, I think, in visceradev where if you find the secret level and you beat it, you can you'll find Smudge in the game, and you'll get an achievement called Meet the Developer. But yeah, our secret level is for all the Doom fans out there. It's called nuts.blend. So I'll let you guess what that means.
Goodbye, animal. Oh my god. There's been an exchange.
But yeah, indeed. But yeah, I pretty closely track how many copies of visceradev does Taylor say? I pretty closely track whether or not people are talking about or covering the game. Like I literally just I had a friend by the name of Jared the Bear who was playing the game earlier today, and he had to like leave an emergency stream. But I'm usually like checking Twitter and just checking online places, see like, hey, are people posting about talking about the game? Because I like to show up to like people's streams and YouTube videos and stuff like that. Because if people are going to support me, I want to support them too. So
that's epic.
Yeah.
I love having devs in my chat. I had the Speed Freaks devs also show up when I was playing that, and that was really cool. It's always neat.
Yeah.
Getting to humiliate myself live in front of the man who created the thing I'm playing is always kind of insanely cool.
Yeah. I mean, look, like you can't be worse than like half the people I watch playing my game. Like I see people play the game on like hard difficulty, and I mean, like I said, I've seen people shoot scientists with the quad shotgun. Like nothing quite hurts my soul as much as watching that happen.
Oh, that's And when you play the game, you just know like how valuable and how fun the Deus Mortis is, and just how sick it is to explode 5 dudes, and then you send the projectile back and 5 more detonate. It's just, yeah, I would get angry.
Yeah.
I would revoke the license to play the game on Steam. Honestly, I'd at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like giving people like tips and tricks, but I generally try not to backseat game too much. So I usually just bite my tongue. But yeah. Yeah, I've seen so much worse when it comes to people playing my game. Like I have people constantly apologizing to me, like, I'm so sorry, I'm terrible at your game, and I'm just like, I mean, I have seen the bottom of the barrel. Like once you've seen the bottom of the barrel, you're just like, okay, like anything up from there is fine.
I was also scrambling to like try to oh shit, the dev is here, what do we say? But when I shut up, I play a lot better. Like that big arena fight after, like in chapter 1 was I did it a second time without talking, or when I was fighting oh my god, what's his name, the robot, the ball, the Chromium,
Dr. Mortis.
Yeah, Mortis, not Chromium. Yeah, it was yeah, that
I don't know. I do the same thing. Like for some reason, I mix up Dr. Mortis and Chromium's name, and I'm like, they're not similar, but for some reason, I just like
they occupy the same space in your mind. Yeah.
Exactly. I was just like, what's going on? Like, why does this happen to me?
Yeah, I finished that fight I think with 4 HP left, and it was just like very genuinely like pulse pounding. It was great.
Yeah, I love that. Like, for some reason, some people just hate that fight. I love that fight so much. Like that, like the music combined with the fact that the fight just feels like a duel against like an equal. Like that to me just feels so fun. That yeah, like it to me is like, and in addition to that, when you have the final phase where it feels like he's just going all out, like that it's just so fun.
He's just mechanically interesting too. Like the arena is fun. Like his attacks are fun. The stun barrels, like when you figure out the stun barrel mechanic, it's yeah. I beat the level before the dev nerfed it, before he caved in. If you play Visceradev after today, you didn't beat the game. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think are you talking about like the major nerf we did or the last patch?
No, the last patch where I think you like slightly reduced the time it takes for the stun barrels to respawn. So pretty minor.
Yeah, so we kind of made it better and worse in some ways. So for starters, we made him faster on the easier difficulty settings because some players were telling us that like he was actually really easy on the lower settings, and so we rebalanced him a little bit. My cats are having a hissy fit over here. Stop that! Knock that off. You keep to yourself. Right. So we made him a little bit harder on the easier difficulties. And what we did was we made the stun barrels more visually apparent so that you could see them easier. Because a lot of people, I think, they blended into the environment.
They're pretty discreet, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people missed them, so we made them more visually apparent, just completely redesigned them. And then in addition to that, we also made it so they respawn more frequently. But kind of a little bit of a trade-off with that is they're also taller than they used to be now, so it's a little bit easier for him to detonate them himself, which could mean in some scenarios that he screws you over and shoots them before you have a chance to actually utilize them well.
That was actually an interesting thing with the fight, is like trying to get him closer to the barrel without him shooting the barrel without being in range.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. My brain's a little bit fried now, but
mine's always fried, so you're good company. Don't worry. Nobody will judge you here for having a demolished cortex.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that I get the feeling the game's not doing too hot right now, and I think a lot of it's just because the game took too long to come out. Like. We were actually one of the biggest names in the retro shooter space for a while. Like after G-Man Lives and Civi covered us, like we were like I was literally doing interviews with Hakata, the lead developer of Ultra Kill. Like like me and him we're like basically kind of considered to be on the same terms basically. And the game just took so long to come out that it like left the general public consciousness. So we're kind of fighting a bit of an uphill battle right now, where people just forgot the game existed. And of course, we have some people who are still waiting for like the soundtrack to be done before they play it and stuff like that.
I feel targeted by that statement.
No, not you. Like we have people who are just like they want to play the game when it's done, and the game is not technically done yet. Yeah, so like, and I get that. Like, I'm not holding anything against anyone for that. I think it's totally reasonable. Like, I wouldn't have released the game yet if it were my decision. But yeah, but I think because of those things, like, we're just in a spot right now where the game's not doing too well. I don't know what our official sales figures are, but just in general, with how slow it's been in the Steam forums and in terms of how many reviews we're getting, my general impression is, we're probably looking at not a ton of sales right now. So my hope is that when Civi covers it, the word gets out a lot more, and we'll start to build that audience base back up. That's my hope. I don't know if that will happen, but it is a little bit discouraging to be like, I worked on this game for 13 years and we used to be really popular and now the game comes out and nobody cares. So
Yeah, I definitely
yeah.
hope that'll give you the boost you need. Definitely, it's deserved, man. It's the game is just really awesome, you know.
Thank you.
And I don't mean that because you pay me to be nice in the Steam forums under 5 different alts. It is very genuinely like an impressively made game.
But yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think. But yeah, so post-launch, our plans right now are we have the big new game plus mode I talked about. We've got 3 unlockable bonus levels for each chapter that we're going to be adding. One for each chapter that we're going to be adding. And a lot of those levels are going to be like very explicitly like references to other games is kind of the idea. Like I think the level that you'll unlock for episode 2, it's kind of a mishmash of like a bunch of different blood levels. So that's going to be really fun. I'm really looking forward to work because I have like an early iteration of that level from like years ago that I made, and I was really happy with how that turned out. So now that like I'm in a place where we're working on an engine where we can do so much more, I'm really excited to like get to redesign that level and kind of do so much more with that idea. I kind of wanted to sneak some more secret levels into the game, but those will probably be added to like the expansion I talked about. I know some people want a horde mode, so we might do that. We'll see. But yeah, in general, like a lot of it's gonna be because I'll be honest, Viscerafest is probably the only game I'm actually going to make. For personal reasons. I'd like to get married. I'd like to have kids. And working in game development, I really don't think like just from a time commitment standpoint and a financial standpoint, I don't think that game development will provide me with the means to live the kind of life I want to live. Like I've kind of been I feel like I've been being held hostage by Viscerafest because of my commitments to it, where I'm like, there's so much I want to do as far as like volunteer work. There's so much I want to do as far as like getting married, having kids. I have a heart to adopt kids because in my family especially, and because of the woman I was dating formerly, I've seen like the horrors that like the foster care system has wrecked in people's life, such that I want to contribute and deliver any people I can from that. There's a lot I want to pursue in life, like whether it be serving at my church, serving in my community. I just feel like game development has constantly stifled every step of the way, uh, and so I kind of want I want this to be my magnum opus, so to speak. And from there, I will probably move on to kind of taking steps to live the life I actually want to live. Um, but I also again I want to make sure that I leave Viscerafest in a good place, where I'm like this is something I can point back to and say I was proud to have made. Um, and make sure that for the people who enjoy what I make, they've got plenty of it to go through. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at personally. So a lot of it is going to be dictated by I don't want to commit to working on Viscerafest for 10 more years. But at the same time, I do want to give people as much as I can.
So Viscerafest 2 in 13 more years is what you're trying to say.
I honestly don't think. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I would love if I continue to work in game development, it will probably be purely as a hobby. I would love to make another game. If I make another game, it will not be a Viscerafest 2. Viscerafest's story does technically entail a sequel to a certain extent. Not that like we leave it on a cliffhanger or anything, but the Viscerafest story very much has, shall we say, an end point, and that end point would be in a sequel. Because I'll say Viscerafest 1's story has implications and ramifications that lead into another game if we wanted to pursue that. It's a complete story on its own, but we leave the door kind of like open to say, hey, this is where it would go. My problem is, one, sequel wise, I don't really know how I would build on Viscerafest. Like, I could add more stuff, but I don't feel like that adding more stuff would do anything meaningful. If I were to make a sequel, it would probably just do stuff that's entirely new. And for me, I'm like, well, at that point, I could just make another game and call it something else, right? Because at that point, like, it's not really Viscerafest anymore if I'm not carrying on the core ideas of what made Viscerafest Viscerafest. Beyond that, I'm trying to think. I don't really think people would like the direction the story takes because it's certainly not a happy direction. And so for me, I'm like, I would rather just make an entirely new intellectual property. I would rather make like, so like, for example, I would love to make a spiritual successor to Rise of the Triad because I feel like Rise of the Triad is a game where I'm like, Rise of the Triad has a lot of great ideas, but boy howdy, the execution is botched to hell and back again. Like there are a lot of really cool things Rise of the Triad does, and I feel like you could so easily build on Rise of the Triad to make something super compelling. I have not seen anybody do it yet. I have a ton of ideas for what I would do, and I doubt anybody else will ever do them. So I would love to be able to do something like that, where it's like I take Rise of the Triad and I'm just like, I have this direction I want to run with all the ideas Rise of the Triad introduces that I think would make for a super fun, unique, and compelling shooter. But again, I also don't want to, but that would be something I do as a hobby, not something I do as like for the rest of my life. So if I make that game, that might not come out for like 10, 15 years. Like, who knows? Because I'd be working on it in my spare time between trying to start a family, trying to work a full-time job, and yeah.
It's a little disheartening to hear developers, say how because it is an insane toll on your life. It's an insane time commitment, and the reward just isn't there, monetarily. But it's I think everyone just wishes you the best. You seem like a really cool dude. Like whatever endeavors you may take on, I wish you genuinely all the best. It's you've left us something special. If Viscerafest is the last we see of you, that's a pretty good first and last game, I gotta say. I'm really curious. Just mentioning like a spiritual successor to. I was not expecting Rise of the Triad to be the next the next word you said. What's one like some ideas you that sort of stuck out with you as Rise of the Triad doing something special?
So there are a couple of things. One, I really like the sort of gimmicky, like you have a special weapon slot that's just rocket launchers, and it's just like basically an outlet for you to be as creatively goofy with the arsenal as possible. And Rise of the Triad only has like 5 rocket launchers, and it's like this idea is like such a fun, goofy thing you can mess around with. Why would you not take advantage of with that and come up with as many ridiculous weapons as you possibly can? But moreover, I feel like Rise of the Triad doesn't really justify the existence of its rocket launchers. Like most of the enemies you can fight in the game can all be one shot by the rocket launchers you have. There's not like any enemies you need to use again, kind of coming back to the retro shooter thing. Like there's not a whole lot of incentive in Rise of the Triad to use weapons to counter certain enemy types. And so I'd love to instill some of that into the game. I'd love to have much more creative weapon types and have a lot more weapon types. Maybe like some weapons you can only find in secrets, where it's like, oh, you get like I'm just spitballing something stupid off the top of my head, but maybe it's like you get a yarn ball gun that like you can tie enemies up with, and like you can tie enemies together with the yarn ball gun, and they all kind of like bunch together and get squished or something. Like I don't know, like just I'm just spitballing like off the top of my brain, but it's like there are so many like creative ideas that like what Rise of the Triad does that I think could be really compellingly taken advantage of, and beyond that, there are a lot of kind of just weird design decisions that Rise of the Triad makes that I think are counterintuitive and don't work in its favor. Like every enemy in Rise of the Triad is kind of the same because it's basically, hey, here's a hit scanner and he can do something silly.
Like to steal your gun.
You know? Yeah, like he can steal your gun.
You should use it. You should fire your rocket launcher at you. Yeah.
And so, yeah, just stuff like that where it's like, let's like introduce more enemy variety where it's like, hey, there are actually like meaningful differences in the combat space that like differentiate the enemy types. Introduce like, so like, for example, one idea I had is they have like the infinite ammo pistol, which you can then dual wield, which you can then get the MP40, which is like, you have all three of these weapons, but all three of these weapons are basically just like an upgraded version of the one that came before. Why not like introduce actual incentives and reasons where it's like, yeah, they have infinite ammo as in comparison to your rocket launcher types or your special weapon types, but there's actual incentive to use them against certain enemy types. Like introduce a simple armor system where it's like, this enemy or this starting weapon that has infinite ammo, it pierces through armor. This other weapon doesn't. So you have a reason to use this weapon against this enemy as opposed to this enemy. Just simple stuff like that to spruce up the combat a bit and not make it just mindlessly blasting with the MP40 the entire time. Again, just like I have like a layer of simple improvements I would make, like common sense simple improvements I would make. And then like just stuff where it's like, here's a really cool, interesting idea that Rise of the Triad introduces, like the rocket launcher slot or power downs or something like that. Now let's take that further. Like, what can we do with this idea? And I've not really seen any other retro shooters like basically try to be a spiritual successor to Rise of the Triad. So it's like, what's basically saying what's the logical progression of these ideas and just let's take them further, like I did with Viscerafest. Viscerafest is what's a retro shooter, what are the interesting ideas that retro shooters have, let's take those ideas further, and now doing that with Rise of the Triad basically.
That would be awesome. It's true. Rod is completely unique. Like having this sort of rotating slot that isn't just one weapon, but it's just like a slot dedicated for an archetype that's extremely broad is a really cool idea. It's been a hot minute since I played it. I just remember, yeah, like the pistols being worthless and a lot of the levels being a bit of kind of head scratchers sometimes.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I just like it's one of those games where it's like I play it and I really like Rise of the Triad. Like I can acknowledge it has problems, but I still really enjoy it. But like it's one of those games that like inspires me where I'm just like, this game gives me so many ideas for what I could do to improve upon it. And I'd love to be able to make that game. And so it's like, if I were to make another game, it would probably be something in that vein of like, yeah, like, here's Rise of the Triad. What can I do to build upon it? What can I do to improve it? Because like they did the Rise of the Triad like reboot or whatever years ago, and ignoring the fact that it's jank, it kind of still has all of Rise of the Triad's problems. Like, they didn't really fix anything, which is weird. It's like they had all of Rise of the Triad's problems, and then they introduced more problems on top of that, which to me is just bizarre. Because I'm like, again, this is an idea that just creatively fuels me to do something interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, I think we can chalk that up to being, like basically, like just a weird jank project by, I think the dev team was just like very, very young, very inexperienced. They were originally working on like Like an Unreal remaster of Duke 3D, yeah, and that got shut down, and then they started doing this international team working on Resident Right. Actually, it was one of the first retro shooters that I kind of like paid attention. You can probably still find posts I made in like 2011, I think, with talking to like Dave Oshry, who nobody knew at the time. I don't think he was as big as he is now in the Steam forums.
Yeah, I remember early on, like everybody was like asking, like, "Are you guys gonna get published by New Blood? Are you guys gonna get published by New Blood? Like, you should really get published by New Blood." Mhm. Yeah, usually, my impression is that typically what happens is that it's more developers approach a publisher. Like basically, you put a big pitch together, and you approach a publisher, and you say like, "Hey, I'm pitching my game." And they'll be like, we don't like it, or change this, this, and this. And if you change this, this, and this, they'll pick it up. Because one thing that a lot of publishers are usually thinking about when they pick up games is they're thinking about the marketability of a game. And so they're kind of always trying to optimize your game for a particular audience. And so what will usually happen is you'll make a game pitch, you'll pitch the game, and they'll ask you to make adjustments so that it caters to a particular audience more. So yeah. I got my cat teddy bear over here.
We can all see the beast.
Oh yeah. This is no beast, young man. This isn't
creature.
Angel. This is a saint. He is the most loving cat I have ever seen. And you can kind of already tell because he's like immediately like, touch my head, please. But this cat right here, he is constantly, he acts like I have never touched him in my entire life, and being touched is all he's ever wanted. Like, he will sit here and I'll pet him for hours. I mean, he's already like about to fall off my desk because I'm scratching his ear. And he'll just drool, and he will like like I said, he acts like he has never been touched in his entire life. It is all he has ever wanted, and it is exactly as perfect as he is imagining it would have been.
That sounds like ideal living conditions. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm very envious of the beast.
Like he constantly, like, for hours, he'll hop on my desk, rub on me, try to get attention from me. I'll pick him up, I'll put him down, and he just does that like for a half hour straight at times. Like it's ridiculous. Like he's that needy. Like I don't understand him. I've never met a cat that is so loving and so. I mean, he's headbutting my mic right now. Like he needs attention.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's a goofball. I love him. He's also super obnoxious. His name is Teddy Bear.
Although I don't know if there's anything more you wanna drop to all
Not
the
really.
Viscera heads listening.
I'm actually pretty hungry. I need to eat.
Same, actually. It's been a pleasure, man. Talking to you, dude. It's nice to see a developer, having a vision in the first place and then sticking with it, and taking cool ideas to their logical conclusions.
Yeah.
And the animal is pretty nice too.
Yeah, the cats are they're a blessing. They definitely get me through some days, because boy howdy, these creatures. So funny story actually. So with Teddy Bear, so in the morning, so for context, I'm a Christian. So in the morning I'll kneel down and I'll pray. And while I'm praying, I have this stinker right here. He will be like circling around me, rubbing on me, begging for attention. He'll come up to me, he'll suck on my hair. And the other day while I was praying, I could tell he was doing something around me. I looked up, opened my eyes, and he's rolling around on the ground in front of me with his tongue sticking out. I'm like, what are you, a dog? Like, Like, well, thanks for showing everybody your butt.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
good beast.
Mhm.
You pray and then your cat bothers you. I have a cat. I have a cat who I'm pretty sure it must be divinely touched because he prays unprompted, and I haven't quite figured out what he means by this. And have this one picture I'm fucking blasting in DMs right now where he does this thing where he grabs your arm, um, and just stares at you intently. And I have this one image where he's just bathed in sunlight, and he looks it's one of the best pictures of Glorb I think I've ever seen. He's just and he does this
That's
all the
beautiful.
time. He's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'll be reading my Bible in the morning, and he'll be sitting on my bed, like lurched over my arm, sucking on my blankets. Like he's just, I don't like. He must be broken. Like that's the only explanation.
That's a pretty good defect, honestly. If I was you, I would not send him back to the factory. I think it's all right.
Oh no, he's not going anywhere. He's a lovely baby boy. He was originally my dad's cat, but I mentioned my grandma died earlier. What ended up happening was my parents were planning to retire down in Alabama, which is where my grandma lived, and then my dad had a heart attack. And so they were like, well, we should probably move down there while we still can. And so they got a condominium down here and went up to Alabama. And so they kind of bounced back and forth between the condominium. I live here and pay them rent. And so he got stuck with me here during the big transition because they didn't want to stress him out too much. And it kind of just eventually got to the point where it's like he became so attached to me that they were like, we can't take him.
You stole their
And
cat.
yeah, I know. And I love him. I would miss him if he were gone. So they were like, yeah, he's your cat now. So yeah, he's just a little sweetheart. But yeah. But yeah, I can let you go and stop telling you my cat stories.
I could sit here and listen to cat stories all day. I started the stream with the announcement that I'd found an old hard drive with pictures of my cat and his dead brother that I thought were gone forever, which was found the vault of.
I have a vault of like 1,600 cat pictures of him and my cat Smudge, because Smudge was like my rebound cat. Like I had after I think it was 2020, I had a cat named Bouncer that I've had since I was like a child, and like I think we got him when I was 4 years old, and I named him. And in 2020 he passed away. He was like 18. I think he was 18 years old. And so Smudge was the cat I got directly after he passed away, and I met him Smudge when he was 2 weeks old as a kitten. So he was, yeah. At the time, it was it was really rough to have like I've had this pet for like 18 years and now he's gone. So Smudge is he's very, very special to me. But yeah. You're good. I just noticed I looked at the stream and I saw your cat fly.
Yeah, he just kind of flops around like that and does questionable salutes on stream, and there's nothing we can do to stop him.
Is he a ragdoll?
No, he's a Norwegian forest cat, but he has.
Oh, but I remember I was looking at getting one of those a while ago.
I've owned a couple. They're so far they've been pretty great animals. This one is just like weird and doesn't work like normal cats, but the other ones have been relatively normal and very friendly. Very people always say dog-like, and that's kind of true. Like they're always kind of following you around, and yeah. But he's just I don't know. He just does this, which is just
The thing for me with cats is every single cat I have owned is completely different personality-wise from one another. And so one of the things I just love about cats is I'm like, I never know what I'm gonna get because they're all kind of weird. Like, I remember so my cat Bouncer, I'd be laying on my bed and he would crawl up on my back and he would just start kneading. And then if I moved, he would get all pissed off and he would like nip me and then run away. And he had this teddy bear that he would drag throughout the entire house.
That's awesome.
Like like where am I gonna find it now? Like
one of my cats I found is actually also a huge fan of moving objects. It's like a little plush bumblebee that I sometimes find in random places. Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyway, man, it's good talking to you. I'll free you so you can go have dinner. It's been cool, man. Keep on keeping on.
I love dropping into folks' streams and chatting with them. It's always fun.
If I'd known you were coming, I would have like loaded a new save on the easiest difficulty and just.
I would have put my suit on.
No, I would have plugged in a controller and like shot every single scientist with like valuable bullets.
I'll be honest. Like, oh gosh, I'm about to. So I spent a lot of time making sure the game played well with controller. Like, I hate playing FPS games with controllers. Like, we implemented a Metroid Prime lock-on system into Viscerafest and all the. Yeah, like Viscerafest actually plays really well with a gamepad. Like I hate playing games with shooters. I love playing Viscerafest with a gamepad because it doesn't play like any other first-person shooter with a controller. It's so fun.
Do you have gyro support? Like flick stick stuff?
We don't. I think we might try to implement it because we haven't even looked at something like Steam Deck yet. But yeah, I would love to, like, in general, I would love to implement like as much as we can to make the game. We are planning on doing console ports at some point. So, but yeah. You talked about you keep bringing you can't talk about the game at all because then we're gonna be here for 30 more minutes.
Yeah, I we have to stop more. Bring up like another retro shooter you want to make a spiritual successor of.
But yeah, so you have a good one, buddy.
Hey, you too, man. Keep on being awesome, and I hope not entirely selfishly that you never stop creating because yeah, Viscerafest is awesome. But good luck, dude. I hope you make $10 million at the least.
Well, thank you. You have a good one.
All right, see you, man.
What a nice man he is. I'm going to stalk him now.